Hey, hey everyone, welcome back to Thema Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're doing, go and get that. Today we're having a men's panel. We haven't had one of these in like forever. And Kyle, after our last conversation, Kyle wanted to introduce us to some men that he believe are good men, though these are his friends. I spoke to some of them behind the scenes, and it was a lovely conversation, I believe. So I think you guys will like this. We're going to hopefully have a section where people in the audience can come up and talk and ask their question and what have you. So if you haven't already, please like the stream, like, share, subscribe, all of that good stuff. And without further ado, I'm going to roll the intro and then we'll come back and start the panel. Please be respectful. Moderators, please be in the chat looking out for disrespect. We are not going to do that today. I want to host more men's panel because I think we don't get male perspective on here a lot. Usually, I have a lot of women come up and we talk. I don't know how we got to 177 viewers. I'm assuming it will be a really fast chat. We are upwards of 800 people might be watching live at one time. So moderators, again, please make sure you're in the chat. I will slow down the chat if it is needed. Hopefully it's not. But again, please be respectful. You can disagree, you should disagree, but you can do so respectfully. And then we're going to go into the chat. And also, give these people a chance. Do not just brush people off and say you disagree without hearing them. So yeah, here we go. And when they come on, they'll introduce themselves. And I'm actually quite excited. So let's get into the video. Hey everyone, you guys are live. So we're gonna go down the row. So Chris, Kyle, Jay, and then L. Just brief introduction, name, age, occupation, marital status, that kind of stuff.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Chris. I am 37. I'm a licensed paramedic, and I now work in the cath lab with my RCIS certification, and I am a traveling cath lab technician.
Nice. Thank you.
Name is Kyle. I've been on before. I'm happy to be on again. I am 33. I am married. Been married for about 5 years or so. Been with my wife for, I want to say 12 or 13 years total. And I'm an attorney.
Good. Let's go to L next.
Yes, my name is L. Currently married, 33 years old, business owner, construction, do general contracting, local area.
Thank you, Jay.
Jay, 36 years old. I am a licensed realtor in the state of Georgia and a real estate investor. Married with three little girls.
Oh yeah, I'm married. I don't know if
is everyone on here married?
I believe so.
Yeah.
All right. Period. So let's jump right into it. I'm gonna play a video, and I want y'all's response to the video before we even get into a discussion. I think it's good to start here because behind the scenes, Chris and I were talking, and he watched one of my videos, and while he agreed with some of it, he said there's some things that he disagreed with. So I'm going to play this video. Yeah, I'm going to stop it after a minute, and then we'll discuss.
Well, love Cardi B in there. Didn't Cardi B sit up there and say, "Oh, cheating ain't the reason I'm leaving Offset, and Offset being community did"? So maybe cheating ain't. Cheating probably ain't for Cardi B, because she been okay. Cardi B been okay with Offset cheating. We go get into that rant though. So let me get over here with this Dusty Darius Dalton. Let me show you. Like, I'm so tired of these clout chasing bandits. Like, I really am. I am so tired of these clout chasing bandits. I just am. So this bandit came out, mind you, there's pictures out where he putting hands on people. So the Darius Dalton situation is another situation in which Black women make themselves look clownish, sitting up talking about they don't believe Keke Palmer. Yeah, because bandits are known for keeping their hands off women. Like, really? Like, these bandits been, let me tell y'all some sidebar. Somebody reached out to me, one of my subs, shout out to the one who did if you're watching, but shout out to the person who sent me the information on The Color Purple. And I'm gonna let y'all know I have not ever watched The Color Purple, the movie all the way through. I haven't. The movie came out before I was even born, but that's still no excuse to not have watched Color Purple. Some of my sisters have. They've also, read the book. If we're looking at The Color Purple, we know that it's a time period piece, okay? In The Color Purple, one of my subs sent me information because apparently they have a new Color Purple coming out. Unbeknownst to me, when the first Color Purple came out, but definitely not surprising. Unbeknownst, but not surprising. Apparently, there was all types of protests saying that the movie negatively portrayed Black men. It made Black men look abusive. It made Black men look like they were oppressors of Black women. So it's looking like the movie had an accurate depiction of Black men. And Black women were mad at the movie, so therefore they protested the movie based solely on how it depicted Black men. Because of course, whatever any piece of literary art or whatever movie, book, or even a report, somebody could do a book report on how Black men act. And if anybody talk about how they truly act, it's going to upset mostly Black women. Black women are going to get more offended by somebody telling the truth about Black men than even Black men do. So it sounds like The Color Purple accurately depicted Black men, and Black women had a problem with that and then started protesting and moving for the movie to be boycotted, for the production to stop. Basically, they said, put that movie back in the studio and don't ever release it because at the end of the day, y'all telling too much of a truth about Black men. But the fact that this was in the 80s, and it was a period piece during Jim Crow. And if you do the research, you will actually see how abusive bandits were. You will actually see how bandits and their abuse of Black women is one of the reasons why domestic violence laws were established. I know y'all probably don't know that. If you do the research and go far down the rabbit hole of when they start making domestic violence unlawful, part of it was because of bandits beating on Black women.
All right. Who wants to take it first?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to honestly say I was having technical difficulties, so I didn't really hear it. So do you mind summing up basically what she just said? Just break down in a short, concise statement of everything she was saying. I heard the fact that she was saying Color Purple descriptive Black men in an accurate way, but that was pretty much the only thing that I've heard.
That's what she said.
And that's it.
That's essentially it. Wait, can everyone drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me well? All right. Yeah, that's what Sin was saying, that The Color Purple, even though it was a period piece, fictional period piece, that it accurately reflected some of the ways in which Black men engage with Black women.
Okay, so my first question would be, that's the way that some men engage with some Black women. Would that be correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then if it's some, then that's only a fraction of the story. So my second question would be, why are you so adamant on focusing on the fraction of the story? Because I'm pretty sure that there could be a Color Purple that's reversed in its roles, where it shows a certain description of the melanated woman versus the melanated man. I'm pretty sure we could do that, but we don't, because there's no point in doing that. So my question is, what validity does that have to benefiting our society or our culture or healing our people to even complain about that? I mean, that's just my input, my question.
Does anyone have a differing opinion before we continue?
I don't feel like it reflects all Black men, because not all Black men put their hands on Black women.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, and I will kind of jump on this too. I think that Elle and Chris kind of pointed out the crux of my issue, not with what what's her name? Senji, not with what Senji was saying. I mean, yeah, not with what Senji was saying about just kind of giving us a recitation of what happened when the movie came out in the 80s, but how she says, oh, she takes the depiction of Black men in the movie, or a portion of Black men in the movie, and then somehow generalizes it as an, quote, accurate depiction of Black men, period. Like, that is my issue. And that is not actually an, quote, accurate depiction of Black men, period. That's the issue with the way that she is characterizing what's happening. I think that there is a section of Black men in the community who are portrayed in the way the movie does, sure, but white men also. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Dolores Claiborne. Dolores Claiborne is a movie in the 90s about a white man who beat on his wife. So, I mean, there's that, right? So I just, and so we're not talking about how that depicts white men, period. That's my issue with it.
All right. So it's not all, it's some.
But she didn't say some, though. That's the thing. She didn't say some. She made a blanket statement.
No. All right. So we are addressing her. So you all are saying it's not all, it's some.
I don't know any.
Most things.
I know that I've responded to calls where domestic disputes where men have put their hands on women and vice versa. I didn't grow up like that. I was raised a man that's never supposed to put his hands on a woman. So that was my upbringing. I was never in a home where I saw my mom getting beat up or whatever. And to my knowledge, none of my close friends had that type of environment growing up either. So for me and what I've experienced, that wasn't a normal thing for me. I know what happens. I've seen the aftermath, but I don't associate with those type of people. So it's hard for me to say, oh, well, if this happens, then a man won't hit you, or like some people are just flat out crazy and will hit you. Like, my only advice is to leave, but I didn't grow up in that type of environment, so I can't say, oh, well, I have firsthand knowledge of this, and this. None of the guys.
Wait. So Elle, you would agree then that more Black women should then call the police on these men?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. If there is a situation where a woman is being abused, well, first of all, that's the importance of a father. First of all, a man should fear a woman's father. Like, that should be a no-no. You see what I'm saying? So that's where it starts. Then a second level to that is that father then teaches that woman how to defend herself. And then it also gets instilled into the sons, which are us, the men, to cherish your woman. And that's the definition of a real man. See, the thing is, some people talking about 95% of men. That number doesn't even make sense. And just like the young brother just said, that is ignorance. And when you're saying these things, you have young, impressionable people taking that information in as facts, and it's not facts. It's not facts. It doesn't even make any sense. 95%. Let's say that there is how many millions of people that are melanated in this country? 95%? Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't think that I was hoping that she wasn't saying 95% of melanated men are somewhat abusive. I think she's clarifying it now.
All right.
No,
I'm
she's
saying
still
the
she's
movie made.
still
Wait,
saying
wait,
as a
one
collective.
second. 1 second. Let me read the thing. I'm saying the movie made an accurate depiction of black men as a collective and their degenerate, oppressive culture. She then says, 95% of black men, I said what I said.
Now she's
All right.
doubling down on the ignorance.
Oh
Wait,
wow,
so,
that's
wait.
crazy.
So, all right, let's do this then. It's not, let's not, because I don't actually agree with Sin on this point that
I'm glad you
we can, no, wait, that there can be a number put to it that we know of, because I don't know the number. But you all say some, she said some, you and her differ on the sum. We all, I think every single person differ on how much. Why shouldn't this be a focus?
I don't understand, because right now I think we have 100% representation of black men that don't abuse women. So on this particular chat right here, so I'm not exactly sure what the angle here is. And then if we can go back to the point of the video, it seems as though like where we're going here is that this movie is not some type of movie that is depicting the original Color Purple, but maybe more so highlighting black men in a negative light with some type of call to action or some type of call to movement where women are supposed to be liberating themselves from monstrous black men? Because I haven't seen it yet.
I think two things can be true. I think we can agree that it's not all black men and that it can still be 100% of focus that we protect black women from abusive men.
All right, so
Correct,
Chris and I are in similar position, but it seems that to talk about the bad black men is a negative, and I'm not sure why, because we do that for police brutality.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I agree.
Yeah. Correct, but if her angle was essentially to gaslight black men based on this movie, I think that's irresponsible.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Correct. I agree with that. I think the conversation is very hard to have an open and honest and productive
So let
we're
us try.
starting off from a point of sheer this is what most black men do. That's irresponsible and
So
pretty.
can we have the open and honest conversation then?
Yeah, we can if we're gonna talk about it in terms of is there an issue in the community with some black men being abusive to women? Absolutely, but let's not pretend as though that is something that is
because that's not how we talk about issues like this. I think the truth is, like, when we say police brutality, we say police brutality. We don't say some police brutality. So it feels odd to then try to qualify this way when we don't statistically speak about it in that we don't speak about issues that are problematic, that might be invasive, might be systematic this way.
The conversation surrounding police brutality and police conduct, and I can say this as a attorney who actually, prosecutes police officers, right? And works with individuals who have been abused by police officers, and we hold the bad police officers, the bad actors accountable. The conversation is surrounding policies and procedures that systemically affect black people from law enforcement officers who choose to do the wrong thing. Like, that is what we're talking about.
No, not exactly, right? Because we're talking about police who acts outside of the scope of their legal obligation to act. So
that's what I just said.
No, because it is not the system telling them to act that way. It is them being racist.
Right, but we're not saying
being racist.
Right, but the conversation around police officers isn't all police officers are racist. We are talking about bad actors, as you just said. So why can't we have the conversation around bad actors when we're talking about black men?
Kyle, we should, but we don't.
We aren't.
No, but we don't do the conversation in the way that you all are asking us to do it now, and I'm asking why. We don't say some police officer, we say police brutality. We don't say some police brutality. We talk about it as a general sense because I thought we all understood when we're speaking generally, it does not mean all. But it seems that we're trying to qualify language in a way that we don't normally do.
Okay, so I have a question on this topic. So do you believe that there are any good officers, any good cops, any good policemen?
Yeah, I think I think so.
So therefore the conversation has to be qualified. If you believe that there are just a percentage of good law-abiding, oath-swearing, oath-keeping officers of the people, of the public, administrating their duties or doing their duties or however you want to explain it, but they're doing it in good faith, then you have to qualify the conversation. Because if not, then everybody gets swept into that net.
But
now the people in which, hold on 1 second. And now the people that are trying to aspire to do the same thing as these good people, the good officers, now they're being told by the masses that they're all bad. It's 95% of them, so don't even try it. You see? So now it's a self-hatred that you're perpetuating, and it doesn't make any sense. The conversation has to be qualified.
Right.
Wait. So I agree with you on that. That would be consistent. Principally, that would be consistent. But that's not how we have those conversations about police brutality.
So how are we going to choose to have this conversation? I think this is.
No, I'm asking how we should. Like, I don't mind
I think that we should
how...
start over because I actually think that the whole conversation got derailed by trying to qualify something based on a video that was presented and us trying to dissect that video.
Yeah.
So how are we going to qualify this conversation? Are we having a conversation now about physical abuse in the Black community, and we're using this movie to parallel a truth, right? There is some level of abuse in the Black community with Black men as it relates to Black women that we want to hone in onto, maybe to kind of have a very surface level conversation on how we address this, how we try to progress this to not be a real thing. Like, what? Because I don't need to defend, my position on, physical abuse to a Black woman. Like, that's not, like, I don't think that any of us may need to do that. But if we're addressing an issue, then yeah, like, sure. Where are we going to hone in at?
So I asked if you guys could respond to a video that I showed. It seemed there was a kind of reaction to say she was wrong. This is wrong. This is not what should be said. And the reason given was that it's not all Black men, it's some. But no one said all. And in no one saying all, in sin not saying all, I don't know why we would qualify it in this way when we don't do that in general conversation.
When we say when she says this is an accurate depiction of Black men, how is that qualified?
Yeah.
That is the issue with what I had no problem, and I said this, Themis, I had no problem with the substance of what she was saying about what what happened when the movie came out, and why this is an issue in some sex of our community. What my issue was her then saying the degenerates that are depicted in the movie are somehow an, I quote, and you can play it again if you need to, accurate depiction of Black men.
No, she listed some of the stuff that happened and said the movie was an accurate portrayal of Black men.
Well, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't really know. I can't really speak on it.
I don't remember the movie actually.
I mean, I saw the movie in the the original Color Purple, yes, but I haven't seen the new Color Purple, and with I love Oprah Winfrey. She had her hand in it. So if the new movie is somehow, I did hear that there was some type of like self-help guide for women that is supposed to come along with this movie. So the old movie, it just kind of depicted a certain subset in my mind of Black folks in a certain community or culture at a certain time. Like, it didn't give me the idea that this was all Black men or anything like that. So I don't know what the new one is, but the old one didn't give me, this is how Black men dealt with Black women, type deal.
All right. So I don't want us to go down this rabbit hole. I just wanted a reaction to that. I thought it would be like a lot quicker because I do actually want to get into how I think Kyle wanted this to run. But I did have one more question on this. Is there a point at which, and what is the point rather, at which Cynthia G, the lady that we just played, her approach is fine, her reaction to what is happening? Because it seems like, correct, I know you guys are going to say this is a wrong statement, but I'm going to make it. It feels like y'all are saying there's not enough Black women being abused, or that there's not enough Black men doing the abusing, so that her outrage is mismatched for the problem she's discussing.
No, that's not at all what we're saying at all. At all. I want to be very clear. I mean, that's not what I'm saying, and I'm pretty sure that the other three brothers are not saying that either. What I'm saying in a nutshell, and then I'll be quiet for a minute and let some other people talk, is that when you say that a movie that depicts a certain percentage or a certain sect of a community accurately depicts the community just generally or as a whole, that's an issue, because someone can watch the movie who was in this community or not even in this community, it doesn't even matter. That means you watch the movie and then you walk away from the movie with the understanding, oh yeah, that's how Black men are generally. And that is an issue for me, because that is not true. So that
How do you know that's not true?
So now what how do I know that it's not true that 95% of Black men are abusive?
No. I didn't say 95%.
Wait. We can't walk back on that, because Sinji posted 95%. She doubled down on it, and this was actually her video. So I'm not going to
let's say she is wrong.
Well,
no. Let's say she's wrong for the point of moving forward in the conversation. How do you
ask it? Wait, Themis, you're asking me how do I know that this is not true? And what I am talking about is what I can say today on this live is that I know for a fact that it is not true that 95% of melanated men.
Okay, Kyle, this is not responsive at all, because that's not the question I asked. I'm asking you, how do you know it's not true that there's a majority, let's say, of Black men that operate this way? How do you know that?
Again,
how do you know that?
I don't think we as men would know, for the simple fact that a lot of times this stuff goes unreported. So,
all right, that's the whole point. Thank you, by the way. That's the point. And so it becomes an issue when, if you believe that she's wrong, that's fine. But to say that you will know for sure that it's a minority feels odd, because it can be a minority while still being a critical mass.
But that's not my point. You're trying to reframe it.
No, I'm not, because Chris stepped in and Chris understood what I was saying. So it's not a reframing.
Your question about something that you are reframing from what my position is.
I asked you point blank your opinion. Like, I literally asked you point blank. You kept going back to the 95%. I told you I am not asking you 95% because I cannot verify a 95%. And you keep going back to the 95%. No one is asking about 95%. That is Sin's opinion. not mine. I already qualified that we're not doing that. And I'm asking you specifically how many, how much, what is the quantity do you think that this represents?
But
That is
but here's my issue with that side.
One second, guys. I think I got an easy way to solve this. So it's 5 men in here. The majority of men that I know do not abuse their wives. And let's go on and ask the other 4 brothers in this circle. The majority
Same.
of men, do they abuse their wives? They
To
do
my
abuse them, but they do not. And
to
be
my
clear.
no, but again, from
Very
someone
true. Very
from
true
someone
to your knowledge.
from someone who's been on scene with a woman who's been assaulted and she doesn't want to tell the truth of what happened, you wouldn't know a majority of the time that this person is beating on his wife or beating on his girlfriend. Then that's from what I've seen.
yeah.
Okay, I will accept that. But
So you
based off of the
probably
based off of the character
yeah.
of your friends, you know, I know I don't know everything about my friends, but I know their character, and that's the only reason why we are friends. You see,
I agree with that.
so based off of the character solely, I know we can get into semantics and statistics and all that type of stuff, and it's hard to look at data on that scale without having it in front of you.
Yeah, but the issue though
However,
is
just based
the
off
issue the issue
characteristics, I can honestly say, go ahead.
the issue with it is, even if you were all 100% correct that none of your friends and no one you know has ever abused a woman, that is an anecdotal experience. And I would also say that in my bubble of friends who are men, I don't know any of them that abuse women, but I don't know what happens behind closed doors.
Exactly.
And like,
Yeah, I think we can all agree to that, and I think that that is a straw man argument. Obviously, Themis, if we come on here and say, yeah, we know, like 100% of our friends don't abuse women, you know, we cannot attest to that. What
that's
I
what
am
you guys tried to do just now. I'm so confused.
No. What I did was I responded like you asked me to Sinji, who has thousands of followers. In her irresponsible comment about 95% of Black men, and you are asking us to respond to her video. This is not like she brought something out of thin air and it wasn't her video that we were responding to. This was her video that we were responding to. So when she says in her video that that movie is a depiction, an accurate depiction of Black men, and then she follows it up and says, oh, what I meant was 95% of Black men, we cannot ignore that. We can move on, but I'm not going to allow you to ignore that as though that is not what was meant by the accurate depiction of Black men. She meant 95%. She meant the movie is an accurate depiction of 95% of Black men, and that is ignorant, irresponsible, and reductive, and it is not true.
What percent of Black men does the movie represent?
I don't.
How do you know she's not telling the truth then? If you don't know, no, but that's the thing. If you don't know, how do you know she's wrong?
All right, let me ask you this. How many planes are in the air?
By the way, let me be clear.
How many planes are in the air right now? Do you know?
Huh?
How many airplanes are in the air right now?
I don't know, but I can find out.
So you don't know.
You can find out. That is something you can actually find out by. No, you can go to an Air Marshal website and you can figure it out.
Is it only one? Do you know for sure that there's more than one airplane in the air?
Yes, I'm sure there's more than one.
How do you know though?
Because I know that at any given point there's multiple, so it's a inference being drawn.
Okay, so let me make this inference. I infer that that 95% of Black men is not the number of Black men who abuse their women. Like
from what? What is that inference being drawn from?
Common sense.
No, my inference is drawn from the fact that there are multiple planes at
Or let me
any
ask you
one
this.
given
How do
point,
we know
generally.
that 95% of Black women don't abuse their husbands? Do we know that?
How do we know what?
95% of Black women don't abuse their husbands. I mean, that sounds dumb. That's dumb, right? You would say that's dumb, right, Famous?
I wouldn't call people dumb for their opinion. I would probably be.
I'm saying, wait. I'm not saying the person is dumb. The opinion can be dumb, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Answer my question.
Wait, Kyle.
95%.
I don't understand why you're riled up about this. Like, I'm so confused.
Because you're trying to sidestep for your friend, and it's bullshit.
All right, go ahead.
I asked you 95%.
No, go ahead.
So
95% of Black women abuse their husbands.
No.
Do you know if that is true or not? Based on
I don't think that is true.
Okay, what are you inferencing that from then?
Because most women do not abuse men statistically.
Okay, that's not enough.
I can pull up stats on reporting of abuse.
I agree with you that that's probably something that's not true. Like,
all right.
You can't have a conversation.
No, I have a reason to believe that. It don't seem like you have a reason to believe what you believe. There's a difference.
95%? You have a reason to believe that 95% of Black men abuse women?
No, I told you. I said it was inaccurate.
Why are you defending it so hard?
Wait, pause. Wait. Can I ask someone else on the panel?
95% includes you as well, right?
Yeah. Can I ask someone on the panel? Was there at any point that I said I agreed that 95% of Black men abuse women?
I didn't hear you say that, but I think that everybody's so caught up on the 95% that the overall message is that it's like a lot. It's too many. Like one is too many.
Yeah. But the problem is I keep saying this is not true, and the panel agrees that 95% is not true, but Kyle keeps pushing back on 95%, and I don't know why.
The reason why I am pushing it, guys, is because the video said that it is an accurate depiction. So when we ask her, what does that mean? Her answer is accurate depiction means 95%. That's not problematic to you?
We all disagree with that.
So we all disagree that that is not an accurate depiction of Black men, then? Is that what we're saying?
Why I disagree. Please ask me why I disagree.
No. I'm asking, do you disagree that that is an accurate depiction of Black men?
Do I agree that the color purple is an accurate depiction of Black men?
Based on her definition of 95%.
No, I don't think it's 95%. I keep saying I don't believe it's 95%. Why do you
move on?
It's almost like this doesn't make sense to me. How many times do I have to say I don't agree that it's 95%? How many times do I have to say that?
Famous, you are ignoring something that I keep bringing up, which is the accurate depiction. I want you to address the accurate depiction. That matters. If the person who used the words accurate depiction says that she meant 95%, that is an issue. So address the accurate depiction.
I am confused. Do I believe the color purple is an accurate depiction of Black men? You want me? Is that the question
Based
you're asking?
on her comment that she means 95% when she says accurate depiction.
Are you asking me if I agree with her that it's an accurate depiction of 95% of Black men?
Yes.
Oh my God. Do I have to say this? Do I have to say no more than like 5 times?
You could, you said no to 95%. I'm asking you if you think that was accurate depiction.
Of 95% of Black men? No, I don't think so.
So what she said in her video was wrong.
What the percentage
so what she said in her video about the depiction of Black men in that movie was incorrect, right?
No, it wasn't incorrect in her statement there. It was incorrect when she says 95% because I don't know how to prove.
No, she said that's what she meant. That when she said accurate depiction, she's talking about 95%. You cannot have it both ways.
I disagreed with that.
All right.
So you disagree that? So answer the question. So then you disagree.
Hold on. So I'm only aware of the old Color Purple, because I used to
Okay.
watch on them. So I don't know about the new Color Purple or what's in it, if it's exactly like the old movie or not. So I don't really have a opinion about that. But as far as the old movie goes, there was domestic abuse, there was sexual, there was essay in it, there was a lot of really bad stuff done to Black women in particular in that movie. So if the new one's anything like that, then I know, I guess, what she was referring to. So I don't know. I think once the 95% was thrown out, I think that's kind of got everything off tracks. So
Yeah, but well, she believes 95% of Black men are like the color purple, right?
but maybe that's been her experience.
Yes, that's fine. But that's not what I don't understand why it is that we are talking about 95% when every single person on this stream disagrees with that.
I'm trying to like.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Kyle is yelling, and I'm not sure why, because no one up here agrees with 95%. I don't agree with it because I know the actual number. I disagree with it because I don't know the actual number. I have said this multiple times, so yelling and asking me the question multiple times does not change my answer. I've never said I agreed that 95% of Black men are like in the color purple. I don't know why you keep re-asking the same question multiple times. That does not make sense.
All right, we can move on. So what you're saying, I'll say this and then we can move on. You believe that the movie that she was talking about is, in fact, an accurate depiction of Black men generally, but you do not think that it is 95%. Is that a correct statement?
I don't know the number, but I think it's a critical mass. I think there is a critical mass that is running amok, and we need to talk about it and expose it.
I agree with that. I agree. I guarantee the number is higher than what anybody would like expect. Yeah. And with all people, you never know somebody until you see them on the news or whatever. So you could be friends with somebody that's abusing their partner. Like that is something that is legit possible. Because you don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, like completely agree with you on that. Would you say that the depiction, let's read some super chats because they're piling up. There is 900 and there's almost 1,000 people watching live. I appreciate that. I think it's because Kyle and I are arguing mostly, so that's not great, but I appreciate y'all for being here. Thank you. Y'all will and make baby mamas at light speed. All right. They're not with y'all right now. Child, 100% good night. Disagree with that. Sin said, the reality is the vast majority of Black men participate in the degeneracy of Black men culture. Y'all can't prove otherwise, or else why not just prove it? Do you, Kyle, you want to respond or no? Just move on.
Yeah, I just want to say that the other piece to this is that the issue with with Sinji's rhetoric is that it's dangerous. And this is, by the way, I don't know if you guys on the panel know, but this is the same person who said that Black women, if they're having babies that are boys, they should kill them because they're boys.
That's not what she said.
It is what she said.
She said she promotes selective breeding, which includes aborting.
Okay, sorry, let me rephrase, not kill them. If you're a woman and you're having a child that is a boy, then you should get the boy aborted. Is that more accurate?
No, she said if the man is not going to be there with you, you should abort them. She said abort Black fetus, and I disagree with her. Her and I had an argument about this.
That's fine. So I'm not.
No. Wait. I disagreed with her on this.
I know you disagree. I know. I'm not. I mean,
no. I'm just. And not only did I disagree, her and I had a debate about this. My thing is, why are you being inflammatory by saying killing babies. No one said anything about killing babies. This is an odd like response.
Okay.
Like when you use as an attorney, one, you understand what saying killing versus aborting means, and you are not someone. Are you against abortion?
What I am saying
No.
is,
Are you against
I'm not
abortion?
answering that question because that has nothing to do with what I'm talking
No,
about.
because I need to know if you think it's killing when women have abortions.
That does not matter.
It does, because if you said she's saying killing and you're pro-abortion, that means you're pro-killing.
I thought that was a part of her position.
To kill babies.
If they're guys, if they're men, yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But so you've never heard her then, because she's never said that. If she said that, we would never, ever even talk. I would never go on her platform and she wouldn't come on mine. She has never said that. That is wild.
Well, I mean, I guess it's wild also in some people's view that if you have a fetus that is a male, that you need to get rid of it. So, I mean,
yeah, some people think that's wild, but she's saying that if the man decides that he does not want to be a father and you can't, as a woman, raise a boy, like, I understand her logic. I disagree with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But she's saying...
Mm-hmm. No, but the reason behind her thinking is because 95% of us are shit. So that's my issue.
Kyle, if you want to argue with Sin, go argue with Sin, because that Sin and I are not the same person.
No,
like, if you want to argue with Sin, do you want to argue with Kyle? Let me know if you want, because I'll just move in the back and put Sin up here, and y'all can go at it. Because it looks like you have a problem with her specifically about her position, and y'all can do that. But that's not my position. I've made clear to Sin, my chat, and her audience that we disagree on these fundamental principles.
Am I attributing her thoughts to you, Themis?
No, you came up here and you keep attacking her. She's the same person who said kill black babies. No one said that. She didn't say that.
Are we still on the violence black women thing?
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. You're
that I am very two-way friendly. If you have a man or you suspect a man's gonna hit you, my advice is always go get you a gun. Ladies, learn how to use it and shoot his ass. Oh, that's suggestion.
I also appreciate bringing it down and us moving. So I appreciate that. Please refrain from using yourself and your friends as examples. Step out of your own perspective. Think about what's happening on a greater scale. So I've never said this, but there are so many super chats. There are like 30 super chats in here. So we're going to move on to some different questions. We, the women, want these black men to stick to topics. You four are specifically here to acknowledge issues majority of black women are experienced from black men without deflecting, addressing men. All right. Thank you, Afro Butterfly. Let's get back to some of the questions listed here. All right. So black women, this was a great segue into the idea that black women have been complaining. Kyle came in with a chip on his shoulder. I don't know why. I don't understand, because I thought I was being civil, but apparently I'm not. It's fine. All right. So there's a lot of issues around black women and vetting. Do you believe there's a way to vet that black women aren't employing? This is about relationship. We're stepping away from abuse. No segue. Let's just move into. We'll come back to that later. Do you think black women are vetting improperly? And I do have some questions here.
If they're vetting improperly,
choosing men improperly, that is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like there's certain signs that are there that a lot of times get overlooked. So I don't want to victim blame, but so I feel like if you meet a guy and said guy has 2 or 3 kids already out of wedlock, and he gets you pregnant, and then like it shouldn't take to your baby to realize that he ain't shit. Like like I think the example we used earlier was Future. Like you this man is just a walking baby factory. If you get with him and then you get pregnant and he doesn't take care of his other kids, like what do you how do you go into certain situations expecting something different? Like if you meet me and I'm drunk all the time, like you shouldn't be surprised when you see me at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday and I'm drunk. Like that, I feel like certain stuff like that, like, oh, okay, oh, you have kids? Oh, okay, well, are you involved in your kids' lives? Oh, no? Oh, well, that should be like an instant, like, no, I can't fool him. Because I personally, I know you guys don't want us to hear about personal matters. I'm not cool with anybody that doesn't take care of their kids. I'm not cool with anybody that doesn't handle their responsibilities as a man. I'm not cool with anybody that acts unbecoming of a man or just doing bitch shit. Like I can't be around men that don't handle themselves like men. So
So
no,
does
hang out with me and we kick it. And I know you don't take care of your son, or I know your daughter need clothes or school supplies. Like that's just to me. I would feel funny knowing that I'm hanging out with you and you don't spend time with your kids.
does everyone else agree with this?
Oh yeah, that's my personal philosophy. I don't have no friends. Literally, I subscribe 1000% to that. And you can ask even my homeboy who went rogue on his family. He went and hooked up with a demigod, and I was like, my boy, we ain't hanging out. We ain't cool. I ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm paying your rent. I'm buying your groceries for your family. My nigga, it's a no. So yes, 100%.
And kick.
Do you agree with the first part about vetting? So, like, though, if you are with a man like Future, and I agree with this. Full disclosure, if you date Future, it's your fault. Like, I'm not even gonna do the analysis because he already have a bunch of kids. But do people agree with that statement that, like, if you go and sleep with a man with a bunch of children, then kind of expect to be a single mother?
Well, I think that's going to take us right on back to this hamster wheel that we were on in one way, too. Like, answering these questions in the absolute is almost dangerous for argument's sake, right? And I get like this is a open forum, but you know, to just say, women don't vet men. I don't know. I can say that I think some things that I have seen, and from my limited perspective and knowledge, I think that some women have, in a fairy tale way, chosen a man, based on whatever reason. I think it's easy to sit in the seat and say, she was dumb for this or she was dumb for that, or this and that wasn't a good choice. But a lot of times we don't know what choices people had to choose from, or what situations they were in when they made the decision that they made. So I think that goes a little bit to the sovereignty of the creator. But I do think that it is important. Maybe, I'm raising 3 daughters. So, I'm going to teach them, things that probably my mother wasn't taught or my wife wasn't taught when it came to, vetting the man of their choice. And I'm going to encourage them to take their time. But, I don't know that I can put my mouth on every woman or whoever, a group of women who have not vetted their man well.
So if you didn't know that the guy had a bunch of baby mothers, right, and you were pregnant, what happens when you find out?
I mean, well, you got with a liar, so you need to make a decision to exit. In my opinion,
But I feel like that most times I hear, and I'm putting it out there because I don't want to gotcha or whatever, it feels like it's going to become like abort.
Abort the baby.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not sure I understand.
So it seems like there was an issue around abortion, and we don't have to get into the actual abortion debate, but it feels like the consensus is well, if you got with a man who has a bunch of children, then it's your fault. All right. You didn't know, then you found out. Like, you don't want to be a single mother. Do you abort? Are you a bad person for aborting? If it's a boy and you don't think you can raise a boy, versus you and your family member who are women can raise a girl, which is, I think, Sin's point. You can raise the girl and not have the community raise the boy because he doesn't have a male figure in his life. Like, what does she do in that situation?
I mean, she can make her choice. I think that's just dumb. I mean, I think that's just a dumb perspective altogether. Like,
Wait,
to
what
say abort the
perspective?
baby because it's a boy, like,
No, I'm not saying a boy or a girl. I'm saying a baby generally.
yeah,
Like,
I mean,
is
to
it
say
fine for
abort the
her?
baby in general seems very extreme.
Everybody's circumstances are different. And unfortunately, the Black community as a whole isn't as cohesive as it used to be. So I guess you don't have the little old candy lady down the street that would, get on you or whatever. You don't have people looking out for your kids like our parents probably did when they were growing up. And that's just the harsh reality of life today. So I know that Black women have a lot of factors against them. My wife is Black, so I can only go off her experiences of what she tells me. And I know that a lot of people have it worse than we do and she did growing up. But I can't tell someone what they're doing with their body is right or wrong. Like,
Right.
I'm not a woman. I don't have a uterus. I cannot have children. So I can't tell a woman, oh, you can't abort. You can't do what you feel is best for you and your life. I feel like that's something that I don't feel comfortable talking about just because I'm not a woman. Like,
It's funny. That's actually the very same answer I gave to Sin when people are like, you need to debate her. Even in our debate, I was like, I don't feel like I can talk about this. I'm not going to say you're dumb. I'm not going to say this or the idea is dumb because I am not a woman. I don't know what it feels like to carry a child and to be abandoned by the father. I don't know what any of that feels like. So it seems odd to be like, you are wrong and this is genocidal and blah, 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 when men are like, I said I didn't want the child. Wait, what do you mean
I'm
you said
saying
you
it's
didn't
just
want the
dumb to
child?
make that the overall blanket position that one should get an abortion or just throwing that on the table. I'm saying if someone chooses to do that, it's their choice. I don't know how much. Yeah, like it just seemed like there's not enough space to have a conversation,
But
to
that's
reach a
what women are trying to do, build a space. And the thing is, I think women's reaction will be what men are saying and doing. Because if men are like, I should be able to financially abort, I don't want to have this child, I don't want to be in this child's life. Why are Black women having children? Why are Black women causing there to be single mothers in the community? Like, at some point Black women are going to like Black women are going to have to come together and decide, are they the problem and how to solve it. And I don't know if we get to be a part of them trying to solve it when we've been blaming them for who they lay down with and them not being able to vet.
I feel like
I would like to kind of that's I would like to go ahead and like circle this conversation back around to the original question, right? Like how do you vet? What is vetting? And I was just thinking, like to first of all, to vet is to know. You have to know the criteria in which you're looking for, first off, prior to vetting. In other words, if not, then it's just pure attraction, right? So my first question is that woman needs to ask herself, who are the best men around her in her life that are active and like real men, not not no play. If we're gonna have a serious discussion, we have to talk about real men, and they might be the men who get overlooked. He had a 9 to 5 his whole life, but he took care of his wife. He came home every night. He took care of his children. Who are those men in that woman's life? And she needs to be able to not have blinders on and not tell herself lies and see the signs. And I'm not saying that that I'm not saying that no one can get lied to. That's not what I'm saying. Just in a
No,
general
actually, wait,
sense.
Chris, I agree with you fully here. Not fully, but like I do agree with this. But so let's put it on the table. How should women vet? What are the qualities that one should look for in a man, and how do you know they're not lying? That's loaded. The last one is loaded. So, what are the qualities? What is a good man?
Well, I think a good man simply is a man who's going to take care of you. And I mean, when I say take care of you, I don't mean necessarily. How about this? If we say money isn't an object, right? Money is not even in existence. What
Wait,
are the
no, no,
things?
no. We're not
No,
doing
no, no,
hypothetical. No, we're
no,
not doing
no. It's not.
hypothetical.
It's not. Wait, time out. It's not hypothetical. It's not hypothetical.
So money
Because you've
would be a
seen.
part of it.
Hold on. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out.
My bad. My
Because
bad.
because you've seen how society shifted during COVID. And the economical shift is crazy right now. If we're going to talk real world, present tense, what's going on, the economical climate is freaking nuts right now. We could wake up tomorrow and inflation could be through the roof, literally. Like we never know what's going to happen. So in those times, when you're talking about it's shit's really hitting the fan, what qualities are you looking for in that man? That's going to be the one that can lead. That's going to be the one that can be a gentle giant. He could be a gentleman with you, but go out there and be a killer in the streets. But it has to be allowed, and that man has to be able to fully do that. He has to fulfill his purpose, and that's what I think a real man is the people who are going to show up when it's not materialistic. Remove all materialistic ideas from your mind, because that's the issue. You're chasing after the materialistic. Oh, he got a big account. Oh, he driving foreign. Oh, he got Cuban links. Oh, he doing this, he doing that. But he lying to you.
All right, but I feel in the good man thing, I feel like money has to be a part of the conversation. We live in a terribly capitalistic society that requires way too much money to survive. So it feels like taking money off. But I'll let y'all outvote me on this. If most of you all believe money shouldn't matter,
I feel like in the end it shouldn't matter, but I feel like in the end you want to be in a position where you can take care of your family. And
Exactly.
I can't speak for him, but when I was broke, if I'm broke, I'm not trying to be with no woman because
period.
I can't.
Very true. And just to clarify, I'm not saying money is not important. That's not what I'm saying. But in a materialistic society, when you're looking for a counterpart, you have to look for someone who's going to be able to be the same person when the money is not there. When you are dead broke, when you ain't got it, that's who you're looking for. You're not looking for someone who's going to just be there in the best of times. And I'm not saying that money, like everybody wants, we live in America, bro. Everybody wants to be a multimillionaire. I mean, let's be real.
Georgia
and
Power thugs, and they don't take love as payment for bills when the people
exactly.
So as a man, you should be able to or be working towards a position where you can have a family and take care of your family. Because to me, if you want to be in that role where you're the leader and you want a woman to follow you, well, what the hell she gonna follow you to the soup kitchen if you can't take care of? I mean, I'm just being real. Like, why are you having all these kids all around town and you can't even take care of yourself? Your mattress on the floor. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've been missing that piece off your car for 6 months. Like, why are you so happy with mediocrity and going to the club and getting a bottle and having all the damn kids? Like, you worry about the wrong stuff. Like, you should be focusing on getting yourself right, and then okay, now let me find somebody that I can spend my life with. And I don't know why there's a disconnect there with all the people that don't have no money got all these damn kids. Like,
no, I agree. But I will ask you, and I'm in total agreement with you. But I will ask you, as far as that focus, that drive, that purpose, would you say that that's inherent, right? That's inside the man, right? Those are the qualities in which I'm talking about.
But it's not in
every.
And every man didn't grow up the same. Every man doesn't
Very
have
true.
same character. Every man ain't no damn man, and that's
And
just
that's the point.
the sad reality of it. So I feel like I love black women, and I feel like black women love black men, and I feel like as a black man we've let black women down, and I'm not sure when or where it started, but I feel like that there are plenty of good black men out there that will love a black woman the way she deserves to be loved. I just feel like that the way that society is right now, with all of um, the negative aspects of black families and black fathers, it's not something that is propelled through media or just it's very disheartening when I see black people talk about other black people and it's in a negative light. And I wish we could get better, and I feel like we're getting better. I feel like we're on the right track, and women mature faster than men, so it's taking black men a little longer to catch up. And that's why, like, the black woman is the most educated demographic in the nation, because like they're not as focused on dumb shit as black men are, because majority of our time is spent worried about other black men.
If most black men made six figures, would they still be saying money shouldn't matter? Y'all saying that money should matter because most black men are broke and dependent. I think Finn is trying to like drag.
No, I think money matters.
Oh,
Six
I
figures,
agree.
I still agree money matters, because you gotta live. Like, this ain't no Disney movie. You have to pay bills. Like, that's just fact.
Yeah. So, L, I think you were the one who was saying money shouldn't matter. Can you explain that? Because, like,
If I said verbatim that
no, you
money
didn't say
shouldn't matter.
verbatim. That was not verbatim. Sorry.
Okay, well, I didn't think so, and that was my point. When the young brother was talking about, being driven and having that focus on his purpose and being dedicated and being in a position to provide, all those qualities come from within a man, and that man will demonstrate those qualities on a daily basis. So when you're vetting a man, you should be able to see those qualities, which goes back to what I was saying about who are the positive men in these women's lives. When they look at these men, they're going to see those particular qualities. Ooh, I like that about my uncle. I don't know what he was doing, but he sure did it right. You know what I'm saying? They're going to try to find somebody like that instead of trying to look for just the glitz. What I'm saying is, instead of looking for just the glitz and the glamour of it, actually look at the soul of the man in which you're about to lay down with. First of all, like, you should cherish your cookie. That should be rule number one. If we simply get back to that, that'll stop everything at the gate. What happened to courting? What happened to making this man wait X amount of time in order to get the cookie? What happened to that? You don't even cherish it, but you're asking us to qualify and what are the qualities we looking for, all this and all that. First, look at the positive men in your life, cherish your cookie, make him wait, and I guarantee you'll find. If he waits, I guarantee you'll find a good guy. He might be average, but I guarantee you he'll be a good guy.
All right. So we're saying we are still trying to figure out how to vet. So we are figuring out what is a good guy. And you said he should be able to provide. You said that women should look into the man's soul, cherish your cookie, make him wait for it. But can we get to some qualities that women should look for? Like, let's create what a good guy is, if so to speak, and let's see.
I feel like a hardworking man would be a good man. I feel like that's a good quality. If you with a lazy man, he's probably undisciplined, and he's probably just not worth a damn. Like that, I feel like that's a good way to start. If you meet a man, obviously I don't think anybody would date a man that just doesn't have a job. Like, I feel like that's a huge no-no to begin with. But if he has no like ambition or life goals or anything, like I think that that's a good way to start. Like, what are your plans for the future? And if he just I don't, I don't know, get this bottle on Friday, like I feel like that should be a okay, yeah, you know, I don't think anybody, I don't think in 2023 going to 2024 you should have to be a part of anybody's struggle phase. And I feel like if you're a man, or as I feel like as if you're an adult, period, you shouldn't want anybody to be with you through your struggle phase, especially if they don't have to be. Now, if she really loves you or he really loves you, naturally they're going to try to help you. Like my wife helped me to get to where I am today, so I can speak on this aspect because I didn't think that far into the future when I met my wife. So it took me being around a different environment to where it's like, yeah, okay, I don't want to be one of these bum, what's, still out here trying to hustle and risking jail at 30s and 40s. And it made me want to get my act together. So I feel like if that man is willing to change for you, if he is in the streets, if he is hustling or doing something that could lead to him being killed or in prison, I feel like that's another good start. You don't want to be, I don't think you would want to be with someone who's so set in their ways that they won't make changes and adapt, especially if it's concerning you.
But how would they know? Sorry, I'm pushing back and I shouldn't, but like, how would they know that this man from the street is gonna change?
That's a good question. I honestly, I don't know. I don't want to, I think
I have so much respect for you, by the way, Chris. You and I disagree, I think a lot, but I've grown to have a lot of respect for you because it's not usually the case that people there's over 1,000 people watching. Well, congrats to y'all. There's over 1,000 people. Not very many people would just say I don't know.
I mean, I would rather say I don't know than give somebody some bad advice or um, you know they take something the wrong way and it's not what I mean. So that's another reason why I just try to be quiet and try to think before I speak. So
Yeah.
it has in you, and not everybody has it in them to do better. We can all do better. We're capable of it, but some men are content. It's like I watched one of your videos. The discussion was something like women cooking and cleaning and stuff before marriage, and if you're doing all of that, then that's what incentive is it, or it was something along those lines having to do with marriage. It's like I don't expect when I come home, I don't expect my wife to have dinner made. Like I feel like that whole gender role stuff is kind of outdated. Like
So
that's not me.
there seems to be a conflict, though, where on one hand we are trying to make women vet, while we're telling them to also choose men who might not meet their standards in hope that these men will meet their standards.
Right, because I'm kind of stuck a little bit. If I can just jump in here,
Yeah,
um, like I guess I'm so black and white that it's a little hard for me to follow.
yeah, yeah.
Not hard for me to follow. Like I'm a goals in driven type of guy, right? And so I'm kind of thinking like in my most vulgar mind, I'm like, dick and coochie kind of swing where it wants to out here in these streets. So, I mean, what are we actually gonna accomplish here? Because, I mean, unless we're talking about some morally driven man or woman, right? Like, which I'm not saying the majority of people aren't morally driven, but you know, I mean, I kind of seem to know quite a bit of people who are fine, like whipping the dick and coochie out kind of where they want to, and they're pregnant, or if that's what we're talking about. But if we're talking about a sector of women who are like, man, listen, the goal is marriage, right? The goal is house stability, XYZ. I think that a lot of this goes without saying, right? Because I don't believe that if I raise my daughters a certain kind of way, that they're gonna just open themselves up to, you know, whoever is ready to hop down, you know. And if they find themselves in that situation, like, I hope that I have built the caliber of man within myself that I can kind of be some level of a fallback. But I don't know, like, I'm, you know, maybe I'm just naive
No,
here. I just
why? No, I
yeah.
get you. Why don't men ever mention emotional intelligence, integrity, and empathy as traits of a good man? I hope they would all agree with
I was
this.
gonna get to that.
I agree with that.
I was gonna get to that. 'Cause
Someone said, not Kyle taking over my show, though. Not Kyle, Chris, sorry. Chris taking over my show. Chris is the MVP on this panel. Period. We love to see it. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, I was just gonna say I agree with the ones that the traits that they just said. And if I don't want to derail the conversation again, apparently.
No, derail away. This is a full. Y'all can do whatever you want.
Yeah, no, but I think no, I'm gonna stay focused. So the question, right, like what are the traits of a good man? Is very hard. I think that's a very personal question for women to answer. Like when I met my wife, and when she met me, like as we were going through the courting stages, I had to look inside myself and figure out what is of value to me, right? What is important to me, and is this person reflect a reflection of the things that are important and valuable to me? And she also did the same thing. Yes, I am calm. Thank you. Look, Themis knows me, and he knows that I can get very heated in a debate, and then we can go and have drinks. So yeah. So anyway, back to what I was saying is, and the same thing for my wife. Like she had to figure out what is it. She had to know herself, right? Like what is it that is important to me? What do I value? And then do I see that reflected? And how do you know? You don't know. Like right? Like a part of dating and a part of being out in the world is some level of vulnerability, and either you're going to make the jump or you're not going to make the jump. And so yes, you may get out there and you get hurt. There have been times, that, I've dated women and I've been hurt. That it happens. But I think that in terms of like how do you know is pattern? How do you know is looking at someone in how they like routine. If you're with someone and they don't care about their space, they're probably, or they don't care about their family, or there are things that you can just pick up on people if you are observant and if you pay attention. And when you're dating, you have to be observant and you have to pay attention. And so I think that's just it. I mean, it's very hard to just kind of give you a list of like, here are the like 10 things.
No, I get you. And I agree. I think vetting is hard. And that's why when people it almost feels like when people tell women to vet better, like I agree women should try and vet, like you shouldn't just like go blindly, but it always seemed to feel like a way to blame them for like a man leaving or something. But let's change it. Do you think you are the standard? Like, do you think you are the average Black man?
Me now at 37 would hope so. Me at 17, 18, 19, 20, no.
Wait, so you think you are now?
I think I'm more in the direction of what a good Black man would be.
No. They're not good or bad. Do you think most Black men are like you?
Probably not. But I'm a little different. So, and I can admit that I'm a little different. So,
do you think most Black men are like you in relation to women?
Well, obviously not if they've hitting women and shit. And I don't have a bunch of kids all over the place either. So,
Wait, but if you think that's most Black men, that's interesting.
Well, I'm going off like the conversations that we've had today, because most of the Black men that I know don't have kids everywhere. And I know that part. I don't know regarding their personal life as far as, you know, domestic abuse and stuff like that. Like, that's not something that they would come and advertise for me, because I've actually gotten a fight with a friend about that. But that's not something that, you know, hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I just hit my girl, you know, in the eye or whatever. Like, that's not a, you know, conversation that we have. But I would hope that there are more good men, more good black men out there than, you know, me or the people in this stream. I'm very optimistic that there's more black men out there that will love their spouse and not abuse them verbally or physically or emotionally, and can be supportive, have empathy, and, you know, the emotional intelligence to know that everything's not an argument, and can actually sit and talk with their spouse.
But isn't I think the question you have is fine. What are the traits? But I think the more important question is like, what is required for a relationship to actually like be healthy, right? Because it's a two-way street, and it requires input from both people. So
answer the question. You reframe the question. You can answer that question that you just. What is required?
I mean, there's a lot required. You need to be able to not always have to be right. You need to be able to compromise with things. You need to be able to have the ability to communicate with your partner. I mean, it takes a lot. Because sometimes, in Famous, you and I talked about this the other day, because you were asking, and this may come up later, you were asking about are there enough black men or eligible black men out there? And I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is that it's not just about like these traits that you just kind of pick. It's also a matter of like compatibility, right? Like that's not really how dating and marriage works. It's not like, okay, there are 500 black men and 500 black women, let's go pair them up. Like, this is not like a farm. There may be 500 black men and 500 black women, but it doesn't mean that those people are going to be compatible. It doesn't mean that those people are going to speak the same language and do what it takes on both ends for the relationship to last and be healthy. So, I mean, there's also that. You have to be able to,
Wait, so it sounds, to sum a lot of that up, it sounds like you're saying there is no real way to like vet.
I'm not saying there's no real way to vet. What I'm saying is vetting is not ever going to be 100%, because that's not how life works. So you could, well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I apologize.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, like, so it could be very true that you do all these things, you have all this checklist, and then you get with someone who's the scum of the earth. That could very well happen. But I think that I think I'm comfortable saying for majority of people who, I mean, look, there have been times where I've had friends who are women who go on dates with a guy, and they pick up on things very quickly. And then we talk about it, and they get my opinion, and I tell them the truth. I'm like, well, I mean, if he is doing this, that, and the other to his mom, or
all right, so what are some good like no-nos? Like, if someone went to prison, should they be written off from should black women decide no?
I think it depends on what they went to prison for. You touching little kids and shit, then no. You know, you out here molesting folks, and no.
Abuse. So what are some crimes for which, if they went to prison for these crimes, you should give them a chance?
I don't know.
This is a good question.
I feel like a lot of this stuff is subjective. So what one woman finds attractive, another
For your daughters.
I don't have a daughter, but
No, but even if you don't, like, if you had a daughter, I'm not assuming you had daughters. Sorry.
and she told me she was dating someone that's been to prison. My first reaction would literally be, what the hell he go to prison for?
All right, so what are some crimes for which you would be okay?
If he killed somebody that was breaking in his house or mother's house or something, he got arrested because he shot him. Like, I feel like that would be a justifiable crime because you shouldn't have been breaking your ass in people's house. He might tell based on
I
whatever.
mean, is it so self-defense essentially?
Yeah, well, so certain states don't have that. Certain
Yeah,
certain
so,
states,
but yeah, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, I'm saying, so if it's self-defense, you would be like, okay.
But when it comes to vetting, I was gonna say I feel like at this point, with the way the world is, like one of the first questions you should ask somebody is, "Have you been to therapy?"
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
What all problems you got? Because I feel like we're at the stage now where everybody's just trauma bonding, and it doesn't lead to anything healthy. And I was guilty of it too, before I went to therapy and figured out that I had a lot of issues. I feel like there's a lot of hurt people, and they're hurting people. So I feel like at this point, Black women, that should be one of the first things they ask is, okay, how was your childhood?
But I'm trying to get a floor because I actually think that's a really good point. Like, if you're not in therapy, you probably shouldn't be dating. If you're in the Black community and you're not in therapy, you probably should get some therapy before you start dating. So I actually agree with this. However, the crime, because I thought the crime thing. So what are some crimes so we share like, okay, that's fine. You can date my daughter. Because like I get the self-defense thing. What are some others? Not you, just you, Chris. Like Kyle, everyone who's like, don't exclude a felon or someone. He's not a felon. Someone with a felony from dating your daughter. What are the crimes for which you're like, I'm cool with that?
Listen, here, look.
Can you really stop somebody from dating somebody though? Like,
I mean, correct, but I can tell my daughter, look, you're gonna have a hard time. You know, everybody got to make their own decisions. But ultimately, I think if I was really faced with this and my daughter's brought like, you know, a guy in the house that ultimately like went to jail, you know, I don't know, at 22 for robbing a bank. I don't know, robbing like, the first ones you named, yeah, they're hell knows, right? But if they come in and they got a criminal record, like I guess I'm looking at it like, man, look, sweetie, here are some things that you're about to face in this relationship. You know, your man might struggle with getting a job, which means that you're going to struggle financially, possibly, which means that maybe you're going to have to be the breadwinner. Are you ready to deal with all of those things? And I'm not saying you don't give the man a chance, but I don't know that I have like some list or prefabricated list in my mind of like acceptable crimes, right? You know, I mean, I know people who've gone to jail for 14 years, you know, for some crazy things, but, or maybe not even so much crazy things, but some things that were rough in their younger days, that they're great upstanding citizens. But if we're talking about trying to align this to my thinking for my daughter personally, you know, in a public space, I guess y'all don't know who the hell I am. So I'm just gonna tell my daughters in my office, baby, no, we can't even do it. Like, let's just keep on moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, daddy don't work too hard, and if you marry him, I'm taking you out of this trust account, and I'm gonna because what you're not gonna do is have him rekindle up his old ways and squander the family fortune. So but there are some spaces, you know what I'm saying? Like that, some stuff could be acceptable. You're gonna ask me.
What I'm saying though, apart when I asked the question initially, everyone seemed to suggest that you should give this person a chance if they are a criminal, if they're criminal, sorry, but if they've been to prison and committed a crime, right? But then when we localize, it feels like, if I have power over my child, you're not dating someone who went to prison. Like there's too many people in the world for you to be settling, I said, for someone who went to prison. But that doesn't mean those people don't need love. But my question was, do you tell your daughter to date this person? And you and I agree, absolutely not. So who disagrees? Anyone who disagrees, I want to find out what crimes are okay with you, and how long ago should it be?
I mean, I agree and I disagree, honestly, because it goes back to the man. Like bro was saying, like I know real life people who served long sentences, but now that they out, they've accomplished so much in such a short time. They done passed up so many people in the last 5 years. You know what I mean? Because they did their time, they committed themselves to change, and they actually changed. So it's really going to be a personal choice if we're going to be real at the end of the day, And if you look at if it's, if so many black men are already getting arrested and all this, it's a pandemic, so to speak, or epidemic of black men getting arrested. They're going to have jackets, It just depends on the guy at the end of the day. So I mean, I agree with the young brother as far as having your own personal opinion or whatnot and telling your daughters no, but you
But
just
when
never know, bro.
I'm a little bit conflicted because you said there's a lot of black brothers getting locked up, but also like most black men aren't bad.
I was about to say that.
Just
So it
just
feels like on one hand we kind of know what is happening, but on the other we are denying the reality.
I mean, if we're going
what
on, how many black men have been to prison for weed?
my point. There you go, bro.
So
Thank you. Go ahead, brother.
we talking about how black men are disproportionately given longer sentences for the same thing,
Crime.
same crime as white men, same amount of points and everything, then like I feel like just because that person got prison time doesn't mean that they're a bad person. When Bryce didn't get any time, or Bryce got probation or a drug rehab recommendation. I feel like that people can change, but at the same time, I feel like it's levels to it. So I
So,
wouldn't
so
exactly
selling weed
went
would
to
not
prison.
be a crime. Going to prison for selling weed is not a crime that you would consider bad enough to exclude them from dating your child.
Now, is he still selling weed while he's dating my child? Would be my question, because then there's other issues that come along with that, because people are gonna know he sells weed. He could potentially get robbed. You could potentially be there. Like there's
Yeah, I
I
think
feel like as a man, you would never want to put your family in a position where something could happen to them. Like
right.
that, I feel like that's not something that if you're serious about dating my daughter, then whatever you involved in, you would be willing to stop and do something else legally to be able to provide and not put my daughter or yourself or my family in harm's way.
Do you think there's scarcity in the amount of available black men, or good black men, or do you think there's an abundance? The reason I'm asking, so it's not a leading question, the reason I'm asking is it feels like we can say, you know what, let's exclude all of these men because there is a lot of other good black men with those issues not attached to them. And the only reason I can think of, and you can help me on this, that you would say, oh, you can kind of compromise here and like maybe he'll change and all of that. The only reason you would do that is if you don't think there's a lot. Because if there is a lot, like you don't have to settle for that.
I think anybody should ever compromise on anything. That's just me.
Yeah. So like it feels like if someone went to prison or is selling drugs or whatever, it feels like that's an easy like no. And you can have some caveats if you want, but it's like it feels like it should be an easy no because we should be thinking like we have an abundance of, not me, but you all should think we have an abundance of good black men. So like no, no, no.
I don't feel like you should. I don't feel like anyone should compromise on what they want or what they believe that they deserve just for the sake of being with somebody.
My answer to this is I'll be brief. One,
Wait, before you do, my 2 cents. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
yeah. One, when my daughter gets to an age where she will be making decisions for herself, I would have done my job in instilling into her what we call judgment and what we call good judgment. And it is my job as her dad and my wife's job as her mom to instill into her good judgment so that she can make sound, rational decisions about finances, about dating, about all of these things. It is not my decision as her dad to tell her who to be with at the end of the day, who to marry at the end of the day. I would not have wanted my parents to tell me who to be with and who to date, and I'm not going to do that for my kids. What I will do is what I think good parents should do, which is instill good judgment in your kids so that at the end of the day, they are able to make the decisions that they need to make that they will be proud of, period.
But we do incentivize and disincentivize behaviors. Because you're not about to go in my well if you're out here dating Pookie and Ray Ray. You're not doing it. No.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't raise a daughter who dates Pookie and Ray Ray.
All right. So
period.
that's the question.
That's
Because you did say, no, that's the thing though. You did say that like it's about judgment. On the back end of judgment is to say that the other women don't have good judgment.
Maybe they don't.
You said they don't?
I said maybe.
Yeah. All right. So that's fine. The issue is men and people lie.
Agreed.
Well,
and if the CIA, the FBI, all of these institutions created for vetting men can't vet men because we have like people in the military, people in the police force doing all kinds of crazy stuff because they weren't vetted properly. If those institutions cannot vet, it feels a really high burden to say women should be able to do what none of these institutions can.
I think that's a false equivalency, to be respectfully.
No, that's fine. I don't think so, but go ahead.
Right. I think that's a false equivalency because, again, for every person, woman, men, whoever, who's making not great decisions, there are people making good decisions. So, like, yes, maybe some people aren't making the best decisions about who to be with. Like, is that so crazy?
No, they aren't, but to assume that they can. For me, your ignorance in decision making is not necessarily a you problem because we only have but so much information to make decisions. It's not always the case. Again, I would agree with Chris. If you go face first into dating Future or anyone like Future and you end up pregnant, that's all on you. Like, I don't care. Like, when you come and cry to me, I'm gonna be like, well, didn't you thought you were special? Like, I don't understand that. So, but I don't agree with that statement generally. I think most men play all kinds of games, not in a negative way, in order to get access to sex, for example. And then when they do, they change. A lot of men, and the research back this up, are very good until a child comes into the mix and then they change. And women change too, right? And the relationship dynamics change, and men tend to leave these kinds of relationship when it change is no longer completely beneficial to them. And so the question I'm asking is about vetting. How do you do this?
But I guess and I agree with you. I agree with you, bro. I'm just, these are I don't want to say I don't even want to say tough questions. These are in a way loaded questions, only because like we could be talking about this for like hours, right? Like,
right.
What is it that goes into vetting?
Well, if y'all can go get a Red Bull, because I have time.
Go back to 8th. I'm good.
No, this is cool. But when it comes to vetting, I mean, it's like asking someone like, how do you know that you're you know, buying a good house, that you talk to people, you do your research. And maybe I do all of those things and I don't get a good house. Then I have to get out of that situation. And I learn from it and move forward. I mean, I don't know how many you know, my wife dated before, you know, she met me. And she had some experiences with guys that weren't good. She got out of those situations. And obviously, I'm not saying like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of times people are in situations, and I'm not necessarily talking about abuse or anything. I know that that's a little different. But I'm just talking about your run of the mill like relationship that's not good for you.
I think too, if I could jump in real quick, I think like
Yeah.
this is gonna be kind of awkward. Like it seems like we're on a call with sort of high level Black men being posed these questions. So I think it is a little difficult to come from a super broad perspective. So when we're talking about vetting, maybe what I'm thinking now is, can vetting just be done? Can vetting just be done on certain levels, you know, or is there levels to vetting? You know, do I vet this guy? You know, if I'm talking to my daughters, I'm like, hey, you vet this guy when you just met him, you know, maybe you go out with him, you know, you assess, you know, kind of how he talks, what is his conversation points, you know, XYZ, and then you kind of move to the next level of vetting. You know, you guys have gone out another time, you know, maybe there's some chemistry that you feel, but you know, don't go too deep in there. Kind of see where he's leading, to see where his mind is, and vet him at that level. You know, start talking about STD screenings and having those very uncomfortable conversations. If you feel like, you know, your relationship or your getting to know this guy is starting to get, you know, to a more serious level, and then you kind of get to a, you know, to a different space in the relationship, and then you vet him differently. Like, run me your credit score, you know, run me, you know, where you work, show me your job history, your you know, I don't know, your background, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing because they picked up on a high level. So let's go there.
Yeah, I know. I was reading those comments. Maybe I might be, I'm not sure about using the wrong words, but I like to think of myself as a high performing Black man. So I'm not that low hanging fruit.
Good. Black men can certainly tell Black women they can raise Black boys effectively. So if the father is absent before the child is born, what is? We talked about this. Two else. Thank you though. What is a high value man in y'all's mind? Yeah, high value and alpha man put together, and separately. What do you think that is? Because I don't know, and I'm not apparently. But go ahead.
What is the what? I'm sorry.
What?
A high value man.
A high value man.
Do you know what that? Have you ever heard that term or no?
I have not.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Oh,
yeah.
Man. I don't know this stuff.
I don't know what that really means.
Is that a man everybody wants?
Probably. I don't know. Just asking questions. I don't know what it means at all. Nope. All right, we can.
So
move
what
on.
I meant by high level, I can explain myself.
Okay.
I met like Black men who are great men. Hold on one second, sweetie. Great men, great fathers, providers. You know, go ahead and get an apple. I'm so sorry. Right, men who can multitask, take care of their children, direct, assertive. Men who have, you know, career-oriented, financially stable men who are mentally and emotionally balanced for what it's worth, still working on themselves, progressing. That's what I mean by high-level, high-functioning Black men. I'm not talking about, you know, the one who just kind of came off his grandma basement, still trying to figure out whether he want to rap or, you know, do whatever. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it, right? I'm just simply saying men who have some level of stability to progress in life.
And Jay, I appreciate that, because I think we sometimes get caught up in labels. And like, what is this label, or you use this label, and we're not all talking about the same thing. So I appreciate the question, Themis, and Jay, I appreciate your kind of interpretation of that, because I'm sure that that's very different than what people may have thought that you meant, or like the Kevin Samuels type of, oh, I make X amount of money per year, so I can do whatever I want to do to my woman, and she should be happy to be with me. High level type of degenerate thinking that's not present in this panel of men.
Noble B asked, why do you think the marriage rate among Black men is around 38%?
Ooh, good question.
Is that an accurate percentage?
Yeah, it's about accurate. The marriage rate is 35% for the Black community.
Is that Black men marrying Black women, or Black men married,
That's
period?
a whole different conversation. It is Black men marrying generally, not just Black women.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think for some reason, it I don't know why, but for some reason it just seems like people made it cool to not be married, and like, I don't know where this shit started, but I wanted what my grandpa and my grandma had. So I
Well, that's a heavy one right there.
I know plenty of people grew up in this, and for the most part, I grew up in a single parent household. So I wish that I had like my dad to be with me like every day, but I didn't. So I knew that I wanted to have, at least I wanted to be married, because it gets really old, and most people are not going to say it, but when you're having sex with like a lot of people, it's when you get to where you having sex just because you bored, or you knew you could call or text so and so and they come through, like it has no connection to it, and it makes you feel really hollow. And I was starting to feel just like I know it sounds stupid, but I was literally just starting to feel gross, because I think it was J. Cole said it's fun effing them hoes till you realize that you are the hoe. And it was kind of one of those things, was like, oh shit, like I didn't really think about it like that. Like I'm the hoe, they not the hoe, I'm the hoe. So I don't know. I wish that we could prioritize the stuff that really matters as far as the Black community goes, and we can hold each other accountable and lift each other up. Because I don't really,
How do we hold each other accountable?
I don't like bash sessions. It seems like we're kind of in a bash session. When I don't want that. I want us to uplift each other and try to find some solutions. But I know that takes a lot on the Black man side, because a lot of us just are focused on the wrong stuff.
So whenever I bring up stats, it's just to ground the conversation. I don't expect anyone to know them. I'm not throwing it in your face. Like, we are having a conversation and we can deviate from the stat, move into the stats, whatever, right? But grounding the initial conversation about good men, high value men, how many there are in the community, the color purpling of the Black community, Black men, good versus bad person, all of that. Grounded in some realities, right? So in 2020, the report was that there were 25 Black men being killed per day. And then it was actually, was it 25 per day? I think it was 25 per day, right? But let's see. Nope. It was every 6 hours, right? That there were 5 Black women being killed. I think the stat was. Do you guys know anything about Black femicide?
A little bit. I was a medic.
All right. So Black women are being killed at an alarming rate, right? Every 5.5 hours. The idea here is that too many Black women are being killed. Sorry, I am literally dying. At this point, when Black men are being killed, the leading cause of death for every 5.5 hours it is, sorry, a Black woman is being killed. And when we see this, and the leading cause of death for Black men ages 1 to 44 is homicide, how do we see this as a reality and also claim that it is so few Black men that are bad? Like, it could be that only a couple Black men running amok. Like, it could be that. But it seems that it's more. And that's why I say I don't know, but I think it is a critical mass. And so when it's a critical mass, it's almost like saying women can date and you need to vet better. We don't fully know how to vet. And it's like a bunch of grapes. Some of them have arsenic, but you're saying eat from it still. But we don't know which one of them, Erica De Niro, we don't know which of the grapes are poisonous, but we're saying eat. And it's very difficult. And it feels like we should be weeding some of this out through conversations and like excommunicating some men, honestly.
I agree with that. I mean, it's I wish that there was like a just like we could just come to like this some type of resolution. Like, all right, we ain't gonna fuck with Mark no more because Mark is just a terrible man and he do all this shit that he shouldn't be doing. Like, I don't really know how we can solve it if it's not someone that we're like directly related to.
No, but the thing that, sorry, I think one of the questions I'm trying to get to is like, I am fearful. I'm admitting this. I am fearful, and I'm not like, oh my God, Black men are bad. I'm actually not that person. I'm fearful, however, that I have been saying that the portrayal of Black men online and on in TV and media is racist propaganda.
I agree
And
with that.
well, that's what I used to say. But then the more I do research, the more frightened I am of our like existence. Like, we run from the hood. Like, we don't live in the hood, and it's not because of we're afraid of Black women. When Kyle brought up Black women can be abusive too, or but what if I said this? The truth is, we run from the hood, not and we run from there not because we're afraid of Black women. We
Wait,
run.
pause. Sorry. Just to be, I wasn't saying that Black women are abusive too. That's not what I was saying. I was making a point about how do you know that stat was bizarre? Because the stat that I said about 95% of Black women being abusive to men is bizarre. That's not at all, near any type of possibility. So I wasn't saying it as a fact or that I believe that. I was trying to make a point to say that that's
Yeah,
something you need,
that's fine.
it's not correct.
Yeah, but I don't know it, but I agree. I don't believe it, right? So that's fine. But
Okay.
ultimately, what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
we are killing each other at an alarming rate.
Agreed.
We're abandoning our children at an alarming rate. We're abusing our children at an alarming rate. And we're killing the women at an alarming rate. And so when these stats are coming out, and it's far greater, the actual numbers are far greater than any other community in America. When we see that and people are having outcry, and our natural reaction is, well, it's just some. It is just some, in the way that police brutality is just some, except this some is a lot more than police brutality. And we're asking for systemic change when it comes to police brutality, which I agree with and support. But then when we are talking about intra-racial issues, it feels like we want to like cherry pick and sidestep and qualify and then don't do anything.
No.
And that's where I have a problem.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we all agree with that, Themis. I mean, but here's the challenge for me. I can speak for myself. I have personal responsibilities to not contribute to the craziness, right? Like, it's like asking, how do you solve the world's hunger problem? how do you solve the world's poverty issue? How do you, and I don't want to get into the conflict in Palestine right now in Gaza, but like it's like posing the question of like, how do you stop that as an individual, right? I mean, the answer that nobody really wants to hear, you can call me a whatever, is that outside of my own personal responsibilities and things that I do in my community and boys and girls that I mentor and raising my kid the way I'm supposed to raise my kid and like not contributing to the degeneracy and taking care of my wife and being a respectable person, like that is how I am contributing to the issue. Outside of that, what control do I have to create and make other people better? And why is that on the shoulder of me outside of not contributing to the growing degeneracy, the growing degeneracy that is out there? Like, I think that is a valid question from me.
All right. So I feel like this is individualistic, and I'm not in complete disagreement with it, right? You do your best with what you have in the moment to take care of those around you. However, do you not see how providing cover for men and the community, men's operation in the community, adds to the degeneracy?
Absolutely. But how is that providing cover then?
When we're talking about the issue in the community, it seems like our natural instinct for some reason as men is to defend and exclude and separate as opposed to take ownership of change and move forward.
How am I going to take ownership of another man? That's what I don't understand. I mean,
Because it's a community problem.
No, but Themis, I'm really asking, what
in your language, I'm talking about in the conversation we are having, it feels like we are segmenting ourselves away from those bad men, which completely fine if you want to do that. But if enough bad men are doing it and the good men aren't speaking against it or they're stepping aside, the worst part is to provide cover for it becomes a problem. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you said.
I have something to add to the conversation.
Go
So I do get what you mean by adding cover, and I don't think that was my good brother's intention was to add cover. He was simply pointing out the main thing that the one purpose a man is supposed to do is to take care of his family and his priorities. And as a code of ethics among the families, everything will be peaceful. Now, granted, we don't live in a society like that anymore. But what I will say is it comes down to, is that man dedicated, it's like this. If you really want to address the violence issue and all that type of stuff, first you got to look at poverty. That's where it's at. The reason why there's a lot of violence in the inner community is because it's impoverished situations. And me, as someone who doesn't live in that community anymore, I can only lead by an example. That's the best that I can do. So I'm not providing cover by saying I can only do this. That's not the intent. But
that's not when, let me be clear. Cover is provided when you say it's not all, it's some, when no one said all. There are so many good black men, you should vet better. That feels like we are shifting the responsibility to the people being abused. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, are we talking about the rate of homicide?
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
I just want to be clear. I mean, I think it's very easy to kind of like code things or like bring up, and I'm not saying you're doing this theme.
No, you're fine.
Like bring up like, okay, this percentage of homicide is happening in the community, and then like tie it to like abusive relationships. I mean, those are two different things.
No, they're not.
They
The abuse usually
correlate.
so black women being killed are killed by close, intimate partners.
Dennis, I'm sorry. I understand that. I'm not disputing that at all. But when you're talking about the rate of homicide in the community, that could be someone who got shot in a drive-by that did not involve any woman at all. So,
Yeah.
and it does also include the types of stats that you are talking about as well. So I just want to be careful here that we're we're not painting too.
Wait, what is the issue? What is the issue you take with the framing? What part of my framing do you disagree with?
I don't have an issue with your framing. I'm saying that the brother M here who was just talking it sounds like he was talking about just there's so many issues in the community that we can talk about, and then you were bringing it back up to the stat about the homicide rate and all of that. And all I'm saying is what are we actually talking about? Like what with it? Like, are we talking about? We're talking about domestic violence, DV issues. Are we talking about homicide rate?
What you all believe. I'm testing this idea that we believe most black men are good black men. I'm testing this theory, and part of why I'm testing it is throughout this conversation, it seemed like we were saying that most black men are good. And then we are saying, oh, we have to kind of manipulate the standards in a way that allows for men who are criminals, for example, to have access to women. We are talking about whether or not ultimately whether or not these women's experience of the world is because of their decision when they could have made better decisions in terms of who they decide to partner. And that requires there to be better decisions. And so I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm trying to test that. I'm trying to flesh that out.
I agree, but we have to be precise, right? So, like, I don't like words like good men, bad men, because a bad man could be someone who cheats on his girlfriend or his wife. But a bad man can also be someone who puts his hands on someone and like shoots someone in the head, right? So, like, and I'm not saying that we need to
I mean,
parse.
both of those, I would hope you would describe as bad men. I'm giving you the power to.
No, I agree. Both, yes, we're on the same page. Those are both bad men. But the guy who cheats on his wife is not going to be included in a stat about homicide in the community.
No, I'm talking about. I'm trying to paint a picture in some ways of the community, through a statistical lens. We don't need to hang. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so I feel like with that, I feel like it's why you would put your hands on somebody or shoot somebody. If I'm with my wife and someone tries to harm me or my wife, I'm gonna put hands on you and I'm gonna shoot you. Like it is what it is. So I feel like if that happens, I don't feel like that would make me a bad man because I defended my spouse.
Yeah, no.
You're protecting the black woman, right? I mean, is that not protecting the black woman in that situation?
Yeah. So, and I also don't feel like, I think maybe something got misconstrued. I don't feel like black women should automatically give ex-cons a chance because they went to jail. If that's how it came off, I apologize. What I was saying is that because someone went to prison or went to jail, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can't be reformed and rehabilitated and live a fruitful, positive life. I guess that was more so my point, not that black women lower your standards and go get you one of these men that's coming out of jail.
Yeah. Sorry, I think we interrupted L. You were
Yeah, bro.
The person behind the screen, do you want me to change? I'm going to remove your last name from this. I'm just going to have Eddie there. Give me 2 seconds. So L, go ahead as I change this person's name.
Oh, that wasn't me talking. That was the good brother. I think his name's Chris. Red shirt. I think his name's Chris. Yes, sir.
Eddie's the new panelist. Hey, how are you?
Hey man, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Hey, it's good to be here with y'all tonight, man. I just came from
Your
the
mic is a
barbershop
little
having a.
your mic is a little bit muffled.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear. It's fine. I think it'll be fine, hopefully.
I know, man. I hate when the audio is bad on stuff like this, so I apologize.
All right. So, do you want to jump in now, or do you want to go us to ask? I want to ask another question, and we can shift the conversation a little bit.
You know what? You go ahead and ask the question that you were going to ask, so we can go ahead and shift it. That sounds good.
Do you think that there is enough black men for black women?
Man, that's a great question. There is, in terms of the actual number of bodies, in terms of the numbers of black men. I'm not sure if the mental compatibility is there for our black women, right? I mean, there's a lot of factors. Um, black women are some of the most educated people, in the United States now. Good. Um, the brothers have not necessarily followed suit with that, so it's hard to have a good conversation when you own two different wavelengths in terms of education, what you're interested in. So,
All right. So, on that note, let me move to Kyle with that, because actually I'm curious about this. Why do you think we have fallen so far behind the women in the community, Kyle?
Again, I don't know.
No, I know. I'm not asking you to know. I'm asking, what do you think? Do you have any kind of theory?
Maybe there's a lack of I mean, I really don't know, Themis. All I can tell you is that these are the things that we can do. There are things we can do to catch up, and I feel like my goal for bringing the brothers on that I have brought on today to your show was that there's some sect of the community or section of the community, and there are plenty more where these guys came from, and I would have brought more on, but I wanted, you and I had a conversation about not having too many people on. I want to be respectful of that, where like things are being done right, and I understand that may come off as being cover, but that's not my intention. My intention is like, why are there black men that are not, being in college more, or
So wait, your intention is to show there's some good black men, right?
well, my intention is to show that that's part of it, that there's some solid black men out here who are married and in relationships that I respect. But I think it's also like the other part of it is to get their thoughts, because I think this has been a really good and insightful discussion, and to show that people may have different opinions even amongst black men when it comes to these issues. So I don't know, man. I mean, you may want to. I know you're trying to pick.
No,
but maybe
no. Let me step back. You brought the men together, and so I want to give the opportunity then to do what it is that you think you wanted to do. So go ahead. Like what?
No. I think your question is valid. I just don't know the answer to it, and other guys on the channel may have the answers that I don't have. All I know is it's kind of like asking about the negative, right? Like how do you not make a good soup? I don't know, but I know how to make a good one, and that's what I'm going to put my energy and time into.
But well, that's not fair, right? Like if I'm asking you the problem we can then fix it. If you don't know what the problem is, what causes the problem, it feels weird to know the solution. I mean, I'm not saying
But
you
I'm
don't
not
know the
professing to
solution.
know. But I'm not professing to know the solution. Like, that's my point. Like, I'm not Obama. I'm not.
Okay, but are you, so you're not interested in, you don't know the solution, or you're not interested in the solution, you're not interested in the problem. I don't understand what we could do then.
No, Themis. What I'm saying is, I've told you what my solution is. There is some level of personal responsibility that has to come in. I don't know how we get around that. Like, I can sit up here and tell you all the things that I do in my household, in my community, like with young men and women, like, and these are the things that I have done and I have set out in my life and my standards about how I want to, like, have my locus of control, but it doesn't reach farther than that. So I don't I mean, do you have the answers? I don't think you do.
I think I have
don't think
some answers, but I don't have all the answers. No one have all the answers. Some of the I have some reasons I believe that we have fallen behind, but are you, because I thought I kind of went over these questions with you before, so it's odd now that, like, I'm getting pushback on the actual question. So maybe I don't want y'all to feel like I'm like, I brought you up here to do a got you moment. And so
that's not how I feel at all. I don't feel like you got a gotcha moment, but when you gave him the questions, I told you that there are some questions, and this is probably one of them, that I'm not going to have a good, robust answer for. And so the other guys, I mean, do you remember me saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the other guys may have it, but to ask me, like, why are we having so many issues? I could point to.
I was asking about, why do you believe, like, do you have any theory as to why Black men have fallen so far behind, or are falling behind Black women? That's it.
I could throw some things out. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's literally what I'm asking.
Right, but I want to be careful with what I throw out, those things, because I could say to you rap music, right? But I listen to rap music all the time. Did I ever think to pick up a gun and go shoot someone because I listen to rap music? Absolutely not.
But if you don't think that's a causal issue for the problem, then that would not be your answer.
But it could be.
If you don't know, then you don't know. I'm asking you for your theory. If you ask me the same questions, I have theories as to why it doesn't make it correct. I just have theories, and I'm literally asking you for your theory.
Okay, one of the theories is lack of fathers in the home. People don't believe in that. I mean,
no, we can talk about that. Can we talk about that, please?
Yeah, we can talk about that, but I want to have a caveat, though. Right. I can say I think part of it is not lack of fathers in the home, but I know plenty of men who didn't have fathers in the home, and they are perfectly fine. So that may be a part of it for some people, but I'm not saying that is the one only thing, or, if you don't have a father in your home as a Black boy, you are going to be doomed. Like, that is not
build your theory. I don't know. You're fighting the hypo, which is fine. Like, we can go back and forth on this.
No, I'm saying that may be a part of it, though, Famous. I'm
asking you to build your I'm asking you to build your theory. Like, why do you think Black men are falling behind? Or do you think Black men are falling behind?
Sure. I think that
have you ever thought about that in any meaningful way? That why?
Absolutely. It's not something that I'm happy about.
All right. So you've thought about it. What have you come up with?
I told you I don't know. Maybe another brother can jump in about his theories about why. And you have to also understand, one quick last thing. You also have to understand that just like it's hard for some people to understand things that they're not exposed to, it's hard for me because, again, like I grew up in a primarily Black community where like 95% of my friends grew up with their mom and dad in the house. 95% of my friends who went to school cared about their education. 95% of my friends who I grew up with, like, were, you know, like, they're doing fine. I bought on 8 of my friends today, or 5 or 6 of my friends today. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's hard for me kind of fathom like what it is that is the cause of this if I'm not in it. Call that detached, call it in a bubble, whatever. But again, I don't know. Maybe it's the lack of fathers in the home. Maybe it's that people are not, putting education as a priority. Maybe it's lack of therapy and trauma that has gone on through decades and decades in communities and in families, right? And no one actually stopping that trauma and saying, hey, we need to actually go in a different direction. Maybe there's a lot of different things. Maybe it's an issue of drugs in the community. I don't know.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Yep.
Hey, so it's also, I think we have to calibrate our expectations, both Black men and Black women, right? Because of YouTube and social media, we have these very, almost unattainable expectations. The man has to be 6'3" and make $100,000.
That's
The
not
woman
true.
has to. The
That's
woman
not
has.
true.
I'm sorry.
That is not true. Black women actually date down. Like,
Well.
socioeconomically
They date down, but they do not marry down. I work in a
Oh no, they marry
primarily
down.
female.
That's that. Over 60% of Black women are the leading contributor economically in their marriages. They marry down.
Well, not in my group of friends.
Yeah, no, but that's
I
what
won't
I'm
argue
saying.
with those statistics. But my point was, um, my point was that I know sisters. I'm talking about my personal interactions. I work in a primarily female profession, female-driven profession, where I'm around a lot of sisters that are high quality people, but have trouble finding partners, and um, their expectations are pretty outlandish. Um, and they will pass over a good dude that is a potentially good father because he's shorter than them. And so, I don't think the preference is fine. I mean, you have to be attracted to the person that you will be with for the rest of your life. I'm not kind of downing that preference piece of the whole deal, but I think that our expectations have been skewed, and I don't think on both sides uh, we have fair expectations. So that's
All right.
part of it.
But that's not true, right? Because
How so?
Black
Explain. I don't. What
Black
do you mean that's not
women,
true?
by and large, married down. If Black women were only dating men with 6 figures and 6 feet, most of the Black men in the Black community would not be partnered, could not get a partner, would not be dating. So the idea that Black women's standards are too high or unreasonable is like
But
absolutely not borne out by anything.
but wait, Themis, really quick on that. I thought we just earlier said that the stat for Black men being married is like very low, right? Like,
Yeah, but
30,
they're not,
like
because you're not married doesn't mean you're not dating and having children.
well, wait, but the brother Eddie said they may not date down, but they marry down. So we're in the realm of marriage right now. And I think earlier, right? I mean, let me just pause, right? We're in the realm of marriage, right? Okay.
Sure.
All right. So we're not talking about dating right now. And so then earlier we talked about the low threshold, the low percentage before Eddie got on of Black men who were married. It's in the 30s. So I'm not really understanding how that's not tracking what he's
They're
saying.
tracking what? That women's standards are too high, that's why they don't get married?
No. Tracking what you just said, which is if this was the case, then Black men would be marrying at low rates, though they are marrying at low rates.
No, I didn't say they would be married at low rates. I said they would not have access to women.
Hey, you have a super chat right here, Mrs. Truth Teller. Why don't men ever
Oh,
mention
sorry. We
emotional
already went. No,
intelligence?
no, 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 no. Sorry, we went over that. I don't know why it's up there.
Well, I think she brings up an important point. There, I mean, to be fair, um, there is a lack of emotional intelligence amongst some of our black men,
Mhm.
and our women in general. You know, so I don't think one
But
side
that's
is
what
to
y'all are
blame. I
doing.
think
You're saying both sides, and I'm telling you that it is not the case. For example, that black women's standards are too high. In fact, I believe black women's standards are too low. I don't tell black women what to do, so I'm not going to tell them how to raise their standards. But the fact that Pookie and Ray Ray can have access to men, like black women seem to be loyal to black men generally, where it's not
really,
reciprocated, is my opinion.
But he's not
yeah.
talking about standards, though. I thought that Eddie was just talking about, and Eddie, I'm sorry, I know you can speak for yourself too, brother. I think he was saying just now about the social emotional part that I want to refocus us on, because low standards is one thing, and we can debate low standards. But I think I want to refocus something that's really important, which is social emotional intelligence and the role that social emotional intelligence plays in relationships, both for black men and for black women. Eddie, tell me if I'm wrong with that.
No, no, you're right. And the factors that impact our social emotional intelligence, which I mean, first being trauma, right? I mean, many of us have been traumatized in the black community. It's a fact. And that trauma has not been dealt with. And we covered up with these different things. So yeah, I think that's the bigger, broader conversation for both black men and black women. I mean, um, most of the guys I know that's married, they married a woman that have, been through some sort of significant trauma, whether it is abandonment from the father or what have you, and they have had to help that woman heal, and
But
while
see, that's
dealing
the
with their
thing.
own baggage.
But that's the
So
focus, though. And they probably were abandoned by their fathers, and they have their own baggage in the way you just said. But we keep, like, instead of, I can appreciate a man with his wife who was abandoned by her father. But the abandoned by her father is the part, it still goes back to a man abandoning the child.
no, I agree with you. No, on that point, yeah, I agree that there's a generation of men. Um, this is why we're here. I mean, unfortunately, I mean, people like Kyle and myself, you know, um, there are some good brothers out there that may be harder to find because the black man abandoned the male child too, and so and now he looks to what, hip hop, right? And so we're talking about I mean, this is a issue that has so many layers, that I mean, it's just not as cut and dry as black men are trash, or black men aren't doing what they're supposed to do, or black
But,
women are this or
but
that. There's a lot of systemic
instead
factors
of
here.
instead of saying black men are trash, which is kind of derogatory, the question we were asking previously is, why are black men falling behind? And Kyle does not know how to answer it. Fair enough. Does
I
anyone?
do. I have an
Go
answer for
ahead.
that.
Yeah.
Black
Oh, by the way, you
black
can fight the premise and say this is not true. Black men aren't falling behind. Just FYI.
um it is there's a not to make us victims, because I do not like victim thinking or victimhood at all. I think we're smart enough as a people to move ourselves forward. But honestly, we're in situations, and we're born into situations, and we don't a lot of us don't have the tools to be emotionally intelligent, to know which direction to go. We don't have the guidance, the tools, the wisdom available to us. And so that's why it's important for us to have forums like this, so maybe people tuning in can get those tools, right? And And so, in terms of black men, quote unquote, being behind, can we define that further? What does behind look like? Behind as according to
Behind
who, or behind
socioeconomics, behind in terms of academics, socioeconomics, emotional intelligence, social intelligence, resources, that kind of stuff.
well, I
You
think
can
we have to ask.
disagree.
I think we have to ask what external factors are impacting that as well. We have internal factors within our community. We have some dysfunction within our community that we have recognized, right? We have absent fathers. We have mothers that are traumatized, and so the black man and really black children in general are starting off behind the eight ball in a lot of instances.
So are
Um,
black women starting ahead in some ways? Because black women seem to be they're not doing the best, right? But they seem to be making some headway where black men seem to be falling back.
well, there are a lot of initiatives for black women because they are double. I'm going to totally destroy this terminology. Okay, so feel free to correct me. But they're double. What's it? The intersectionality. They're black and they're
They're
women.
double oppressed, yeah.
Right. So then that there are. I mean, this is a fact. More opportunities, more grants, more things for people who are, I don't know the term double intersectionality, out there than for black men, right? There's black girl rock, there's black girl this. People are
Wait,
looking to hire black women. Is that true or not? Am I wrong in saying that?
I agree. There are more black
Okay,
programs for black
there you
women
go.
than there are
So
for
so
black
so
men.
so
Wait, no,
there's
no, no,
one
no,
of
no,
your
no, no, no,
answers
no,
right
no.
there.
This is important though. Those are created and ran by other black women.
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but
Yeah.
enough
I mean,
are. Wait,
let's
no,
not
no,
act
no.
like. Yeah.
No, because no, this is the problem though. Some of the things that people say around this is saying, why are black women are ahead because they have so many programs that they either advocated for, fought for, or created themselves. Whether it's legislatively, they're going for it. Whether it is advocacy or them creating it. And then we say, why don't we see it with more black men? There are more
Well, there
black.
are there are programs for black men now. I
Yeah,
mean, you
there
have
are
the Black
more.
Man Lab here in Atlanta.
Can I,
You have Udugu.
wait, no, you
So
can't.
there are, and
Eddie,
you have the barbershop.
Eddie,
I just skipped the barbershop.
Eddie. You cannot say that there are way more for black women than for black men. And then when I'm pointing out that yes, there are, you then go back to saying there are a lot for black men. There
No,
aren't
I didn't say
enough.
there are a lot. I say there are programs for black men. So
But
I don't want you to
they are
to
not.
do the narrative
But
that
they
black men
are not
are
as
sitting on the
many.
sidelines. We're not.
Wait,
Black men are sitting on the sidelines. We have
but see,
programs that we've created.
okay. So see, you're answering your own question.
How
And
so?
the reason you're doing that is because you recognize that I'm going to say if there aren't enough programs for black men, why aren't they creating and advocating for it? And you're
And we are.
preemptively, you're
Yeah,
preemptively answering that by saying you are, but they're
yes,
not as many as there
that's
are
right.
for women.
That's right. Because we're having to
Therefore,
create them. Others aren't creating them for us.
therefore, one can assume that black men aren't as activated as black women are in either creating their own programs or getting other people, i.e., if you want to say the government, to create their own program. We know
No,
black
it
men.
behooves the government to not create programs for us.
No, it doesn't. Black men are not politically activated. It shows up in every single poll. We don't go out
We're
and vote in the way that black women go out and vote.
right
The
because we don't get
Democratic
the outcomes that black women get.
the liberal
Right?
party the Democratic Party goes after black women and not black men because black men aren't activated politically. I don't know
and
why.
and the
Maybe
black women respond, and the black men don't respond because the outcomes are not the same. They aren't really
Okay,
promising us
that's
things,
fine.
and they
But
are creating things for Black women. Is that not
we
true?
are arguing back and forth because you just preemptively answered a question in the negative in a way where you were positing it. You were literally saying there aren't enough black men program as there are black women program. And in me explaining
That's
how
true.
black women program came about, you are preventing me from explaining any of it by saying, but no, black men aren't just sitting on the sideline. We are also creating programs. There aren't
We are.
enough. That is your point.
Both can't be true. So you're saying both can't be true? It
Both
can't be
can
true
be
that
true.
Black
Here's
women
the thing.
have more programs.
Both
Okay,
can be true. There are
good.
more black men billionaires than black women. If black men were interested, those black men were interested in creating programs, they would. There are more, when we think about even sports, for example, the men, mostly black men, are way more wealthy than the women in all these sports area.
That's
When we
fair.
talk about
That's
acting,
fair.
entertainment, all of it,
That's
if
fair.
black
Yeah,
men wanted to create programs, they could. They have resource at the
that's
top,
fair.
at the highest level. Black men are doing way better than black women at the highest level. And they are choosing not to reinvest in their community. That is
Well,
a black man's
I'm
problem.
talking grassroots. Then I apologize. I'm talking grassroots guys that I know, because most Black men are billionaires. So I mean, I don't think it's wise for us to depend on the billionaires.
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
think
not
it's
saying,
better
I'm
to
not,
depend on grassroots
again,
programs. Um, instead of the kindness of billionaires that who knows what they have to do. When you see P Diddy, right? Who
yeah,
knows what they have to do to keep those billions? I think it's
yeah,
better for us and more and wise for us to create grassroots programs at our local elementary schools, in our local communities. I don't think I don't think we should be looking to the Oprahs of the world or to the Robert Johnsons or whoever to create these programs.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and if I can jump in real quick, when before I was an attorney and went to law school, I was a teacher, and I saw something in my school um, that I didn't like amongst the black boys primarily, and I created a program for them after school. I didn't get paid for it. I invited uh, guys from local colleges, about 5 or 6 local colleges, to come in to help mentor the kids, to help help guide them in a certain light. And I chose guys in the program who were solid and who was doing well in their field. And so and I'm not the only one. I know that
I find
Eddie,
that.
exactly. I know he's very active in the community. I know that other folks on the panel are too. And so that's what I'm saying is that I'm not saying, oh, just throw your hands up, forget about it. I'm saying that there are ways that individually you can try to make a difference. And outside of that, there's not much more that you can do, especially if you're not a millionaire. So that's where the grassroots stuff come in and all of that. But again, the question that you pose is not a bad one, Themis. About what is the problem? Where does the problem come from? Because you have to understand that to get to the solution. I'm not, naive enough not to understand that. But when you're talking about pinpointing a single problem for
Nope, I said create a theory. Nope, not gonna let you do that. I don't think there is a single problem.
Okay, it's multifaceted and multi-layered. So that means that there are multiple things that are contributing to this overall issue. I can tell you right now, when I was, I appreciate that. Martin Luther King is a very influential person. I can tell you right now, when I was in the classroom, one I did notice a difference in the boys who didn't have a dad in home. I noticed a difference. And that was something that actually that kind of fueled me to implement this program, because it was for the young men whose dads were not at home.
underscoring what you're saying, there's a school in Louisiana where there was a bunch of fights and black men started showing up to the school,
Yeah.
and the amount of fighting decreased tremendously. There was a ton of black dads in the school. And I was like, we should do more of this. I actually like that. I played it on here and I was celebrating. People were mad at me for that, but I don't care.
But why were they mad?
No, not my chat, like just people generally.
Okay.
The issue is it's not even about how do we replicate that in a meaningful way. The question is, you've brought it up. It seemed to be true that black fathers, well, let's say good black fathers, because TI just no. So I'm going to go ahead and add the word good in front of fathers, but it is what it is. We need good black fathers in the home. Agreed.
Yeah.
Whose
Agreed.
fault is it that there aren't good black fathers in the home?
Why is that? I don't understand the. Okay, could you explain to me what answering that question? What outcome are you looking for in
How do
answering
we
that
solve
question?
that? I'm looking for how we solve that issue of good black fathers in the home.
But how? I mean, but seriously, like, I don't. Either you're going to raise your kids, or you're not.
No, I'm asking, how do we fix this? Like,
I cannot fix someone's decision to be a degenerate, non-present father. I do not. So,
well, there is one factor I don't think, and this. I hope this doesn't sound too conspiracy theorist of me. If it does, I'm okay if you guys cut me off, right?
Right.
But our entertainment and media doesn't necessarily promote the black family. And moreover, we don't control our entertainment or our media.
But
So I think
why? Oh, sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I think it is important for us, and I have some firsthand experience with this. My wife has a show, a cartoon for young black girls. It's STEM based. We got a professional animator to do it. It was marketed to different companies by one of the top producers here in Atlanta, Georgia, and that programming was not accepted. I was ripped off by one particular program, but I digress. But and so whenever we go to these big organizations and these big stations to try to tell a positive spin on our story, they don't necessarily seem too hungry to do that. Okay, and this is a black woman, right? So I thought, yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, they got. But you're gonna do this because you're a black woman. They're looking for content with black women. They're looking for certain types of content. And so I think that we cannot underscore and undersell the effect of what hip hop and the media has on our kids and their concept of black family.
Mm-hmm.
What is the concept in our children's mind right now today of black family?
I mean, it's going to be broken, not because of the media, but because of what they see around them.
Does the media perpetuate it?
I would say the media does highlight bad imagery of black people.
100%. And being an educator, I have seen firsthand how this imagery becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay,
now,
so
I'm not blaming the media. Now, I'm not putting the blame on the media, but I don't think we can underscore what those images are doing to the concept of black family in our community. There is no Cosby Show. There is no different world.
So if the
there's
media
none of that to help support us, right? So I'll yield the floor.
So it's the media, in your opinion, that's causing black men to leave their families?
Well, not causing black men to leave their families, but it has definitely informed the worldview of what a family is, or the possibility of having a family. Would you argue that? that
Let's
that
step
that
back.
it has not
Wait, let me step
affected the
back.
worldview of our
Can
kids.
we wait? Can we back out of the question in a little bit and ask, do you think black
Okay.
men are abandoning their families?
Do I think black men are abandoning their families?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we'll have to really define what abandoning means. So are you saying that a man marries a woman and then goes away? Because that's not necessarily happening. What's happening is sex, babies happen. Oh my God, I don't have the tools to take care of this baby or raise this family. I'm out. That's what's happening.
Oh, so that's not abandonment in your mind?
Well, are they? Well, in order to abandon something, you have to first. And I do agree that yes, this is abandonment, but I think we have to really look at what is happening. It's not like a man is marrying a woman. I want you for my wife. Let's have a family. I don't want you anymore. I'm out. Now that happens, but in general, in the high schools across America, that's not what's happening. What's happening is kids are having sex, and oh my God, there's a baby, and I'm out. So
Okay. Why do
I
you
think we
say,
have to really talk about it
so
from
why
that
do you
lens.
say no, that they're not? Because what you just described, we had sex, there's a child, wasn't with you, I'm gone. You're abandoning that child. You are.
No, right? Okay, right, but why?
But why exactly? But why? And I think that
What?
goes.
Yeah.
Wait, no, we can get to the why, but that's that's abandonment.
Yes, yes. I think we can all agree that's abandonment.
All right. Now, what does the why? Wait, no. What does the why question answer? What does the why question answer?
The why question, I think, gets to your point, actually, Themis, about like what's causing this issue. If someone doesn't have responsibility, they don't have any sense of responsibility, then it's easy to just leave. I can't imagine leaving my daughter, like, at all. Like, I cannot imagine not seeing her grow up, not knowing what's going on with her. Like, I cannot imagine. You know where that comes from? It comes from a very strong sense of what we call responsibility.
All right, that's great. And I agree. Well, I believe you, actually, because I see you with your daughter. The question now is, are black men abandoning their children? The answer is yes.
No, not all black men. No. I won't let you do that because you're trying to paint a narrative that black men abandon their kids, and that's not 100% true. I think that's what you're trying to do. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Are black men experiencing police brutality?
Black men experience police brutality. Yes.
Okay, why did you not qualify that one?
Because that's in the passive. You said we actively are intentionally abandoning our kids. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
So when I say police brutalize black men, you're gonna say no, that's not true.
No, I'm saying we experience that. That's a passive thing that happens to us.
Police brutalize black men.
That happens to us, yes.
Okay, that's in the active form. So why did you not qualify it and say, no, police do not brutalize black men? I can't accept that. It's just a few or some.
No, it happens to us. I'm just not in the active on our part. We don't go out seeking police brutality, right?
No, why did you not defend the police?
I'm sorry. Why did I not defend the police? Because we're talking about black men experiencing
it doesn't matter. Why did you not defend the police? You only carry theme about language and accuracy of language as it applies to black men, so it's not principled. If I'm saying police brutalize black men, you should, if you're a principal, say no, police do not brutalize black men. Some police, actually a minority of police, brutalize black men. That's what being principled is. Because when I say black men abandon their children, obviously I don't mean all. So if in one hand you can say, oh yeah,
that's how it lands though. It lands like all. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm in my feelings. But when you say black men abandon their kids, it lands like all black men abandon their kids. That's how it lands. Am I the only one that believes that thinks that?
That's fine.
No, that's exactly right, bro.
That's fine. But when I said police brutalize black men, it didn't sound like all police.
Listen, I think
No, Kyle, wait. I'm asking Eddie something, please. It didn't sound like all police.
Yeah, I no, because here's what I heard. I can tell you what I heard, right? I heard, do black men experience police brutality? And yes, we do. We do experience police
And that
brutality.
was passive. So I did it active. I said, police brutalize black men. You said yes. Does that not sound like all police brutalize black men?
No.
All right. So why does it sound that way when I say police brutalize black men? It doesn't sound like all, so you can agree. But when I say black men abandon their children, it sounds like all black men.
Well, because I have heard you place the blame on black men since I've gotten, and I'm not accusing you. I don't mean to. I'm not trying to show up the host here. So I hope I can say this. And since
Look.
Since I've been on here, I've heard you.
Me. I promise you, my feelings are not. You can drag me if you need. Like,
okay. All right. I really appreciate this conversation, by the way. I feel like this is an extension of the barbershop. So since I've been on the call, I've heard you bring the brunt of the blame back to black men. So that's why it landed like that. Because I'm like, man, he ain't giving us no credit. Like, I was CEOs, and that's how it landed.
If you ask me the question directly, I will answer. If you ask me, do I place the brunt of the blame of the black community on black men, I would say it's between black men and white supremacy.
Okay. And I think that's, I mean, look, if we're going to be leaders of our community, I think it hurts. Whether it's true or not, I think we have to take responsibility for our community. So, and I think there are, again, black men doing that at the grassroots.
Yeah, so
I won't argue with you.
But it does. All right, so good. We are on the same page there on the blame then. The second part, though, is the question of like...
we're on the same page on the responsibility. I think it's our responsibility to... and see, that's the thing, right?
Who you going?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Who you're blaming then? If you say not blame, I wouldn't blame black men. Who are you blaming?
Well, okay. Well, let me say this: if someone is abused growing up, right? Mm-hmm. They're not to blame for the abuse that they've experienced. They are responsible, in my opinion, for pursuing the healing.
And they're to be blamed if they continue that abuse. Also, who is to be blamed for their abuse?
I don't. The abuser is to be blamed for their abuse. I don't see a lot of value in finding blame. I see more value in taking responsibility. How do we move forward?
I'm not asking you where you find value when it comes to blame. I'm asking you who is to be blamed. Like
Well, again, I'll take it back to my analogy about the abuser. All things being equal, if we had 2 family homes, if we had economic means, if we had the tools, and our community was still in disarray, hell yeah, we're to blame. But you have to agree that there are other factors that cause us to be in this situation. I do think it's the black man's responsibility to take us up by our bootstraps and move forward.
So but you don't blame the leaders. Who do you blame?
The leaders?
No, I'm talking to Eddie. Eddie said we are the leaders as black men in the black community.
Yes, we are.
Wait. We put the black responsibility on black men. But you don't blame them.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have the CIA literally putting crack cocaine in the neighborhoods, you would have to agree that there are some external factors there. I mean,
I definitely said white supremacy in the men. I definitely said that.
Okay, so then there's some shared blame here. I mean, and so again, my view is the blame is shared. The responsibility is out.
All of the blame is shared. Not all. Most of the blame is shared either with white supremacy and black men, Very little or less of the blame is shared downwards. If you believe black men are the leaders, the blame cannot be anywhere else but in the leadership for me.
Unless they drop crack cocaine in your neighborhood,
Then you
right?
don't
So
know, then you didn't lead properly. You couldn't protect. Then you were still to be blamed.
wait a minute. So they didn't necessarily broadcast that they were dropping crack cocaine in their neighborhood, right? I mean, that was
Yeah.
an inside job. I mean, you
Were
do
black men
understand
using
that
it and
was
were
that,
we using it and selling it?
I'm sorry.
Were we using it and selling it?
Were we using it and selling it? Yeah. Oh, for sure we were using it and selling it. But why?
Okay.
Why were we using it and selling it? Because
All
we
right.
came from 2-parent household and had tools? Is that
Okay.
why?
That's what I'm saying though. We could not provide and protect
But why?
because we were in
Because we
slavery. We were then
there
taken into
we go. There
control.
we go.
But
Good. There we go. There we go.
we failed to be
So the
able to
blame is shared.
protect. There was a power that dominated us.
Right.
So I take responsibility for the fact, if I believe I'm a leader, I'm going to take responsibility for the fact that I could not provide and protect the people, provide for and protect the people under my care as a leader. I don't understand where the confusion is.
I think
But you can't.
I think
Yeah.
the confusion comes because everybody assumes that they're automatically leadership quality, or
Thank you.
not every man, black or white, are leaders.
Yeah, agreed. We are not all leaders by virtue of manhood.
I agree. It's embarrassing, but I agree. So with that being said, for someone that does volunteer in the community and tries to be a positive influence, what more can we do to help, since what we're doing is not...
Wait 1 second. Nick, I'm not reading this. I appreciate the super chat, but you play too much. You absolutely play too much. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Cowardly. I don't get how black men that care for black women. I'm 20 years
Eddie,
in,
Eddie,
and I don't get how that's cowardly. I don't think that's fair.
Eddie,
And that's the type of rhetoric.
Eddie, you and I have been speaking. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
So typically in every facet of life, whether it's sports or work, a lot of men will claim that they're leaders, but you don't even lead in your, extracurricular activities. You're not a leader at work. You've never been a leader of men. So how can you lead anyone else? You don't even know what you're doing yourself. So knowing that, and that we are human, if we're trying to improve the situation or help, I feel like, from my perspective, I volunteer my time. I try to help the youth. I try to put them on a little game to try to help them improve their situation. If what I'm doing isn't enough, who do I go to talk to try to help the community by doing more, when there isn't anyone that I can call upon to show me what more I can do? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Before we talk about helping our community, we need to help ourselves. I think, put the mask on yourself before the oxygen mask
I
before
agree.
you put it on someone. Kyle, I actually have to ask you something about what Eddie and I were speaking about. Not your opinion generally, but specifically in what Eddie and I were talking about. When I brought up the system earlier, you said it's not a good comparison. Okay, fine. When Eddie and I were just speaking, do you understand the issue when I say black men abandon their kids? And then he said, no, it sounds like you're saying every. Then I say police kill black men, or police engage in police brutality against black men. And he said, yes. Do you understand how one I'm allowed to speak generally, and then the other I am being dragged to qualify.
Yes, I do understand that. However, I think it's more nuanced than that, right? I mean, because the thing is, it's not just that we're saying Black men are abandoning or Black men are doing whatever. It's in addition to that, then we go and we generalize it even more to the point where we are, I think, doing more harm than good.
Yeah, but the idea though is still the same. On one hand, it feels like we can speak generally, but on the other, it feels like you're like, yeah, no, don't speak generally. How dare you? And I don't feel like it's literally saying you can speak generally here once it benefits us, but when it makes us look bad, you can't speak generally. That's not principled.
I'm not really understanding.
Wait, you don't understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, like the concept, but I don't.
Do you think it is principled to say you can say police brutalize Black men, but you can say, well, even though it's not all, but you can say Black men abandon their children, even if you believe it's a lot, but it's not all. So you can't do that. You have to say some. You
But
don't.
we're not talking about all or nothing, though, Themis. We're talking about.
You are not answering the question directly. Do you see an issue in principle? Is there an issue in principle?
Between you saying Black men do whatever and police brutalize Black men. And
not in me saying in the response that, yes, I can say it on one hand, but on the other, I can't.
Yeah, I think they're two different things, though.
No, I'm asking you about the principle behind it. Obviously, they're two different things, but the principle is not every. That is the principle. However, so when it's not every, you have to specify. Wait, when it's not every, you have to specify that it's some. In this case, but in that case, you don't have to specify that it's some because we know it's some. You see the problem.
The issue, though, Themis. Sorry, I almost said something else.
Yeah.
The issue, though, Themis, is that we're talking about divesting from our community because some Black men do something, right? That's the difference. So when we say
no, we can talk about the secondary effect of saying it, but the primary issue.
Sure, yes, you're right. Sure, the principle of it is no different.
Right.
But the effect of it is important. And that is what I am focused on. If you say that police brutalize Black men and someone doesn't raise up and down and say, wait, actually, it's not all police, it's some police. And then you say Black men are abandoning their families and Black men abuse women, and therefore, because it's not just that, it's also, it then bleeds into, and then therefore, right, this is a accurate depiction of like Black men, or like this is what you have to experience automatically if you're a Black woman.
There is a secondary issue when you say it about the police.
Right. Well, what is the secondary issue when it comes?
We need to reform the police system. We need to put in protection so that police can't brutalize Black men. All of that comes into it, and the paint police this way. I don't disagree with this, mind you. I'm just saying, if I say police are brutalizing Black men, and you look at me and you say not all, I'm just going to assume you're a white supremacist, and you can't convince me differently.
I think the difference, though, Themis, is that people don't need to say it's not all police, and I don't want to get derailed.
No, that's true. People don't need to say it's not all, because if you say it's not all, and you are talking to me, I am not about to engage with you when I'm talking about police brutality.
People don't say that because people don't say that because there's a whole majority of our society that endorses police and policing. Like, so it's not the same thing. Can we?
No, majority of the population don't actually agree with that.
I would like to use the rest of this time in a way that is meaningful, because we're not going to agree with each other. You think it's okay to say and generalize that, you know, majority, I'm not going to use the 95%, but majority of Black men are X, Y, and Z. And to me, that's reductive and irresponsible. And so we're going to disagree. We can talk about the issues amongst Black men in the community in a way that is highlighting the issue, but that does not call into question, say, the guys on this channel's integrity.
But that's the problem. You guys want me to do that, and that's where I'm having frustration.
No.
It's almost like we can talk about the issues in the Black community, but don't make Black men look bad.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Themis. Oh. Jeez, Themis. You do not know what it is like to kind of have an experience where, as a Black father, people are automatically doubting you. You do not know what it is like to be a Black husband or a Black father and automatically like be in question about the legitimacy of your being.
Why? Why do people do that? You're right. I don't have that experience. Why do people do that?
Right. And so what I am saying is that is the danger in these types of.
Why do people do that?
You said why?
Yeah.
Because of this broad stroking of.
Because Black men are abandoning their children. Eddie just came up here and said it. When I pushed back, he said, "No, I'm not going to say that." You all just said it. Like, what do you mean? It's not because there's a propaganda. It's because over 70% of Black kids are born are raised by a single mother. Like, I'm confused as to why people are saying this is propaganda when this is research. When there are so many kids without fathers, this is a problem. I'm confused as to how you are saying, yeah, okay, I don't have that experience, but it's not because I don't have that experience and I'm pointing at the stat that people think that. It's because there is stat out there saying that Black kids are growing up without father. This is a sad reality. I am happy you're in your child's life, but there's a lot of children that do not have fathers. And so that's why people are doing and saying this, and it doesn't make it right. It just makes it a reality.
Right. So because they're okay. All right, man. All right. Congratulations. Doom and gloom. You're right. Black women divest.
Leaders when
Black women divest from Black men because, you know, there's only a what do you say, Themis? 1% chance that they're gonna find someone who.
When did I say this?
Is solid.
When did I say this?
No, I'm asking you.
When did I say this?
I'm asking you what percentage of it. So, like, again,
did I not say I don't know the percentage? I disagree with saying at 95% because I don't know the percentage.
I'm just saying that I'm going to agree with you in how you are framing things and how your audience clearly, you know, have been, because at some point you have to understand there is such thing as an echo chamber. Like, and that is what this is.
Yeah, most of the Black community would be an echo chamber if most of the Black women are facing, like 60% of Black women are abused by the time they turn 18. Yeah, the Black community is an echo chamber. It is an echo chamber where Black women are being abused, killed, Black men are being killed, gay men are being killed, children are being abandoned, there's no resources, there's no food. For a lot of people, yes, it is an echo chamber. Now,
honestly, bro, you sound like you have no hope. Like that, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, you're right.
I'm not.
You're right.
But it's
you're not wrong.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Go ahead.
It sounds like you literally have no hope in the future humanity of any melanated beings on the face of this planet. That's what it sounds like. And I don't know if you've considered the fact that when people are painting us with a broad stroke, they're also including you, my friend.
Oh,
Correct.
I
Just
know.
like they're
I know.
literally including you, and
I do know that.
and you're being used as a talking piece to not talk about the solutions, but to
I am
talk about.
trying to get
Hold on,
us
time
to
out,
talk
time out,
about
time
the
out,
solution.
time out, time out. So you're not talking about the solutions. We've been on this thing for 3 hours, and it's all problems. Let's elaborate and magnify the problems. Let's do that, because that is going to be beneficial for the next 3 hours for 1,000 people to watch. Is
Correct.
to magnify the problems that are going on in society, in our community.
Because
Not
that's
the, not the,
reality.
hold on, time
I
out.
will
Not
step
the
back.
solution.
No,
You
I'm
have
stepping back. Go ahead.
you have 3 gentlemen on here who work inside the community, and you have not posed a question as to how do people get in contact with that program. You have not posed a question as to how do they run that program. You have business owners on here. You have not posed the question to how did you become a business owner? How did you beat all these statistics that are up against you? You have not posed that question. So
All
you
right.
are therefore an agent for the enemy. And
I,
honestly, bro, I appreciate no. I appreciate being on here, but I wasted 3 hours. I'm about to kick it with my wife and go watch Mario or something like that. So
all right. Have
peace
a
and
good
love to
night.
you.
Thank you, El.
All right. Then
Yeah.
there were 2.
Yeah. And I'm getting ready to actually kick off too because
Oh, no, that's fine. Have
Yeah.
a good night. Bye.
Yep. I was gonna say something, but it sounds like you're trying to rush me off. So
People just say their piece and exit. So these are the good, respectable black men you brought on. I don't know what to tell you.
well, no, thing is, here's the thing, right?
I asked for solutions, by the way. So he just up and left and lied.
Mhm.
FYI.
No, he said you didn't ask about other things as well.
I asked for solutions.
Mhm.
I gave him the
Well,
floor
here's
to
the thing.
speak.
My wife and I are happy. The wives are on here with their husbands are happy. We are
That's good
contributing
for
the way.
you. I know this. I don't know why you're stating this. A lot of people aren't happy. That you're happy is a good thing.
Well, there's a reason
Your
why I'm
happiness
happy.
was not replicated.
There's a reason why I'm happy, Themis.
Why is that?
I tried to explain that, and I told you when we're talking about topics, what are some of the things that we can talk about was like
I gave you all the questions I asked. There's nothing that I asked when you came up here that is new.
Right. But again, like I said, you all can be in the echo chamber of doom and gloom. Good luck with that. Good luck with finding people in your lives. Otherwise, good luck to you. I mean, that's just, at some point you have to take responsibility, period. At some point you have to take individual responsibility for what you are doing, for who is in your life, for who you are surrounding yourself with what you are valuing for yourself, how you are finding someone who has those values, how you are paying attention to those people, how you are cutting folks off who no longer serve you or your happiness and your peace. I mean, these are basic things that people do when they are in a relationship. It's not looking at statistics and trying to figure out how much money does this person need to make. My wife, when she met me, you know how much money I made? $0. I had no job. Was I broke? No. Was
you in university? Yes. Were you planning to go to law school? Yes. Did you get into law school? Yes. Like, what is it about you and your wife that's so good that other people can replicate?
If I wasn't in college,
how can other people replicate your life?
If I wasn't in college, she probably wouldn't have dated me. Number one.
Yeah. How does other people replicate your life?
I don't know how someone can replicate.
Okay, so why did you tell me to ask you that?
I didn't ask you to ask me how other people could replicate my life.
How can they be happy then and get a good life?
Listen, people can be adults and make decisions. People attract who they attract based on who they are and what types of things they are around and where they're going to find people, period.
So a woman who is abused attract her abuser because
I'm not talking about abuse.
No, you said people attract who they are, so that doesn't make full sense to
I'm not
me.
talking about, why do we always have to go to the farthest levels of intensity?
If you say people attract who they are, I'm going to have to question this.
All right, if I am someone who cares about being responsible and paying my bills and doing those things, if I'm dating someone who doesn't care about that stuff, that's on me, period. So I'm not here to like be a matchmaker or like tell everybody this is, and I told you this, I said, I'm not coming on to give people answers because I don't have the answers. Like, we are more of like proof than like, cookie cutter. This is what you need to do. The best thing I could tell your audience, who clearly are all, in doom and gloom land, is
no, the community is in a dire state, and you all want to give hope. That is fine. But to not want to acknowledge the issues, to not want to take responsibility, to throw a tantrum and leave because I am stating statistical reality is absolutely bizarre to me. To be that disrespectful while saying you're a good man is absolutely disrespectful. It's absolutely bizarre, and I don't understand. If you say, Themis, I have some friends who are, I believe, good men, and they come on and disrespect the platform in the way that your friend just exited, the other, whatever. It's like, okay, well, if these are the good men, good luck to y'all women. Have a good one. Because this is disrespectful. And the way you treat people, the way you talk to people, the way you exit a room, for example, says for me a lot about who you are. And I'm not crapping on your friend fully, but it's like, okay, girl, I see you.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sorry about the way you left.
No, it's not for you to apologize. Like, you brought him on, but like, I don't blame you for his behavior. I'm just saying, and I'm not like hurt by it. Like people come up here and curse me out on everything. I'm fine with that. My issue is, even for you though, these are the good men for you. By the way, Chris, sorry, you've been respectful, so I'm not dumping you in with this. But it does say something about kind of the fact that we can't even hold the bad stats. Like, we can't hold the bad stats.
I think we can hold the bad stats, but we need to figure out what, like, are we only going to focus on the bad stats? Like, I think that's the issue.
But, well, we can't move past it if people are like denying it, sidestepping it. Like, it felt like most of what we did, again, with the exception of Chris, because even though he pushed back, it didn't feel all the time like he was like, it's not true, it's not a reality. It just feels like people are like, let's just focus on the good thing. We just want to talk about how good we are. It's hard to take, and maybe this is something that I should have explained. I believe you that you and your friends have good lives and your family is happy and no one is cheating and no diseases are being brought into your marriages and your kids are happy and y'all can provide. I believe you on this. That's great. That's not the experience for other people. So if you just said, I can't tell you how to replicate this, did you want me to come up and just say, tell me about your life so you can brag and flex on these other people about how great your life is? Because that's not useful. Because
what I asked you when we were talking about the questions, this is draining now, was what goes into a quality relationship from both ends? From both people.
I asked you to provide that just now, and you said you don't know. So I don't know. Were you going to come up and tell me about how great your life is?
Wait. I never said I don't know what goes into a healthy relationship between both people. What I said was the question about why are Black men lagging behind? Which is
No. We
Yeah.
moved past that. I asked, how do we replicate your relationship? How do they find a good man? What is a good man? Like, people are like, you didn't ask for any solution. I definitely was asking for you to provide, not you, everyone, to provide positive attributes and how to vet and all of that.
We did not get into like what does it actually take in an adult relationship. Like some of the
We did, and you all said you don't know, and that it was complicated and it was individualized. And I was like, okay, well, okay.
Okay. We were.
And then I asked you point blank how they find, and you said you don't. So if you want to talk about your own relationship again, I don't see the usefulness if you're not using it to tell people how to get good relationship. It doesn't make sense to me that the idea was that we were going to sit up here and say, this is my relationship, we're happy, 6-figure, blah, 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 whatever. I don't think y'all would have said this, but that does, we don't have to flex on people. We are doing well. It's fine, great, whatever. Other people aren't. So unless we're talking about how do we replicate that, it is a useless conversation for me to sit up here and laugh about how great we have it. That's not useful.
So I asked a question regarding, I know y'all talking, but we're not really progressing in the sense of like something actually beneficial besides talking in circles. What more can we do to try to reach back and pull more Black men into a more positive space where they're comfortable getting some help with their mental health and trying to be better role models in their community? And like what more? And I'm asking because I clearly don't have the answers. Nobody has the answers, but I'm interested in what your viewers would say can be done, because if I'm sweeping around my house, I can't go to my neighbor's house and tell them what to do. But if I'm trying to do what I can to help out and clean up around the community and try to mentor young men and try to give them career paths maybe they didn't think about, what more is there in the sense of like, I know you're doing this, but you need to be doing this. Like, that's the part that I'm hung up on, because I don't really know what else I can do, because I've never had like a mentor to teach me. Everything I've learned has been either on my own or with the help of my wife. So I know how the discussion started, and like you said, I did push back at first, but once I removed the emotion from it, I was kind of able to just sit here and just listen to what everybody was saying. And I see your point, Mr. Themis, and then I see some of the points that they were making, but I'm more aligned with you, because there is a problem and it does have to be solved, but how do we even get to the point where we're agreeing that there's a problem to even fix anything?
Yeah, and I find that a good question. The ultimate thing is, I don't think we agree there is a problem.
Exactly. And so how do we even get to
that
point to agree? Okay, yeah, there's a problem. Okay, now we can start working on fixing the problem, when we can't even agree that there's a problem.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because like people keep saying, oh my God, we didn't get into, we did ask for solution. But the thing is, how are we coming up with solutions when we don't know what the problem is? Like, all you want to do is talk about problem, doom and gloom. It's like, okay, we need to evaluate the issue first and then get into the solution. If we were just like, yeah, this is the problem, I agree, I don't agree, whatever, then we would move into the solution. I don't know how you're like, let's get the solution to problems we don't know or we don't even agree exist. For you to be looking at solutions, you have to think there is a problem. The fact that you don't want to talk about the problem and you want to jump to the solution is a weird thing to me. However, my mom, her clinic, went out into Black neighborhoods where there were Black men to give free mental health care for Black people, because the funding didn't allow for it to be just Black men. But she was trying to target Black men. But she opened it to Black men and Black women. By the end of that year, it was, I think, 300 Black women who signed up for the program and 0 Black men. Now, obviously, we don't promote mental health care for Black men as a general matter, so I didn't expect there to be a lot of Black men for something that is free, but to see 0 was bizarre to me. The question of how we get Black men involved and to care about one themselves, like, let's not talk about a community yet, about themselves, is to make them believe that they're going to live past the age of 18, for example, and that they have hope and that they can be something better. And I do believe that we are talented. I believe that we are intelligent, but I don't believe that we know this. It comes, I think, from the fact that there are not a lot of fathers in the home who are doing well. I don't. There's not a lot of good representation of Black men. And I think we've bastardized the culture through hip hop in a lot of ways. But I do blame personal responsibility too, and also racism. By the way, every time I talk, just know that I'm thinking about racism as an overarching issue that I will never just drop because people want me to drop it. So, though, how do you tackle that is kind of the ultimate question that I wanted us to get to.
Because I've tried, like I've legit tried. So I guess, so I can give a little background. I worked for Grady. I was a paramedic for Grady for a while. And if anybody is from Atlanta or knows about Atlanta, you go into some places that aren't the best of places. And a lot of these kids, well, at least when I was on ambulance, they didn't see many Black people that were doing anything remotely like that. So I would try to do my best to talk with them while I was there, or to give them resources like, hey, if you become a firefighter, you only got to work 10 days a month. You can still do this, or just giving them something different besides, they know they can be a rapper, or everybody think that they can just go be a nurse. And it's like, you could go other routes and you could still do other stuff, but this would be something positive for you. You don't have to worry about going to jail. You don't have to worry about nobody killing you for the most part. And you can like have a good quality of life. And like I said, we feed the homeless. I don't, since I've been traveling, I don't get to go to try to give back as much as I would like to, but it is something that I'm interested in, and my wife is really big on volunteering. So I don't know what other steps that I could take, because I feel like we can all do more, but what is the more that I can do? Because I go speak to kids, I go do all this other stuff, and I try to bring people with me that share the same, background pretty much. I didn't grow up in a 2-parent household. My daddy wasn't a doctor, my mama wasn't a lawyer. So I know that it's harder when you don't have any type of influence to strive to be like, you're not going to science camp when you come from where I'm from. Like, you're not getting an internship at NASA, or you don't have an uncle that knows the CEO of this company. So I was approaching things from kind of how I had to face them, I guess, if that makes sense. So I don't have a blueprint, or, hey, you should start here. This is who you need to meet, or this is who you need to talk to. But I want to help. Like, I don't like the state that our people are in, but I just don't know what else I can do.
But Chris, how is that not personal responsibility though?
I mean, there is a personal responsibility to it, but like you did, you were a teacher for a while, so you already know how, everybody's, socioeconomic, status, or where they are on the socioeconomic ladder affects things. Some schools get iPads and personal computers, and some kids are using books that our parents probably used when they was in school.
Yeah.
So you have that whole discrepancy. Then you have the whole issue of, okay, well, I'm gonna go mentor these little kids, and we gonna go do this, but I only have them for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. The other rest of the time, or the rest of the time that they have in the day when school's out, they're surrounded by their cousin who's selling drugs, their older brother who's selling drugs, their uncle who's selling drugs. So like it's just really hard to try to break that cycle when you're telling somebody that they can be something, but they're surrounded by people that's telling them they ain't gonna be shit.
Right, but if you have a kid, right? If you have a kid one day, are you gonna be selling drugs around that kid?
I mean, some people do. That's their way of life.
No, I'm asking you personally.
Me personally, no. But I know better. Like
Right.
I know that that's not the way that I would go. But everybody doesn't have that ability to do that. Some people don't give a damn. They'll sell drugs to their mama or their auntie or whoever. Like, I grew up with people like that. So it can't just be us or you and I or people in our panel with when they leave us and they go home, their situation at home is way worse than anything that we could try to give them any type of relief for.
Right. No, I fully and completely understand that. And that, I think, underscores probably the point that I'm poorly making, which is outside of what we can do in our locus of control, what else, what else is there to do?
I'm open to suggestions. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. And it from someone who's seen babies die, who's seen little kids die. I've seen kids shot in the face and not have a face. Like, I've been that person that cries when I get to the hospital because there's nothing I can do. So when it comes to preventative measures, I would rather show them, hey, you don't have to do this. You can actually do this and be successful, and your family can be proud of you, and you can get your people out the hood. But I don't know what else personally that I can do to, I guess, maximize my efforts to help.
And the thing is, the answer might not actually be here, right? Like, we would have to know everything that you're doing, your resources, your time, your capacity to like figure that out, right? But the question of like, well, you are doing something at least, and more of us can do something, and ultimately, if enough of us start doing something, then hopefully the community change. But this also brings me back to the first point that we were making about how many of us are doing something positive or neutral, right? Not doing anything at all, versus how many of us are doing bad. And can we change the culture? And I do think hopefully we can change the culture, but we have to want to do it. But I don't believe, again, critical mass. I think there's a critical mass that is engaging in bad behavior for whatever reason. And I don't know, and it might not even be bad as like criminal behavior, but like cheating and impregnating and leaving. And then we don't know, obviously, how to hold those people accountable, outside of shunning them and making sure we're not in family, in friendships with those people, to make sure they understand that their behavior is bad and it doesn't get perpetuated. The thing is, women are still being harmed in the process of male self actualization. And like, for a lot of men who become quote unquote good men, there's a trail of women in their path that they have caused harm. I won't say abuse, but they've caused harm to, right? And then those women have to live with it. And so it's like, it doesn't feel like, and this is like not new for me because I've always been sympathetic to Black women in particular, but like, it doesn't feel right sometimes when it feels like people want to kind of sidestep the responsibility and Black women's pain in an effort to protect our own ego. I've disregarded my ego. So when that gentleman said, "You are part of the men they're talking about," I am part of the men they're talking about, even if I didn't do it. I am part of the men they're talking about, and I hold that responsibility and that L because women are going through it. So if women come to me and say, "Men have been doing this to me, men have been doing this to me," I don't get to say, "Well, it's not me. You should have chosen better. There are plenty of good Black men out there. You should have found them." It feels like we are not empathetic. We, and even if we are, it's like we are empathetic only to the extent that it doesn't disparage our own image and self-worth, it seems. And that's where I don't understand that fully. Kyle, you can respond to that. Like, I don't understand the need to defend fully.
I have plenty of women friends who have done that same thing, Themis, and come to me, talk to me about this, that, and the other. And that's not the response that they get. It's not, oh, well, you should have chosen better. It is a listening ear, is active understanding, and all of that. So, I mean, I don't really
No, but I'm saying this in relation to the public conversation.
to the public conversation.
Because it feels like y'all think that I'm just shaming Black men.
I don't think that.
But not you. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think you think that. But it feels like, Kyle, you think I'm just shaming Black men. And
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I think that I've been following your show a little longer than Chris has, and as I shared with him and the other guys, I think that there are a lot of episodes that you don't just drag Black men, and there are and the way I explained it to a lot of them was like, hey, when his channel started, to me, and again, this is my personal opinion, I feel as though it was very much focused on supporting the Black woman, protecting the Black woman, understanding the Black woman's point of view. And that was why I started looking at your show and just kind of becoming a follower. And then at some point, to me, it seemed as though there was maybe a shift away. I mean, not away from that, but a shift that in addition to that, you just started bringing on like dusty men, right?
Oh,
like,
no, I didn't bring them on. I literally dropped the link and they showed up.
Well, yeah. So, you bring on like orange pill, one person.
Wait, no. I'm going to stop you because I didn't bring these people on. Let's be clear. I dropped the link and whoever was in the chat showed up. And I do get this critique a lot.
Okay.
And I don't know why I get this critique. That like I let these men come up and talk. And for a lot, I have privated streams that were going viral with men behaving poorly. And I did that because I felt like it was a bad look. This was in the beginning stage. Probably this is why you didn't see a lot of them. In the beginning, there's a lot of people who came up. And then after I found out about the Black femicide rate and after I found out about the abuse rate, I realized I was protecting Black men when I hid those streams because I would tell them, hey, please be civil. There are people watching. Let's not give these the women content. Yeah. And they would still go off and say, Black women ain't this, and Black women fail, Black women are fat. Like they would do all this stuff. And it's like, oh my God, you don't even understand how you are giving them content. Yeah. And I would put those streams away because I didn't want like my channel to be that. And then ultimately I was like, unless I decide to not speak to Black men as a standard, everyone is going to do it. Or I could curate the Black men that comes on, which would be painting a really bad view, I think, of who the men are on my channel. No, I said everyone except one person could always come up.
Right. I hear you. I hear you. I mean, I think the other piece to it is the content that you show too, right? Like you showed a video about like this guy who was just the complete worst, lowest of all denominators.
Wait, God, I'm sorry. See, Orange Pill is in the chat telling you he want to debate you because he not dusty. Go ahead.
Bro, I'm pretty sure you said that if a woman had a house, you would never date her or something. Wasn't that him? Famous?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a dusty statement.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but yeah.
Anywho, yeah. So, like, for example, you had a video about, like I said, the lowest of the denominator's father, who his daughter was on interviewing him, and basically he was like, "Yeah, I don't really care about you. I never cared about you. Didn't care about your mama." And so, like, those things happen, but I just didn't understand why that is like the only thing that's being highlighted. I don't mind it being highlighted, but I also think that there is space if we're gonna talk about solutions for the father who's always been there for his kid, because those people exist too. And what I would argue to be I don't know if I would say a critical mass, but I will say a larger percentage and a larger a larger dearth than is portrayed including on your channel. And so, I mean, that was the only thing the only critique that I had. And so I don't disagree with anything you just said about women's perspectives and their experiences. I mean, we're just gonna disagree, man. I mean, I think about looking at a full picture. I think about looking at what's not going right. But I also think about
wait, Kyle, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at this comment.
Oh,
Go ahead.
the one about yeah. You can go ahead.
No, but Orange Pill think he's a good man. Yo, I can't.
But yeah, I mean, that's it, man. I think also, like, I've been on your show multiple times, and I think that, like, I think your audience is just not used to a person like me, and they're just not, and that's unfortunate. So that's why I wanted to bring on other guys who, I remember the first time I came on your show, they were like, "Oh, you found a black man who can talk some sense." Like, that's sad, because majority of the black men that I know can talk sense.
Yes, but that's not majority of the black men. Do you know the level, the median sort of reading level for black men?
I think you told
not
me.
high.
I think you told me in like second grade or something.
No, it's not second. But the issue ultimately, though, is not about what your experience. It's about what generally happens.
Yeah.
And I'm trying very hard. It's very hard for me to like externalize my own experience because it's like I know now, I didn't know this before, that my friends, my bubble is not what happens in the black community. That was a hard realization when people are like, "Oh, you're doing well compared to other black men." I was like, "Wait, what? No." But I didn't like, I just assumed my bubble was everyone. But it's not. And most of the people here, like the average income in the black community is the average income for black men, is not $50,000, right? Like it's 49 or 46,000. Brain is dying. And so, like, I'm not saying that's good or bad. Like, fine, whatever. But like, if you had asked me that, I would have probably said $80,000 to $90,000, while thinking probably 100,000. This was like 4 years ago. That is bizarre that I was that off.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I hear you. I think for me, and I'll be vulnerable and say this. Maybe, I mean, I feel like, it's hard for me to see outside of what I have going on. And it's not that I don't see the other issues in the community and I don't understand what people are going through, but I think that is, I don't even want to say a I'm not going to use that word. It is focus. And for take Chris. Chris at some point in his life decided to make a focus. I am extremely proud of this man. I am extremely proud of him and all that he has accomplished over the years that I've known him. But he made a decision to be focused. And when you're focused, like me and Chris and some of the other guys on the channel, you kind of tune out the BS and you kind of tune out things that are not giving you peace, things are not giving you that are not serving you. And I think that that's what people need to do. If you're not doing that, I don't really know how to tell you not to do it. I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm with you, but Sanderson Sisters have been a member for 8 months. Thank you. What I'm saying, though, ultimately, thanks, Nana. What I'm saying is, it feels sometimes like there's a lack of empathy towards the hurt of the women coming up. And I don't like the fact that I am like speaking on behalf of women, because I'm really not. It's just like, it's hard for me to move on past the pain when it's not being acknowledged, right? And like when I'm talking to someone, I feel like we keep going in circles, not you and I, but just men generally who comes up, because I feel like so many of us want to push past the issues and talk about the good stuff. And it's like, I want to, and this is my bias, but I can't, because the people like Sinji speaking is speaking about the realities. Let me qualify that. The reality is as she sees it in the Black community, right? And as a lot of women see it in the Black community. And if that's what they are seeing, and if that's how they receive Black men, we have a responsibility to hold that. Like, I'm not saying you have to agree with her, but like we have a responsibility to hold that and investigate, like, okay, I don't feel good about this, but is anything she's saying right? If any of it like close to being right? Because if it is, we have a problem. And so often it just feels like people want to dismiss the claims. And someone with like Black empowerment, Black empowerment is about Black men empowerment, because within the context of the Black community, there is a subjugation of Black women. So we can see racism, but we can't see misogyny. Does that make sense? Like, it feels like we can accept racism exists and we can fight it, but within the context of our community, we don't understand how we are also causing harm. And not maybe, a lot of men are mad at me in my, like Black men in my own life, about like, why do you always have to talk about the stuff that's wrong? And I'm like, because they're wrong. They haven't changed it.
Well, I think the question for me, at least, is not why do you always have to talk about the stuff that's wrong? I'm okay with you doing that. The question is, but why are you also not focusing on what is happening that's right? Because when you focus on both, then that also like sheds light to like how things can change. You know, like that's my biggest thing. But I hear you. I mean, I hear you. I don't know.
I do talk about the good things, FYI. Kyle, you've been vulnerable all night. We see you and we expect it.
I love you all. I hear you. Don't really care, but go ahead.
I mean, I do have more questions, but I don't know if you guys are done. So I want to give y'all this.
No, go ahead, and Chris can get first stab at it.
All right. So let me know whenever you guys are done like this. We can stop whenever, it's fine. There is this idea of divestment. Does anyone know what divestment is?
Divestment?
Yeah, like actually let's not Black women actually let's not use divestment because people are going to get mad at me for messing it up. The idea that Black women should go out and date other groups of men.
Are you asking like if I have a problem with that?
Yeah. And should more Black women do it?
So
not divest, just date other people and also Black men, but like other races.
So I would say yes. As much as I love Black women and I want to see Black people, Black love, I feel like if somebody's not loving you how you feel like you should be loved, then you should be able to seek that somewhere else. But I also have a very diverse family, so maybe I'm speaking on like from that side of it. Like I've seen my little biracial cousins and stuff, so it was not as taboo to me to like date outside the race. I've never dated outside my race. I knew my wife was gonna be Black. I'm not attracted to white women, but I'm not gonna tell somebody, hey, don't you date outside your race. You make sure you get you a Black man. When every Black man you meet is trash, maybe you're not meant to be with a Black man. Maybe you meant to be with a Italian man, or maybe you meant to be with a Hispanic man. So I don't really feel comfortable telling somebody, oh, just stick it out. Like that's, you know, it's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Yep.
So by all means, find you somebody that's gonna love you and love you right, and forget all the other stuff, because I mean, at the end of the day, it don't matter. Do they love you? Are they treating you good? Then none of the other stuff should matter.
Good. And Kyle, I mean, I guess I know your opinion on this, but you can respond.
No, I agree. I don't disagree with that at all.
Tyler Perry came out and he said that Black women should date someone, should not have that high standard, and if the man can only pay the light bill, for successful women should date them. I think there might be some nuance to that, but do you agree with the statement? Do you disagree with the statement? Also, what should they do in your opinion?
What was that again? I'm sorry.
You should date a man even though he might only be able to pay the light bill because he can love you.
Love don't pay bills. It's just a really hard truth. But I feel like, again, it's still going about feelings. I feel as though there's certain you can help a man upgrade. Like if his man is doing everything else for you, he just don't have as much money as you want or accustomed to him having. I think Black women are great motivators, and I feel like that's like my wife pushed me to want to be more than like an EMT. She pushed me to be more than a paramedic, and I feel like had I not been with a Black woman, that's not something that probably would have been. What the hell is that?
What is
Sorry, that was my video. I don't know what happened.
So but I feel like that way about both parties, because a bad man can bring you down just like a bad woman can. So if you get with somebody that don't mean you do any good, they can ruin your life. They can make you regress in life. So I feel like if you just get a good partner that loves you, I think all the other stuff can be worked around. But I feel like if you're going into it knowing like, oh, he works at whatever, this ain't gonna work, that might be the man that treats you well and loves you, and loves you for you. But I don't know, like everybody's not trying to go through no building phase with an adult.
Kyle, you can answer. I have a clip that someone sent me and told me to ask y'all to react to. It's a clip of my old video. I don't know what it is, so I'm actually kind of scared. But after you go, I'll play it. I don't know what it is. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think generally speaking, what is that? The question is about the guy only being able to pay the light bill or gas bill or whatever it is. Are you guys going through a season where he's down and out in the season, but he's like,
No, he's talking about going to date someone who, like, y'all are not together.
Oh, yeah, no. I don't think that's meeting the criteria.
I don't think that will work for the simple fact that I think men still are is too delicate to only be able to afford to pay the light bill. Like I think even if they were like perfect for each other, he'd mess it up because I don't think he'd be able to take it.
I actually fully agree with that. I think a lot of men's ego won't allow it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
And even if he's cool with it at first, once his like boys find out, or like her family find out, or like there's gonna be some type of something's gonna happen to where like all of that is just gonna erupt.
Do y'all know who Simone Biles is?
The gymnast.
Yeah, she married this man who played football or something. I don't know. But he came out and said he is the prize, and never mind. I'll leave that. I'm gonna leave that for next week because that was a whole mess. Do y'all want to hear this thing that was sent to me or no? Because I have way more questions.
Yeah, sure.
This is me. Ignore me, but whatever.
Right now.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. Therapy, safe space over. What do you mean you don't plan your life?
No, I don't plan my life. I wake up and then whatever.
No. I heard you. I heard what you said. I'm just trying to understand that maybe you were saying plan and you mean something else. When you say I don't plan my life, what does that mean? Because I hope you're not.
No. I'm asking you a question, man. To me, I don't plan what I'm going to do going forward. What I'm trying to say is, when I wake up in the morning, whatever is presented to me to do, then that's what I do. And I go from there. But I'm not planning what I'm going to do because life's unpredictable. You hear one minute here today, 1 minute you could be dead.
So you don't know what you would want to do in the next 5 years? Like you don't know you don't have an idea of where you want to be in the next 5 years?
Imagine me planning my life, planning what I'm going to do in the next 5 years and then end up dead.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of the problem.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't plan my life.
So then how will you, so Jamie, this plan, so I'm assuming, I don't know, do you want to get married? Do you want, you think that you may have a child one day, right?
To be honest with you, I don't think I want kids, to be honest with you. And no, I don't plan on getting married. I don't want to get married. I'm too much of a promiscuous man to get married. I can't be tied down to one female. I'm just being honest.
Is that part of the Pookie and Ray Ray lifestyle?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. A lot of us have a hard time with settling down one female, you know?
Okay.
Just being part of, and I don't want to break no female's heart though, man. I can't be tied down to one female, like, you know.
Is there a particular type of woman that you like? Usually you said you like black women, but
I love black men. I love black women to death, and I love dark-skinned black women. I love them to death, man. But at the same time, I don't think I have the discipline to settle down with one female. I just don't. I'm just being honest.
So you just take it day by day, and you just let life take you wherever it takes you.
Well, I'm gonna say this: when it comes to a woman, the worst thing you can do as a man is to try to be in a relationship with one female and then be having other women, you know what I mean, and doing things with women behind her back, though, right? Mm-hmm. At least I'm honest and straightforward, right? And women respect honesty. You get what I'm saying? And I just don't see myself want to settle down. You know, it's hard to. You know, there's so many women out here, so many bad bitches out here, man. Hard to do that.
Can I ask you one last question and then I'll drop off? Do you think that you're contributing anything positive to your community?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say no. I'm not doing anything positive. I'm not doing anything negative either.
So you're a neutral force.
Yeah, I'm not, like I used to do negative stuff back in the day, though. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not doing anything positive, though. But at the end of the day, I'm not doing it towards black women.
I thought you were still connected to the streets.
I am still connected to the streets, but I'm not doing stuff like I used to do. Like, I can tell you stories about stuff I did, like, compared to right now. I actually work a job. I'm not hustling. I'm not selling drugs and stuff like that, but I'm connected to the streets because I'm still in the streets as far as the guys I hang with, they still in the streets. I might get into a little fight here and there if a nigga look at me wrong or say something to me that's out of pocket. You get what I'm saying?
Sorry, I was stressed this day. Sorry, I remember this live stream. I was so stressed. I literally stopped the stream to tell him like he can do better in life. Do you need help? How can I help you? Whatever. But still, people drag me for like whatever. I think the question I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to ask y'all to react to that because that was a mess.
He sounds really young and.
Oh no, he's like almost. Well, I guess he's young. He's almost 30.
That's too old for him to be still be that.
But that's the thing. I think there's a lack of hope in a lot of black men, and a lack of planning and forethought and foresight. And your question, I think, was a legitimate one. The thing is, I don't actually know the answer because I don't think the future, even when you plan it and work hard, you're going to guarantee that thing that you want. What I do know is it's more likely the case that you do well if you plan and aim and try. rather than just saying, nope, I don't know what's going to happen, so I'm not going to try. But that's not a satisfactory answer to someone who you want to motivate. Like you have to kind of lie to them and tell them it will happen, but it might not. Like they might not make it, but you sure won't if you don't try. So I don't know how to communicate to someone like that they should try harder, or they should try.
I mean, do they even want to try?
Right.
That doesn't, I don't want to stereotype, but that doesn't sound like he's reached that mindset to where he actually wants to do better or try to do better.
But if we're saying that I don't know how many, but we know there's a lot more of him, right?
Yeah.
So if we can help him as men, and if we don't know, and if we're saying he doesn't want to try, what does that say for the rest of the men who are like him? Not all, again, some.
So,
like him.
So I'm gonna answer your question, but how do we reach somebody like that who says that they're still hanging out in the streets and fighting and stuff with their friends and like that? Do we kidnap him and like take him out of that environment? Like I don't understand how. What more can we do for someone like that besides talking with them and hoping that they can like open their eyes and expand their mind and be like, you know what, I want more than this. I'm tired of fighting in the street. I'm 30, my hands hurt. Like I'm being serious. Like how do I reach somebody like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, and I mean, I'm glad that you played the clip Themis, because it actually goes, I think, to my point. And just for you to know, like I've had situations where I've tried to help people. I've tried to do X, Y, and Z multiple times. And what ends up happening is you start draining yourself. You start being tired mentally.
So should we just leave them alone?
You start being mentally, physically, you start slipping up and missing things that you're responsible for in your own household. And that, my friend, is not acceptable, right? So then, yes. You leave them to their own devices and you keep it pushing. That, I mean, this is a grown man. At what point does that become my responsibility? You can call it self-centered, you can call it egotistical, I don't care. But I have things like, I mean, what do you do? Seriously, that's a real actual, I mean, other than, hey man.
When I was in RA, you knew me when I was in RA. When I was in RA in the same building, Kyle.
Yeah.
There was a guy with locks who lived on my floor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know him? He used to rap.
I'm trying to.
It's fine. He's like this big guy.
Yeah.
He used to rap, and he had a couple hours to write an essay.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to be a rapper. Mm-hmm. And I remember reading his essay. There was some grammatical issues, but I corrected them. And it's one of the best essays that I've read from any freshman in the entire school. And I read a lot of essays. And he wrote that quickly. If you look at him, he's like the quintessential I want to be a rapper type person. He speaks that way, whatever. And I remember kind of thinking, why don't you think you can be a writer or like work for the New York Times or anything like that? Because you are actually really good at writing, and the way you use words is like almost poetic while being very formal, and like it was good. Essentially, I'm not gonna praise him any further. It was good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like for me, I don't, and that's just one experience, right? But like I can't just say let them suffer and let them go, because I do know that we have potential, but it's like the graveyard is filled with people who had potential.
True.
So like I can understand where you and I differ now, because I think you are like, my friends are good. We can come up and we can talk, and it's not just flexing. You're like, this is what's possible in the Black community. I agree, but I also people worry about the people who are not there. And like, I feel like they need a wake up call, and I am not sure how to do it outside of telling them the issues and how to fix it and providing myself. Like, for the first year of YouTube, I was like, if you have a resume, send it to me and I'll correct it. Again, only women sent me their resume. No men. Men were always on my platform yelling and dragging and cursing. And I'm like, okay, send me your resume. They never did. You want to apply to school? I'll make myself available. Here's how we do it. Women again. So it's like, I don't know how you just say let them let them go. Like,
Yeah, let me just clarify. So we're talking about people who are not reachable. I would like to make a distinction.
But that's the thing. I don't know that they're not reachable.
You don't think that there are some people who are not reachable, Themis?
I
Really?
do think so, but I don't know how to figure out who is.
I was about to
But
say
the
because
30-year-old still fist fighting in the damn street is probably unreachable.
Yeah, right. And I was about to say, I know you personally, and if you're gonna sit up here and say you try to save all the souls, I mean, I know that for a fact is not like at least who I have seen. Now,
Wait, so you didn't know me when I was going into prisons in uni?
No. Wait, let me pause. I'm not saying that you don't care, and I am certainly not saying that I don't care. I also have done so much in the community. I continue to do it, but you know what? I have a limitation.
No, but when you
that
say,
type of stuff,
I like a good life now, so period. But when you say you don't know me as the person who wants to, like,
that's not what I'm
you're
saying.
the first person to say that to me.
Listen. I think you're misconstruing what I'm saying.
Oh, right.
What I know you to be is someone who is helpful in the community, just like myself. What I don't know you to be is someone who is going to allow themselves to be taken for granted. That is my thing. If you are trying to continuously help someone and this person does not want to help themselves, you have given them time, you have given them resources, you have shown willingness to bend over backwards, and they still cannot even get off of the couch, then they do not care, and it is time to move on to someone else who you can reach. That is not a selfish thing to say, because at the end of the day, if Kyle is not in a mental, if I don't have my full mental acuity, if I am not at my best, guess who I cannot serve? I cannot serve my wife. I cannot serve my daughter, because I am sitting out here in the streets trying to save Pookie and Ray Ray, and Pookie and Ray Ray don't care about themselves. Like, I'm sorry. That's just not how I operate. And I don't think that that's how people who take care of business in their households operate.
But
now,
if I'm having a street, sorry, go ahead.
Now, and there have been multiple times where there are people who do need a leg up, or I'm working with a group of young. Actually, I'm working with a group of young men now who are active and who are asking questions and who are active in their life, and they may say, "Hey, I'm trying to figure out how to get into this college. What do I need? What are the steps?" I have no problem helping people out like that, because they're taking initiative to help themselves and to put in some effort. They just need some guidance. I'm all good with that. But if I'm sitting up here trying to motivate you to, hey, do this, hey, do that, I'm sorry, I just don't have time for that. And most grown people who have actual families and who are actually taking care of business, they don't have time for that either.
But if I'm having a show,
sure,
like, how do I determine who is worth speaking to?
If you're having a show, you're gonna.
I think you still speak to everyone.
Yeah.
Just everybody's not going to be able to receive and apply the message. So
yeah,
one of the hardest things for me personally in my career in the medical field was coming to that understanding that I can't save everybody, And that was really, really hard for me, because when you're going to school and you're learning, if you do this, if they're doing this, you do this. And then for you to do everything and it still doesn't work, it can be very emotionally taxing, and it can affect your mental health. And I got really burnt out, because it's like, well, damn, every time I go to this neighborhood or this neighborhood, I already know it's going to be somebody shot. I already know they're probably going to be under 20. They're probably going to be black, and there's probably going to be a male. That can start weighing on you after a while. And I feel like we're at the point now where we're so desensitized to seeing black people die and black men die, that it's really easy to be like, yeah, them motherfuckers just, I mean, they just gonna keep killing each other. It's no point. But the silver lining is well, maybe you couldn't save them, but you saved their little brother, or you saved their little cousin. So I agree that we shouldn't stop. But like Ralph said, I think that there is a point where you have to be like I gave them all the knowledge that I could give them, that I wish that I had. It's up to them if they use it or not. Like, you shouldn't be out here shooting no babies, or if you're gonna do stuff like that, don't do it at your mama house where people know where your mama stay at. And you shouldn't be beating on no woman. You shouldn't be, just stuff that you would think is common sense, but that's, it's lost on some folks. So I think that's the only way I can describe it, is I will give you whatever information I can to try to help you. But if you're not going to use it and you're wasting time, I would rather devote my time to somebody that's actually going to listen and try to help themselves, because I'm going to do what I can to help you. But if you're not showing any initiation, any initiative, or just like it's just one going in one ear and out the other, like, how do you keep, at this point, you might as well you're gonna be in prison, so you gonna listen to them white folks when they make you, when you go in there, you're gonna listen to them, and then you're gonna wish you were out here doing what you could be doing the whole time.
Yeah. Actually, there's so many super chats. I don't know how we maintain over 1,000 people in here. Thank you so much. I was trying to go through the super chats. Sorry for those that have come up that I haven't read. I do appreciate this. We're going to try to read some. I see there's like 46 of them still left, and I removed like 30, 40 of them earlier. So, like, one, I'm super appreciative. Two, I understand you all wanted to join in the conversation. So I apologize, but can we go through some of these super chats and respond to them?
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
All right, LCM 999 says, with all due respect, with only 26% of black men getting married, this number keeps changing. How is the media supposed to promote something that isn't common in our community?
I don't think the media would support it anyway.
Yeah, but I also think media can create enough narrative, because like women believe that marriage is the fix it all, and I don't actually believe this. I have some qualms with marriage, not generally, but like I just don't like people lying about their marriages. And like, I'm tired of people lying about, oh, my marriage is the best and I live a great life, and then find out that her husband is someone's boyfriend. Like, your husband have a girlfriend somewhere else. Those things are wild to me. So like, when people tell me about their marriages, I like to hear about the good marriages. However, I do think media is why women like believe so adamantly in marriage, for example. So media can create narratives and perpetuate ideas. And I think we can weaponize that. We can use that, not weaponize it, to our benefit. So it doesn't have to reflect reality. It can create a narrative to empower people, and it generally doesn't. Should it is the question. As someone who specifically work in TI, black women are making these majority of programs for each other. Black men can go make their own. or advocate for the government to make more or whatever. But yeah, I get you. Black women do better with Black Women Network. You guys can respond to anything that you see, by the way. I work in a field where I help create Mistress Truth Teller, $5 says. I help create programs and they are everywhere. Enrollment and retention is a major problem with Black men. Black men in university is another topic. Do you know how we get Black men in universities? And also, do you guys want to open the panel to add more Black men in the chat or no? Like, just cut it.
I'm
whatever you want.
I'm good with whatever.
All right, so after we read some of the super chat, I'll open the panel.
Yeah, open it up. I don't know, dude. I mean, that. So we spoke earlier about mental health in the Black community, particularly with Black men. That's still like a new concept for Black men to actually take their butt to therapy and get help to quit dealing with childhood trauma that has them, stuck as a pre-adolescent, as a preteen. So I don't know. I'm not quite ready to just be like, oh, the younger Black men are doomed. But I feel like there has to be some type of change made to where they know that your only aspiring dream shouldn't be to be a rapper. Like, you don't have to be a rapper, or you don't have to trap to get money. Like, there's legal ways to do it that don't involve your freedom or your life. But we can't compete with, the media is constantly showing those images. Like, everybody wants that fast money. Everybody wants to have the Instagram perfect life. Like, that's not the reality of most folks. And all the people that these kids are looking up to, saying they sold drugs and they did this and did that, they lying because they'd be in prison with the people that really did it. But they're young and they're impressionable and they're really like believing that. So I think we got to find a way to try to shield them from that, all that imagery of fakeness.
I mean, I agree with you. And even people who want to be rapper, I've seen people work so hard. And I feel like if you put that much effort into like becoming an attorney, you would be a great attorney. You make a lot of money because there's a lot of wasted effort. So I appreciate that. So many men complain about baby mamas and being on child support. There is a 70% out of wedlock child rate. Why didn't those men choose better? I'm going to reframe this Afro Butterfly to, do you think the complaint about, do y'all hear the complaint about single mothers or no?
Which complaint? I just want to make sure.
They're the cause of problems, and the single motherhood rate is one of the biggest cause of the problem in the Black community.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the mother's fault. Like, it took two people to have a baby. So like, I didn't blame my mom for me growing up in a single parent household. Like, that's just not how stuff worked.
Right.
But whatever. So let me just backpedal. I got into it with a guy. We're no longer friends. Like, we still cool, but like, we don't talk. We don't have each other's number anymore. Like, if we see each other, we're not just gonna break out in a fight, but we're not cool like that no more. And basically what we got into it about was he was trying to explain to me that he doesn't see his kids and take care of his kids because of his baby's mother. And my response was, well, like, you didn't have the baby mother. That child is yours. The child is yours. She should not have anything to do with you taking care of your responsibility as a man. That's just how I felt. He felt something different because of whatever they had going on. And I was just like, no, like, it's black and white with me. You had the baby. It's your baby. Take care of the baby. Whatever she tripping on you on shouldn't matter. And we had a falling out about that because he felt like I didn't have his back or whatever. And, I guess whoever else he knows was like, yeah, now his baby mama be tripping. And I was like, I don't care. Like, you can't sit here and say his baby mama be tripping, but he got a baby that's innocent, that has nothing to do with anything that they got going on, and you're not taking care of it. But you got new J's every time a Jordan's drop. You got J's. So I just want to say that I'm not blaming single mothers for anything, because I know that it took two people to have that baby.
Someone said you should have fought him. They want to send you to prison.
I've gotten in fights with a lot of people that I'm cool with. That's why I'm not around them anymore.
God. Well, I mean, when I come to Atlanta, hopefully we all can hang out and I can drag y'all in person. No, I'm kidding. Is the train of thought breaking down? I'm saying Atlanta, but I do know some of y'all live in New York, California. I just randomly said Atlanta because I don't want people to know where you live.
Well, I travel for work. I'm all over. I'm East Coast, West Coast, up north, down south. I'm everywhere.
Oh, I missed that. Thank you. So-called good black men need to check Pookie and Ray Ray, I think they were saying. All right. That's exactly what they're saying, Bonnie. Thank you. All right. Nicaris says, Kyle plus Eddie, how are you both leaders when you're always speaking on what you only do for your own individual lives? What makes you leader in the community when you separate yourself from it?
I'm talking about what I do in my locus of control. So that includes my community, that includes what I have control over. I have no control over people 10 states away from me. I have no control over people, so I'm not talking about my individual life. I'm talking about, and I've used this word, I've used this word multiple times. What is in my locus of control? That means what I can tangibly do in my community, in my area, that makes a difference. So,
thank you, Nicaris. No, that's fine. Not pushing back on that. Mr. Truth Teller says, y'all can say everything except our black men can do better. Ha ha ha. Wait,
I've said we all can do better. I've said that.
The first step to solution is admitting the problem. Admit the problem first, man. I mean, I agree with that, and we were trying. How do you solve a problem without acknowledging? Oh, I know which part of the video this was at. Oh, black men can just do better. Why is that so hard for y'all to say? Since y'all want to talk about solution, they were not responding to us. I'm going back. And so this was something that was saying before. Sorry, I should have said that. Thank you. Two else, everyone except Chris and Themis want to be coddled and praised, yet ignore stats and the reality of black women. Kyle, thank you. Two else.
It's all good.
Every black woman I know was sexually abused by a black man, usually a family member or relative, by the age of 12. But yes, keep blaming black women for the failures of black men. And a lot of black girls who get pregnant are pregnant in high school, where the men who impregnate them were like in their 20s. And it's not a vetting problem at that point.
That's predatory.
Yeah, that's a predator behavior. And I don't know. I feel like if to even say something like that, it makes like people like, oh, you're just spreading propaganda. They're mad because they deflect for 3 hours. Remember, white men asked, why do black men allow white men to kick them around? Good question. Because they have power.
Why do what now? I'm sorry.
Black men allow white men to like push them around, but there's like systemic power involved. Kyle, not one of your posts anything outside of individuality. What solution does, well, in my personal life, provides to the majority of black women? Cynthia has yet to be proven wrong, says Nicaris with $10. All right, let's do 2 more and then we open the panel. Y'all won't even admit the problem or the problem, right? Black men just don't want to take any accountability. It's crazy how uncode they are. It's crazy. The good one, bad, or uncode. Black women learn. Kyle, we need solutions. Also, Kyle, I don't have the answers. Sorry, that was funny. You said not all of us are doom and gloom. All right, cool. So in reading the super chats, what tend to happen is people get annoyed and bored and leave. So now we're under 1,000, so it's good. I'm gonna open the panel, but I'm thinking I should limit women coming on until after the men come on. I feel like I should do men first and then women, because feminism. What say y'all? Should I limit it to men first?
It's your show, boss.
Kyle. All right, they said they agree. All right, so we're gonna do the link that I'm gonna drop in the chat. Only men come on. My moderator is in the background. Hey, wake up, makeup slay. Thank you so much for your work behind the scenes, by the way. I'm gonna drop the link, but it's only for men. Men who want to come up and contribute, push back. You guys can push back against me, or you can push back against Kyle and Chris. So. Or you can just give your piece.
Oh, before you even start, I don't argue with nobody on no internet. So
yeah, please be respectful. It's a conversation. And if you get disrespectful to anyone up here, I will remove you. Like immediately. So we'll do it. While they're doing it, Kyle, do you have any questions for me? Like a general questions? Nope. All right. That's good. In the meantime, in between time, Orange Bill said he wanted to come up. Jason. All right. I don't know who that is. JT.
What's up, bro?
What say you? JT, what say you?
How you doing?
Doing well. How are you? Hello?
Sorry, we get back on the question. Get back to get centered. How you doing?
Good. I'm good. Can you hear me?
I'm just adjusting the volume. I'm turning down the YouTube channel to make sure I'm turning on StreamYard.
All right. I'm going to move on. MT, what say you?
Hey, how's it going, man? Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. What say you to any of us?
I just specifically responding to I guess broadly, some things that are going on in the Black community. I think that a lot of this stuff really can't be disassociated from just poverty. Even a lot of the cultural issues that I find are interpersonal issues that are being described on the chat. I could draw a lot of this back to poverty. Specifically,
what?
if you sorry, go ahead.
Like what?
Like abuse, for instance. You use the example of a teenager getting pregnant before they're 18. I've seen situations where I've been in my community, particularly in Chicago, quite a bit, and I've been in situations where it's clear to me that the parent has to work a lot and absolutely cannot monitor their basically 8 and up. They're not monitoring that child. So I do find that that's some of the problem. And predators, recognize that they recognize those situations.
So you're saying the reason why women are abused, children, is because the parent isn't there, because they have to work, thus poverty. But that doesn't answer the question of why the man is abusing the child.
So I fully, accept that, there's a lot of mental health problems. Again, also that there's predators that are out there. but I would say that there are predators in almost every community, and that like I think that you could even control for like that predation. I wonder if you can control. I don't know the numbers, but I wonder if you can control for that predation, just based on looking at like the fact that like
I'm not
our communities are like we're really poor. Like it's like we're way
yeah,
down there.
I'm not pushing back necessarily, but if you're saying the reason that it happens is because of poverty, so you're saying it's poverty and mental health.
I'm saying that if you have a specific problem with Black men, I wonder how much of that could be, how much of your issue can be addressed with just the fact that like way more of us are poor. You know what I mean? Like, not that it's something that we should address.
So do you think if we get more resources, then we would be better?
I do. Yeah, absolutely. I think if we had more resources, we'd be better off.
And so how do you explain like the men who becomes wealthy and perpetuate the same issues?
I would say that like if you go to like, you know, Middle Eastern people or Indian people, I think you would see the same thing. I mean, again, like I would explain it to. I would say that there is just some, unfortunately.
No. I agree with you. There are certain crimes that run with poverty. Like the research shows that but certain crimes does not mean that abuse is due to poverty, that abandoning your children is due to poverty, that like
that's true. So the propensity of like, you know, single parent households in the Black community is a lot higher than anywhere else in, you know, in any other ethnicity, for sure. You know, maybe that's something. I will also say that that's something particular to America, and not, you know, like.
I wouldn't say that, because in Jamaica, like when I'm speaking, I'm not like, oh my God, America is bad. I grew up in Jamaica and I saw it.
No,
like
fair.
maybe even worse.
That's a great point. I mean the Americas. Like I guess I'm separated now. Like particularly like Africa, for instance. And at the same time, I would say that we would probably consider their some of the things that they do abusive, honestly.
Do you think men generally see women as like fully human, or do they you think a lot of men see women as objects to be conquered or used?
I think to the extent that American Black men feel that way, there's a lot of places where other people like are worse. Let me put it that like
I'm not doing it comparatively. I'm actually not even talking about Black men now. I'm talking about men generally in their relation to women. Do you think men see women as like fully human generally?
I think our society. Yeah, I know. Like I don't. At least we don't treat them that way. I don't think we treat women the way that we should.
So, like, if we don't see them that way, then do you think poverty informs how we treat women?
No.
No. Yeah, I agree. I think it's the patriarchy. I think that's what determines it, and then to the extent that like, you know,
what just happened though, right? Like you said poverty, then when something else was introduced, you said mental health. Then when something else was introduced, then you said patriarchy. By the way, I believe a lot of these are like there's an intersection of a bunch of all of these things, but it feels like no personal responsibility. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So we should be. There's an element of this that we should absolutely. I'll say. I think Black men. There's some window, 100% where we are falling behind. Like I really badly. Like we're falling out the wheel. Like. I don't know. I can't even describe it. I'm totally surprised by it. But we are not doing well, man. Like we're not doing right by the women in our lives, like at all. I see it in our community all the
time. Obi.
Hello, Themis. How y'all doing?
Good. What say you?
what I actually wanted to point out
By the
is,
way, Chris and Kyle, you guys can jump in at any point. FYI, just like tell whoever to stop, and you can jump in, and I will remove anyone who doesn't like adhere to whatever you say. Go ahead, Obi.
yeah, I've been listening to this conversation for a while, and there's a few points that I noticed. I understand the frustration of some of the young men there when you're trying to be a good Black man, and you think that all you can do because of the pressures of America is to focus on yourself and take care of your family. And I think that is level one of being a good man. But when you have to become a leader, then you have to, first of all, you have to lead your family. Lead yourself, then lead your family. But the thing is, if you lead yourself and lead your family, for every one good Black man that is leading himself and leaving his family, there's probably 7 other Black men that are not doing that. So you are going to interact with those people, and the media is going to do the broad paintbrush of labeling us all as that. I'm originally Nigerian, and some Nigerian men have a reputation, and people, I get that bias sometimes. I take the L because I'm Nigerian, but I understand that, but I try to make myself stand out and try to change that narrative when I can. But one thing I wanted to point out is that someone was talking about locus of control. We can actually expand our locus of control beyond leading my family. Like I've said here before, I run a program with a network of other men that we help young boys that don't have fathers. I live in a nice part of Los Angeles, but we run it in Inglewood, where we have a co-working space. Right now, we're up to 23 young Black boys, and we're going to expand it. Our goal is for 2024 is 100 boys that don't have fathers. We have a code that we live by as the network of men that we that are in my network. I still have a struggle trying to find other men that will join us in doing this, and we are improving every day, because I'm always trying to recruit guys that are doing well in their jobs, that guys that have good families, that guys that have integrity, things like that. So when I get them, you're going to take up a few young boys that you're going to be mentor for. It's not just talking to the boys one day and walking away. They're still going to go back into their neighborhoods and still get the degeneracy going on. So we take it upon ourselves to keep on mentoring these boys. Every time we go to the program, they have a code. They read who they are, who they're going to be, what they can do and what they cannot do. And when anybody, we snitch, I encourage them to snitch on each other. When somebody is not living up to that code, they bring it to us, and we don't like kill the boys. We actually talk to them and tell them what to do. We reward the boys that are doing well. We encourage the boys that are not doing well. We use different methods in making sure that these boys have a constant, present, good, positive role model in their lives. And by the time maybe 2024 goes around and we have a good pilot program, we intend to like spread it across the country so that other men in other states can maybe mimic this model and actually mentor these young boys. Because like, my son cannot be the only kid that is doing well, and our individual sons cannot be the only kids doing well when there's a bunch of other kids running amok and destroying the community and destroying our reputations. So we can actually expand our locus of control beyond us and our family. It will take time and dedication, and that is what it means to be a leader of the community. We can't say we are leaders and deflect and deny and just try to say, but look, I'm doing well, but everybody else is not doing well. It's still going to reflect on us. And we just got to take the L, take the responsibility, and just do better. That's the only way the community can improve, by expanding our locus of control until we get the power to punish the people that are not doing well and reward the people that are doing well.
JT, do you agree with this, and what do you have to say?
Oh, I absolutely agree with Obi, and he made excellent points just right now. I just was thinking, listening to the whole podcast, it seems like it's just, and again, this is just opinion, it's speculative, but I think as Black men, we're scared of that being labeled as that. Being abusive or being predators is an innate part of our nature, or who we are as Black men. We just, obviously people want to reject that as much as possible. And going back to what was mentioned earlier about abusing women, or these Black women who are abused at a very early age by Black men in the family or relatives close to them. Again, unfortunately, I am of the belief that that is something that's passed down. I don't believe it's an innate part of who we are. So we're learning that from someone. We're getting that from someone. We've seen that or have accepted that as, hey, this is what I can do to a Black woman in the family. I can slap her around. I can hit her around. I can abuse her when I feel the need to. And that's unfortunate, but that's something that it's just a belief that I have. It's not, I can't show you any facts. It's just something that I believe.
Thank you. Capricorn woman has been a member for 26 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a long relationship you and I have had, Capricorn woman 67. I appreciate that. All right, Orange Pill, you came up, and I'm assuming because Kyle called you a Dusty. I don't know if that's true, but what say you?
I mean, that was part of it, but not really.
Wait, I have a question actually for you. How does it feel, and you don't have to fully engage with this, that like the men on here, or at least some of the men on here, use you as an example of like why I shouldn't just talk to men, and talking to you is me painting all men in a bad light because you're the bad man?
I mean, I have no problem with that because I mean, these men don't know me. Um, they don't know necessarily everything that's going on in my life. So, I mean, I'm not offended by anything. Like that's their opinion.
This is
To be
positive.
honest.
No, but what I'm saying though is like, how do you like engage with that? Like, because like
Okay.
I think sometimes it's very difficult to speak with you. But how do you grapple with the reality that other men think you are the bad representation of men, that me talking to highlights the fact that I'm just talking to quote unquote degenerate men to paint Black men in a bad way? Like, people are saying me talking to you is me trying to paint Black men in a bad way.
Well, first whoever wants to answer, I would just want to say like, what exactly about me puts me in a dusty light or whatever. I know somebody said something about the home ownership thing. What exactly is what I'm saying or doing that is portraying black men in a negative light, and it's bad to talk to me or whatever like that. So, and I can maybe explain
Yeah,
to
yeah.
one of these black men on here.
Kyle is the one who said it. Kyle, what has Orange Pill done that makes you think he's like degenerate?
I think Kyle went to put his baby down.
Oh, all right. Go
from,
ahead.
I don't know this brother, but from what I heard, it sounds really, I don't want to say one-sided, but I've never heard someone say that they wouldn't date a woman that owned a house. Like, that's just a little weird to me. So I don't know where that came from. I didn't see that podcast.
Wait, so instead of like letting you speculate, let's ask. Orange Pill, did you say you wouldn't date a woman who owned a home?
Yeah, not owned, but had a home. Yeah.
Had a home.
All right.
And you want further context, not
but
just.
You do realize when you say, if you say own a home, that's different than had a home, because it sounds like you want someone who is homeless. Like,
I mean, she could be renting. I mean, it's not.
No, if you're renting, you have a home versus owning a. Do you know what I mean? Because if you say, I never say own, I said had, so you're like, so you can essentially live anywhere.
I mean, I'm talking about. I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not talking about renting. I'm talking about the home, getting the debt, the loan, all that stuff. That's what I'm
So
talking about.
own a home. You wouldn't date someone who owned a home.
Well, they don't own the home. They're still paying off the mortgage to them. They don't own it.
All right, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, so Chris, he's like, I'm not going to date someone who bought a house.
And to elaborate more on that, I think when me and Themis had the conversation, it was and I spoke particularly about what I would do, not in regards to what all black men should do or anything like that. He asked me a question, and he asked it in the aspect of just me. not in particularly for all Black men to do. And it was more, and what I kept reiterating to him at that time was that the financial risk aspect, because let's say the woman has a home, I have to think about me coming in there with the money I make. Okay, do I like the home? Where is the home? How much has she paid off? Is she even able to financially? She may have the home, but is she actually able to financially um, be able to handle it, or are we even able to handle it? Um, is there somewhere else I would like to live? Like as I make more money, I've learned that it's to be and not have as many financial risks, not as much debt. Even though I may like a person, this is not nothing against a woman personally for getting a home, because I think that got a little bit lost in the conversation by the chat. Um, it's more so the financial risk. It's not nothing about, oh, a woman owns a home and I got no say. This is more so because how me and my wife operated was that I did have an apartment. Uh, we lived together in the apartment, and then we got married, and then we got the home together. So that's how I've always thought, not um, me having a home, her having a home, and then we have two homes together. Like I think more financial risk aspect of it, because I think that's also another part of dating somebody. Like, yeah, you can say, well, eventually the house will, you can invest in all this stuff, or you can have somebody move in and you can rent it out and stuff like that. But I'm looking for, for me personally, uh, if I were like single and dating, I would be looking for um, less financial risk that I have to worry about. So it's not targeting women for owning homes.
All right. So, Chris, that was his explanation. Do you understand now?
Kind of from the financial standpoint, but it's kind of, so if she's already been approved for a home and she's living in the home, then there shouldn't be any financial security because she clearly can afford the mortgage. So then pretty much, once you get married, you guys become one. So like that's property. Like there's equity in a home. You can't get that in an apartment. So if she's already taking care of that home and then you guys get a home together, that only helps the marriage. I think. Now, I don't, everybody's financial situation is different. I understand that part, but I feel like if you guys were like dating and then like you're gonna get married in May and then in April she goes to buy a house without you guys talking about, I feel like that would be something different. But if you meet her and it's like, oh, she already got a house, I don't personally, I don't see that wouldn't send my like red flag alarm off. It's like, oh, she on her, you know what? All right, well, let's get us a house together because I might not want to move into her house, or she might not want me to move into her house because it's her house.
Well, that's that. Like I said, when we start putting in all those things, like, well, what ifs, and well, what the house how the, like, is she wanting to sell the house, and we're going to get another house? Wait, that'll stretch money out even more with two mortgages. Okay, yes, she got approved for a house, but that doesn't always mean that people are able to necessarily pay for the house and really have a lot of money left over, because I like it doesn't, it's like I said, this is me not trying to even really convince you. This is just me just responding to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so it's not about uh I like I said, I think
You
about
were
I don't,
saying,
what you say?
I'm so sorry. I can play the clip actually. Let me find the clip. Here we go.
And I just want to state, by no means am I trying to diminish your
Oh,
preference.
yeah.
I literally had no idea what they were talking about. So
Yeah, and
No,
I
you're
think
good.
that's
You're
not
good.
fair. Yeah, that's not fair. Let me play the clip. I'll play the clip for us. Remember your answer. You were saying if she could sell it, then you would be down to date her. he can, it is a direct blow to his manhood. I mean, to be fair, like, honestly, I would be like, I would want to be able to provide a better life for my significant other than that my significant other has. And maybe that is also animating some of what, let me not speak for you, Orange Pill. Do you understand the ego bit and the manhood bit? That might be a problem that hopefully more men have. Not in a toxic way, but I mean, I guess it's toxic.
Well, I remember when Cynthia was saying about like, no, man, I was regarding that to how men probably feel. Now, for me, it's the financial risk. I wasn't speaking for myself. It's not about me fitting in there as a man and all that stuff.
No, but that's the thing. You can't go in and out of talking about yourself. I keep redirecting you. You can say that's how other men will feel. They might not know how they fit when you have already prefaced everything that you were saying by saying, I cannot attack you for prescribing it to other men because you don't care about other men. You were speaking specifically about yourself. So you don't get to sort of affiliate between that which you're talking about for yourself and that which you're talking about that is outside of yourself. It feels inauthentic when you are having the conversation in that way.
Well, I was talking about the conversation I had before. I wasn't talking about anything now.
No, you said, no. You said when we started that in both this conversation and the one you were having that you were talking about yourself. Like you said this.
When she said that I said I wanted to know how to fit in the home, and I'm saying in her statement that she said I said in the past conversation I was pretending at that point, not anything today. I was pretending that
have a discomfort with a woman with moving into a home because the woman bought the house without you being there. The person bought the house without you being there. You were explaining this, and I think you kind of got lost in it a little bit. Can you explain again, as succinctly as possible, why this is an issue for you? Do not extend it to everyone else. It doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. Kind of think about why is it that the woman moving into someone else's home is an issue for you. Before you do that, before you speak, kind of think about that. Like, why would moving into someone's home because you didn't help them decide on the home be an issue? And I'm going to have a follow-up on that, but I want you to think about it before you say. Didn't he say last time that he doesn't know where he would fit with a woman with a home? He doesn't know what she would need him for. Yeah, I mean, he did say that. And I think part of why I gave you the opportunity, Orange Pill, to react to Cynthia G's comment. Had you said, yeah, there is a little bit of that, but it's not the overriding thing, I would have thought, okay, he's very much willing to be good, operating in good faith. But remembering pieces of the last live stream, it's very difficult to say this is completely good. I'm willing to continue because I don't think I predicate any of my conversations on the willingness of the next person to admit something. If I do that, I would be one of the worst attorneys ever. Ain't nobody gonna go and stand in anything. So I'm not reliant on you admitting anything, but it does seem a bit disingenuous when you have made the articulation that you wouldn't have a place to fit in if she has her home and what is the need for you. But you've said that. I won't ask you to react because I'm trying to get you to answer the previous question, which is, why is it that you felt you would need to be in the decision-making process with the woman?
Well, I would want to be involved in the decision-making process of the home because it is a home that I'm going to be in most likely forever. It's going to be the home I'm living with my wife. So these kind of decisions I've always grown myself that are made. They're made together. Not one person makes it and then makes their own decision for their own life, what they want to do, and then you come in there and you just kind of.
So it's the home that you're going to live in, and you it's going to be forever. You should be a part of the decision-making process. Is that your final answer?
Yes, and just yeah.
All right. So what if you guys aren't going to live in there? What if she's going to sell? She's willing to sell it, and you guys can buy your home.
Now, this is hypothetically if I were to be with a woman. Now, I don't want to do like.
Let's stop. Do not fight the hypo. Do not push back against the hypo. Wait. We're not critiquing the process. Not after we went through the framework of what I am doing here. All right. So
I'm not challenging the hypothetical. I'm just making sure as we go forward. Like this is me. I'm just trying to make sure we're going down the right road. This is me like hypothetically accepting that a woman has a home. We're just going to kind of have hypothetical going forward. That's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning the hypothetical extremeness of it or anything like that.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
Wait, let's sit back for a minute. Married couple buying home together is great and normal, but the discriminates women who
to give you reasons why it could be issues in this hypothetical with saying like,
yeah, when you're saying there's issue with the hypothetical, that is you fighting the hypothetical.
Well, I'm trying to explain like like a little bit of like just kind of saying, well, she could sell the home, you could break even. Those things are possible, but
and that's happening. That happened.
That does happen. Yeah.
Wait, that is the hypothetical. That is it. So if you think there's an issue with the hypothetical and you're trying to say, but it can be that she doesn't break even, that is fighting the hypo. I gave you a world in which she breaks even. It's more likely she would have made money from it, but let's say she breaks even in this hypothetical. What say you?
As far as still like kind of being with her, let's say she sold it and she was willing to do that. I guess I wouldn't, in that case, I wouldn't really have an issue if she broke even. I mean, with going to a new home together with her.
Yeah.
But
All right, wait, we'll get to it. I
Okay.
sold a house in 2.5 years, made 150K. My ex told me, not anyone can say 150 in 3 years. They are always reducing our accomplishments. Now, look, all my friends have, pretty much everyone I know is on their, like, about to be on their second home, or like already figuring chief word, an attack to your manhood. And I think that is there. You're unwilling to admit it exists. And so the ways in which you go about sort of explaining yourself, it's giving very much circular logic, right? And nothing that you're presenting, right, is being presented without like a very obvious flaw, right? So that you are not going to date a woman who has a home, right? Like we're now not talking about marriage. We're talking about just dating. You said the minute you find out she has a home, it's a non-starter. Explain that for me. I'm not trying to change your mind, by the way. I'm honestly investigating to fully understand what this is, because I've actually never heard this. So
Yes.
you're dating someone, you're in love with this person, you don't know, no one comes out and say, I have a home, like just as a general matter,
Yeah.
or whatever. What about that would turn you off?
Well, the way I'm pretty sure I'm going to find out somebody has a home longer than before I fall in love. I don't expect it to be. It to me, I look at a home that a woman owns or is paying down as a debt, and that me coming in with my income, I'm responsible for that debt primarily. That's how I.
Would you sell his home if she asked so that they can purchase a home together? Would you sell your home to purchase a home together with a woman who doesn't want to move in?
Well, I wouldn't get a home without a woman.
Wait, hold up. So if you and your wife, God forbid, I hope this doesn't happen. If you and your wife get divorced after you buy your home, what happens then? And so you meet someone, you wouldn't sell your home?
Well, I was thinking about it pertaining to being single and not a home with a divorce in there. So, I mean, I get that. I mean, that's different. I'm talking about fresh starting out.
No. All right. So Orange Pill, you were completely against dating a woman who has a home, who owns a home. You're like, I don't want it. I even brought up at some point that your daughter, would you tell your daughter to not own a home? And you said, I would tell my daughter to not own a home, regardless of how much money she's making. I said, what if your daughter makes $400,000 a year? Would you tell her to not? Would you tell her to not own her home? And you said, why would she? We had an argument about whether or not your daughter could ever make 400,000 because you didn't believe she could make 400,000, and that was so far out there. And why would you do that? So I don't know why that was, but you ultimately said you wouldn't tell your daughter to own a home. So that's the context ish, Chris, and that's why Kyle called Orange Pill Dusty. I don't know, but when Kyle comes back, I'll ask him what else. But yeah, that was it. What say you?
I don't want to call brother Dusty.
No, don't call. You don't. Please don't call people names.
It's definitely strange to me, and I feel like that is something that. I mean, he has his reasons, and he feels strongly about them, but I feel like that's really strange in my world. So, what if her house is nicer than your house? Would you sell your house and keep her house, or she has to sell her house even if her house is nicer than yours or in a better area to move in with your? That's a question that I would want to know. If she's more successful than you and her house is nicer neighborhood and all of that, but you got a trap house next door to your house, and would you expect her to sell her house and move in with you because you're the man? Like, I don't get that part.
Wait, you're talking about me having a trap house? What are you talking about?
What I'm saying, you said that you would want her to sell her house, and if she broke even, that would be cool. What I'm asking is, if you, so say you did meet a woman that you love,
yeah,
and everything's cool, but she owns a house. Are you saying that because she owns that house, she would have to sell her house and move into y'all's house together, or would you sell, if her house is nicer than yours, sell your house to move in with her, or is that like completely off the table?
Well, there's a couple different questions. So the first thing is that I'm talking about I'm not talking about falling in love and then I found out she has a house or whatever like that. This is me just not willing to date a woman that has a house. And it's not about like when I say a woman that has a house, I don't want to get too caught up in a man and a woman and gender stuff. It's just a financial risk part. It's not nothing about a woman having a house. And also the second part about uh I never said anything about me owning a house and then her having a house and then what do we do in that situation. It's adding a lot to everything about what my opinion is, just trying to get me to say, okay, you know what, okay, in this case I would have a house, yeah, sure, my daughter makes $400,000 a year, let's go to the logical extreme and say, okay, what if you have a house, her house is better, and you live in a trap house. What if your daughter makes $400,000? That's when we're really just kind of like, this isn't that. I don't know what kind of good back and forth that kind
But
of
you don't
conversation is.
understand.
I
No,
mean,
but
but
your
it's
pushback.
no women that's making money like that.
That's making wait a minute, hold on. That's making money like that. The 400,000. Like I know
Yes.
there are women. There
After
are women that make. I'm not doubting that women making $400,000 a year. I'm talking about just in as we're trying to have a conversation. It's like saying, okay, I I don't recommend like if my daughter, I don't recommend that she, let's say there was I think there was another woman on the panel themis that was a nurse as well. So she was saying like, oh, what if your daughter wants to have a house, whatever. I said I don't necessarily, and she's a nurse. I was like, I don't necessarily recommend she gets a house initially at all. I think she should figure out what her career is, stuff like that. Does she want to have a marriage or not? Things like that. I don't recommend her just go out there and buy a house. And then I think Thema said, well, what if she makes $400,000? I'm like, okay, how old's my daughter? Like, what, she like mid-20s and she making $400,000? What job is that? Like, now you're just trying to like, we went from logical,
A
it's no longer
lawyer,
logical.
an attorney working 5 years in corporate law can make that much. I don't know what you mean. That was not like an extreme hypothetical.
At 25 years old, there's 25-year-old
I
lawyers
never
making
said 25
$400,000.
years old.
Well, that's the age group that we said about when my daughter was at the time. So where are we? Why are we going to? We didn't even work our way up. You just jumped up to four hundred
You're
thousand
fighting
dollars.
the hypo, and I don't understand why. Like, Chris is asking you a reasonable question about your house being raggedy and her house being good. What would you do then? I don't understand why you can't just accept that
I was just
hypo.
I was just
Because
thinking in hypotheticals. Like if her house, if you meet her and she's like, oh yeah, come to my house, and you go to her house and you like, damn, she got a real nice house. Would you feel more inclined to sell your house and move in with her if it was cool, or would she still need to sell her house and y'all get a house together? Because I guess is what I'm just trying to see if that is even like a possibility with you.
well, first of all, I wouldn't buy, and this is what I said in the video that y'all just played. I wouldn't buy a house without a wife or a woman yet. I wouldn't buy a house initially by myself, even if I made the money. I wouldn't do that. So, and this is what I wouldn't do. But then you want to say, well, what if you already? But forget all that. What if you already have a house, and then she has a house, but you live in a trap house? Your house is terrible, but her house is so good, and it's everything you want. Now, when
My
you
bad,
finally
Eric.
can see
My bad. My bad.
that
My bad.
you'll,
My bad. My
yeah,
bad.
I mean, come on.
Why wouldn't you buy a house without a woman?
Because I think that is the decision of one of the hugest financial decisions you can make together. I don't think it's fair on the woman's side. I don't think it's fair on the man's side. I think it's better to buy a house together that you both have input together. The house, the financing, where you want to where you want to have it at. I think that's the way
So to be clear, you would
yeah.
advise men not to buy houses before they're married.
Yes, I would advise men to not buy houses before they're married.
Orange Bill, I think you should keep this
Yeah.
advice to yourself, though. I
Well,
know
here's
it's
the
your
thing. Here's the
personal
thing.
opinion.
I never said I was giving advice to men. It was about me particular, so I wasn't
No,
advising
I
men
just
to do
asked
this.
you, Jed. I just asked you this.
I
Sorry.
think it's your personal code, and you believe what you believe, and you have the
Exactly.
way.
You see,
No,
you see
wait,
home
Obi, wait,
ownership.
no. When I'm not pushing back against him, I don't really care that much. I think that Orange Pill is being used as like the bad black man, and I just want to hear what Kyle has to say. But Kyle says he'll be back in a moment. So just I'm letting Chris engage with Orange Pill because Chris seems to be a more like seems to be a kind person. So I don't know where I went wrong necessarily, but maybe Chris can do it. So Chris, go ahead
Yeah,
with
I
Orange
don't
Pill.
think he's a bad person. It's just it's I guess our environments are different because I'm under the um umbrella of like home ownership and owning land ownership and having equity and having something to leave your kids and owning instead of renting. So maybe it's just I mean, he's welcome to feel how he feels. It's just it's different for me. I'm not. That's not something that I'm used to hearing. So I'm not saying he's right or and I'm wrong or I'm right and he's wrong. It was just different. So I just asked. If I didn't. I wasn't privy to that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Um,
Orange Pill. What else did you have for us?
Um, I think I agree with Kyle on the whole aspect of I think this is what he said about like um having work like something in regards to basically like your family, everything that is the most important thing as far as what's going on in the community or communities out there, not communities just in one specific area.
Oh, by the way, sorry. Kyle is not like ignoring anything. He's putting his daughter to bed. Just FYI. Sorry. I just needed to let y'all know because y'all be dragging Kyle. Go ahead, Orange Pill.
Yeah, so I don't think that I agree with Kyle on the aspect of it. It's not I don't feel as though if I am taking care of my family, being a leader as far as the family is concerned, that kind of means that I'm neglecting the community and all the things that are going in there, and that we have our head down because we're not actually being community leaders out there. Um, I guess addressing the men out there who are not doing what they're supposed to do. I think
JT,
there's a way you can lead. Oh, go ahead.
I think JT had something to say. My bad, JT.
okay, I just like to respond to Orange Pill. I mean, of course, you have your preferences. You have already decided on different ways that you want to live your life, and that's important to you. And I'm not going to put you down on that. But what I will say is like it to me. It kind of sounds like when the discussion of that, the woman with the house, and she has that established already. It's almost like looking a gift horse in the mouth. I mean, that woman and her house is part of her identity. All right. And either you're going to accept that as she is, where she is, and the decisions that she's made prior to meeting you, and just accept her for who she is and just leave the ego out of it. I mean, on a religious note, if God put that woman and that house in front of you at that particular time in your life, I think you should just go ahead and accept it. That's what I would do. I just have to accept that's who she is. And if she loves you that much that she would invite you into her life, I'm pretty sure we can change the paint on the walls or change the garden. But yeah, and just this whole discussion, like wondering whether or not you would accept a woman in a house with a house in this day and age. There are people out here with worse problems than the discussion that we're having right now. So, but again, you're going to do what you're going to do. You live your life by your priorities. But I'm just saying, hey, don't accept her as who she is, her positive points and her negative points. And
Apparently, having a house is a negative point. MT, go ahead.
Word. Yeah. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Word. Like irrespective of ego, you have a preconceived notion, and like I just think, you know, challenge that, challenge your preconceived notion, on all of that. Like I'm married with 2 kids, own a home, all that, right? I'm provider, whatever. Like throw all of that away, man. Like it's like kind of hard. Like honestly, like it's hard to be a, you know, everything that you need to be for your family and your community and for your company, all that. Like I just throw it all away. Like be humble. Like don't even focus on that. Like meet the one first. You know what I mean? Like that you're like it's like way too intense. That's all I got to say.
Orange Pill, you get to it. Wait, some ideas. Acknowledge the problem, recognize the collective impact, call out problematic behaviors in other men, or don't make excuses. Mentor young men and boys, commit to unlearning toxic ideologies. Agreed. Thank you, Invincible Summer. Orange Pill, what else did you have, or do you want to respond before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's something in regards to the whole home ownership. Like I said again, it's not about tearing down a woman because she owns a home. And I never talked about the character of women who own homes. I mean, there's a lot of women I work with that own their own homes and stuff like that. It's not nothing in regards to you know, looking down on them or anything like that. This is just a personal preference, and I gave in my own view of me personally, um, why I made those decisions. And this is not about a man-woman thing. This is more of a financial thing, and I don't want that to get to lost. And like I said, I don't recommend every man
How do you
would move
know
the
the
same mountain.
financial status of the woman who, because they
Also,
own the
do you have a
home?
background in finance?
Who?
No, I don't.
I bet that no, I don't know. I don't think any financial advisor would give advice like, don't, you know, to be buy a house together. Like it would never be that specific. Like, what are your goals first? You know, I'm sorry, I couldn't.
But hold on. This is not. Like I said, I'm not giving advice. I'm telling what I would personally do, and I've tried to reiterate that. But everybody keeps thinking I want to give advice. So that's not what I'm doing.
Honestly, like I'm trying to hold you accountable. Like I'm just
Hold
trying
me
to hold you
accountable
accountable
for my
for what you're
preference.
saying. No, yeah, well, for just what you're saying. I mean, you could be. It's possible you could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Well, that's
but
it. It's a preference. It doesn't. Not every preference.
No,
It
no,
was
no, no.
somebody
Wait,
wants
your
to write
What your
preference
preference
is
is
that
based on.
women who don't own homes. Wait,
Your preference is based on like financial, like concrete financial benefits and costs, right? And risks, which you should weigh. You know what I mean? I'm just here to be like, well, you know, don't what you said, like your preconceived notion doesn't line up with reality, is what I'm telling you. Don't believe me,
okay.
But ask a financial advisor. You know what I mean? You don't have to believe me. Ask somebody who has a background in that. Like,
So financial. Okay.
So,
I get what you're saying. This is not about, but you're still trying to say, well, you're wrong about your own preference, but this is my preference. This is not me saying that it's a guarantee. This is just me saying I wouldn't. So this is not about.
your
Oh well, you're
preference
wrong
is
because
wait,
financial
wait.
advisors
No, no,
would.
no, no.
Yeah.
So all right. So Orange Pill's preference is to date women without homes.
So before we
one of the reasons he gave
get too far down this rabbit hole, the brother that does the work with the young kids out in LA, if you need anything like ties or suits or anything like that, I can try to get your information, and I would probably know some people that's willing to donate some suits and briefcases, whatever you guys might need. Maybe we can get y'all some computers or something. So if that's something you guys need, just let us know or let me know. And
Yeah, I appreciate that. For now, we're just trying to hold like the group of men that I'm working with. We're trying to keep the contributions in house. So because we're all about like because there's something that happens to the Black community when people come together to do things and the finances get messy and things like that. We're trying to make sure this is something that doesn't happen in this organization. There's transparency in the accountability and the accounting and everything. So we're holding each other accountable. There's somebody that manages the money, and we go over it every month to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do. When we get to the point where we think we are solid enough and everything is straight enough to receive outside input, we will call out for that. So, but I really appreciate that. I thank you for that. But we're not at that level yet. We just have 23 kids we meet with once every month right now. And I think on our level, we can manage the space that we pay for and the resources we provide for the kids. For now, we're good, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. And I also have another part before we go off where we don't need to go. I do back to school stuff every year for underprivileged kids. I get school supplies, backpacks, school clothes, whatever they need. So if you have any undeserving kids that need help, please don't hesitate to let somebody know they can get in contact with me. And I'm more than willing to donate. And I know a lot of people that'll be willing to donate.
Underserved, and I will tap into that. There is some schools in the area that I live that I was thinking about for the New Year's, launching a program with this channel where we donate school supplies, specifically school supplies, to kids. I will match whatever people are donating, and then we'll go from there. So I will let you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've dropped off like 3 truckloads full of stuff.
Okay, well, I might not match that, but so I will let you know. I didn't know you were doing this, so
Yeah.
I'll talk to Kyle.
I'll do it here.
All right, cool. I'll do it. I'll explain this offline, but yeah,
we
so
good.
the channel will be involved in this, and I will do it through the channel. Cool. All right, this is good. At least one good thing happened tonight.
Yeah, I think you guys are doing amazing with like donating all these things. But like in my experience, what I've noticed is that people get stuff. But like there's one thing we're talking about. The culture is like really broken. And what these kids actually don't get is like constant mentorship. People that are willing to actually invest time and show up as examples for them on a day-to-day. So every month.
Okay, but Obi, I do understand this and I agree with you, but like not everyone can.
Understood. Yeah, understood. I totally get that. That's why there's some people I try to recruit and they don't have the time to or do that. I just wish that there are more people that will. I'm just focusing on what I can control at the moment. The people that I can get in to join us to stand up and be constant examples in these boys' lives for the long term. Then we can start giving them resources and the rest of the stuff. But we can all do different things at the same time. Yeah. All of it comes together and helps.
Damn, you got me hyped. So I'm not on the West Coast right now, but I would love to link up at some point when we can get our schedules to connect. I'd love to come out and help you guys with whatever. I don't live on the West Coast like that. Or if I do, it's for a limited amount of time. So
yeah, no, I will. So you don't have to be here once there's like a way to get computers and backpacks and stuff. You said that earlier, so I will follow up on this, but I'm going to go talk to a bunch of schools first, and then I will let you know, and I will announce it as a sort of part of this channel. So I will let you know, because Obi just turned down help. Not sure why or how you would do that, but I won't do that. I do need some help in this, and there are people who need things, so I'm not going to turn down that help. So if you're willing to do it, let's start. I'm for it.
Yeah, give all the resources to teammates right now. Like for right now, there's a kind of trepidation that I have about like managing resources, especially I know if I call for resources, it will come in a deluge, right? But I want to make sure, one of the things that I want to make sure that we have in check is financial accountability. I don't want it to be like 3 years from now, 5 years from now, there's a post that says our organization had some, like, people are taking money, or some resources were lost, or something is not accounted for. So we're trying to get the accounting system and accountability system like straight up in check, so that we can replicate it as we're moving. This is very intentional for me. I want to be able to get like a very tight system that can work, we can tell the kids not to lie, not to defraud people, or not to scam, and there will be inconsistencies in our own accounting and things like that. Leading by example is like super important for me, and stewardship and managing of resources is like foundational in my mind.
Okay,
Uh,
I understand.
cool. So that out of the way. Kyle, are you back? No, Kyle is not back. Orange Pill, you said you had questions for me, I think.
I don't think I do. But one
Oh,
second,
all right. Penny.
Hey, can you hear me? Is my audio clear?
Yep, very loud too.
Oh, I can turn it. Let
No,
me.
you're fine.
You
I
can go
got
to
it.
someone else. I could turn it down.
No. Go ahead. I can turn it down.
Okay. I guess what I'm realizing, I did have something to say to Kyle, but he's not here. What I'm realizing is, I think.
He's hearing, but he's not. He can't respond.
Oh, okay. No, I don't want to just say something to him. He can't respond.
All
But
right.
I will say to your earlier question about what's the solution, I think that pretty much everyone on here and everyone who was on here earlier has an unwillingness to be honest with other Black men. This man sat up here and said he would date homeless women only. And we're all sitting here like, oh, yeah, that's your, why did you go off camera? That's your preference, like, yeah, no, you're allowed to have your own preference. This man said he would date homeless women exclusively, and that he would also not have a home while he did it. And everyone up here kind of coddled him, and I don't understand why.
Not everyone. Don't include me in that mess.
I didn't coddle him. I just respect his mind. He can do what he wants.
Respecting his mind is coddling. You want him to pick up a woman from the cardboard box on 42nd Street?
I'm just not about to argue with a man about his personal opinion.
I mean, you don't have to argue with him, but like, we can all acknowledge that that's foolish, right? Like, she can't own her own house.
Doesn't make sense to me, but that's him.
I don't know.
Penny,
I just think it's.
do you think that's the problem though? Like, we should like force people to change their standards? Because
No,
like,
you don't have to force him to chase his standards. But when he says he won't date a woman who owns her own home or even rents her own home, that's a problem. That you don't say that's
Didn't say
silly.
rent. Didn't say rent.
I do think, Kenny, like, I'm with you on this, like, but I'm not gonna fight Orange Pill on this because we did 3 live streams where he and I argued back and forth about it. I'm not fighting with him again. So I'm not in the coddling group.
No, to be clear, I don't have beef with anyone who coddled him. I'm just saying that that's like, when you go, oh, that's just, I guess, brother, that's your preference. Like, that's silly. We all know that's really ridiculous.
And we should tell him that's ridiculous. I told him it was ridiculous, but I think it's like, these men have a different personality type where, like, I do actually believe, I wish more men would be like, dude, that's ridiculous. Like, nah, we're not doing that. Like, you just saying you're not going to date a woman who owns a home is ridiculous. It's a terrible standard. I don't care if it's your preference. You should never say it out loud, because we should be encouraging people to own homes, not to be to live in apartments or whatever. Not that living in apartments is bad, but like, we want to encourage behaviors. So if that's your preference, keep it to yourself. Ain't nobody care. Like, don't put that on the internet. I'm with you.
It never goes in the reverse. When have you ever heard a woman say that she wouldn't move in with a man who owned his own home? So it is a gender thing, because he specifically said it's not a man versus women thing. Women aren't saying this. Women don't say they wouldn't move in with a man who owned his own home.
I mean, that's what Kyle was saying. Kyle was mad about it, and I wish he was here so he can like explain more. But I'm with Kyle on this, and I'm with you on this. JT, go ahead.
Kenny, in response to that, I mean, I'm not coddling Orange Pill. But the thing about it is, I want Orange Pill, I want to talk to him in an environment that he can be receptive. If I'm pugnacious in my manner, if I come at him, in like off tone, he's not going to hear what I'm going to say. And the information, the criticism, or anything I say to him is there for his benefit. But I don't want to put this man down. That doesn't mean I agree with his choices, but for us to have a good dialogue, good communication with each other, I've got to
No, I get what you're saying. And to be clear, I actually think it's more of a result of the men on here being kind and willing to listen to someone. But like, let's be for real. If we hooked you up to a machine where your thoughts just ran, as soon as he said a woman couldn't own her own home, you would be like, that's stupid, and it would play on the speaker.
He'd probably want to fight me.
Huh?
I said,
Sorry, one more time.
He'd probably want to fight if people just like the other brother said, if people just came at him, especially in this space, he'd probably want to, he'd feel some type of way. And I'm not here for that. I'm literally here to try to find solutions. So I'm not.
Wait, so we're not going to call him out on his stupid ideas because he would want to fight you?
If him and I were cool and like we had that type of relationship, bro, that's dumb as like that don't make sense. But I don't know him like that. I don't know if he trolling. Like apparently they've already had this conversation, so there's no sense in me reigniting something that had already happened. Like I wanted clarification. He explained it, and then I was back on what I'm on.
You know what? Maybe I'll be fair. I'll take back coddling. I'll replace it with like an unwillingness to be completely honest. Because I'm pretty sure. Wait, let me see who's on screen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone here heard that clip and thought that's stupid. And I don't get why no one's saying that's dumb.
Stop saying no one, because I definitely did. I will
okay,
not
except for you. No, I'm not. I'm excluding you, Themis. I'm just saying the people who are guest stars and saw it for like the first time.
And maybe Chris is saying he didn't feel like he had the latitude because he doesn't have that. He doesn't know Orange Pill. But I do. I didn't know Orange Pill either, and I said it was dumb.
I don't know Orange Pill. Yeah, I don't know that man.
I mean, apparently this conversation is old. Like that's like we gonna rehash the same crazy comment.
No, but when you were asked your opinion about it, you could have been like, "That's foolishness." But instead, you were like, "Oh, I don't agree, but let him have it."
So you want to get in the argument with everybody you don't agree with? There's no.
Why does it have to be an argument? I can just say what you said was stupid and leave it at that.
Said it, and then now like we still going instead of like the purpose of
Orange Pill wasn't arguing right now. I just said it.
Okay. Well, Kenny, would you like my opinion? Do you want to ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
No, I mean, but like your actual opinion, not an opinion that spares Orange Pill's feelings.
Okay, but just to be clear, an opinion of Orange Pill or an opinion of what I would do in that situation and him rejecting it?
To be clear, an opinion on him wanting to date homeless women.
I think it's goofy.
Thank you.
I'm not doing that. I think it's goofy. I wouldn't do that. But again, people are going to do what they're going to do. I ain't doing that. I would love to help someone as an act of God, as an act of my faith in this man who I am. But trying to make a relationship out of it, no. Now
this man didn't say he only wanted to date homeless women. Why are you?
He said she couldn't own. He said she couldn't own her own home, and he also couldn't own his own home. So they're just going to be living in a cardboard box together. I don't know what to say.
This is the moment where Black men can hold each other accountable, and seems like Kenny, outside of Themis, came up with the truth. Stand up if you're truly the good man. I do actually. So I do understand why no one is like, I'm not going to do this idiotic foolishness. Like, this is so dumb that I don't feel like I need to engage with it. But like, the fact that he says it, and there are other men in the manosphere, though, who says this foolishness like women shouldn't own homes before they get married. I'm very concerned because I don't want that to catch on. Like, I do not want that to catch on. I don't want that to be a toxic idea that people
That's
like.
catch on.
Huh?
I don't think that's going to catch on.
Me
It's a
either.
financially stupid thing to say or do. So if it catches on, those men are stupid. So they should be kept out of the pool and just leave the women alone. That's what I think.
Okay, but Orange Pill is married and he's a nurse.
So he's out of the pool. So other women don't have to worry about him.
Nah, that's not scalable. That's not scalable.
So we shouldn't worry about what he thinks. He's out
Let
of
me
the pool
repeat.
already.
Orange Pill is married and he's a nurse. So like, he's like an average black man, right? Or no?
No.
He's above average.
Probably, yeah.
Wait, you think Orange Pill is above average? Do you think Orange Pill is better than the average black man in like income, presentation, intellect, all of that?
Only in income.
All right. Sorry, I'm not trying to dump on Orange Pill, but like people called him out and saying he was like this and I shouldn't talk to him. So I kind of felt it was my responsibility to like let him face that because like, so one black man says a lot of problem in the community is because of poverty. Then Orange Pill chastised black women for home ownership. One of the best ways to build wealth, generational wealth, and black men say nothing. Interesting. Stop saying that because I definitely said something and I refuse to be lumped into this foolishness. Like, I refuse. I'm actually waiting for Kyle because Kyle is the one who brought it up, but Kyle is busy. So with Kyle busy, I'm just gonna like go forward and say, there is some more questions that people ask, and the women hadn't gotten a chance to come up. So let me just ask this question. Should black women disregard sort of helping the black community and focus on themselves, specifically themselves, and why? Let's go with Kenny, since you have so much to say.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Should black women ignore like the black community generally and focus on themselves and only them and be individualistic in the way that I think Kyle was saying he is individualistic?
Well, I think that maybe not individualistic, but they can build community with other black women who are doing the same thing. So if you mean separate themselves just from the men, maybe.
You think black women should separate from black men?
What do you think I mean when I say separate? Because when I say separate, I just mean don't focus on them so much.
Explain it.
Like decentering men type of thing. I think Erica De Niro says that, like that.
Does anyone
like
disagree with?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to Orange Pill. Does everyone agree with this? Like, women should decenter men? Thanks, Prince Freddie, for being here for 23 months. That's amazing.
What was that, brother?
Should women decenter men and focus on themselves?
No. I mean, like women have sons. I don't. I guess there's a part of me that would be like, well, to every individual woman, I would say like, well, yeah, first, focus on you, and right, like that. Yeah, I mean, yes, but like I wouldn't say for those who are centering men and who have the capacity to do so, I wouldn't say stop doing that.
Can I clarify? I'm not talking about women's children. I'm not talking about their sons. I'm talking about like their dating life.
Oh,
and like the goal to be, and like the goal to be
like,
married beyond, yeah.
Yeah. Like be comfortable with yourself. Go it alone. Like that's totally fine. Like I don't like I don't know, like don't go for some platonic ideal of like being with a black man or something like that. They're like get rid of that.
Yeah, I think women should just basically do what they want to do in life. You only live once, and again, if the opportunity is there to play a part in the community, then do that as well. But obviously, first and foremost, you should be living your life the way you want to live your life and getting yourself to where you want to be in life. That's my 2 cents.
Orange Pill, what say you?
I think in some way black women already do focus on themselves and not in a selfish way, but just already, whether they want to go to school or something like that, or really pursue their own goals in life. So I think they're already making those moves already.
Mr. Mindful, you just got up here. What do you have for us? Sorry.
Oh, hello. Can I be heard?
Yeah, there's a little. Oh, there you go. You're fine now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, agree with everyone with what they've been saying. Black women have already been doing a lot. So as long as they're living their life to the fullest, that's already more than enough. There's already enough generational trauma that needs to be unpacked, and a lot of personal trauma just given what's going on and what's happening and what's being seen through social media. Just living your life to the fullest and just trying to do your best with what you can. That's more than enough. So that's all I have to say.
Oh, someone said to ask Orange Pill if black women's standards are too low.
Yes. I definitely work with a lot of black women who have low standards in regards to the men they've chosen. And I'll ask them why, and they'll say it's the environment or they're in. So I think they do like it's like even though they make that amount of money, $60,000 plus, I think they're still having, as far as the pool of men that they're engaging with, having kids with, they still are having those low outcomes. That's what I see at work all the time. So it's not anybody necessarily on their economic level that they're finding. Seems to be, a barber or somebody's got some criminal record or something like that I've seen him where I'm at. So. No offense to barbers.
Themis, can I ask Orange Pill a question?
Yeah, I don't want it to be. We've already kind of dragged Orange Pill in a
No,
bad
it's
way.
not a drag. It's not
Go
a drag.
ahead. Go ahead.
Orange Pill, didn't you say in the chat earlier that black women were the leaders of the community?
I did.
Do leaders have homes?
Do leaders have homes? They can. They don't have to have a home. Is that a criteria?
Thank you.
Hello? What?
I said thank you for answering my question.
Y'all, I'm getting old and it's past my bedtime, so I'm just trying to. I don't want to leave yet. I'm enjoying,
Yeah, no. I feel you. This is tiring.
Yeah, anything.
It's a marathon live, and I didn't know it would go this long. But just know, feel free to leave when you want, interrupt, do whatever you want now, because we've like way overextended. Like we took a lot of your time, so I appreciate it. So yeah.
Watching gray hairs grow in, like I'm getting close.
When you say black women are the leaders of the community, what does that say about black men?
It says they're not where they need to be. That's what it says.
Which is leading the community?
Yes, which is
we gotta do better. Black men gotta do better.
I'm not arguing that at all.
Black men gotta do
I
better.
have friends around me that are not necessarily um
No,
millennials
but that's
around
not
my.
the question I'm asking. Do you think men should be the leaders?
I said yes. I
Yes.
said that. Yeah, yes.
I feel
Why?
like I feel like leaders should lead.
Yes, but why should men be leaders and not anyone who can
Not
lead?
all men are cut out to be
I didn't
leaders.
say I didn't say that I didn't say that men should be the only leaders. I think men should be leaders. I'm not
All right.
saying that whether it's men.
So no one should be followers?
Yeah, there are followers.
Yeah, there should be
That's
followers.
that's every group, but not. I'm not gonna say that
Yeah,
he's a better leader than her because he's a man.
yeah,
All
I'm
right.
not saying that either.
That's what I mean. Like just because she's a woman and he's a man doesn't automatically
Yeah.
mean I'm gonna defer to the man because he might not know what the hell he's talking about. And she knows everybody in the neighborhood, who's doing what, who to go to for what, and he just lived here. He just here.
I mean, Chris, that does make sense. So, Orange Pill, your statement though, you said women are leading the community, and it's because men aren't doing what they need to do. Um, are you saying they both, men
Did I
and
say it's
women?
because sorry.
Are you saying men and women should be leading the community?
Yeah, but did I say it's because men aren't? I didn't say it's because men aren't doing what they need to do.
All right. So why aren't they leading the community?
Not really driven. I
So
see
they're
honest.
not doing what they're supposed to do. Why did you
Yeah.
why did you tell me that's not all right? So who should they be leading?
They should be leading, in their families that they've created. They should be leading in community. They should be leading. It's not just leading in one area. They should be striving to do better financially, um, really make an impact in certain career fields, healthcare.
All right, gotcha. I get what you're saying now. Kyle, you're back. You said, and this is annoying because you're the one who caused these problems. You said that I'm mindful. I'm gonna remove you because your mic is like staticky and it's like kind of disruptive. So I apologize. You said Orange Pill was a dusty. Why?
All right, thanks. Sorry about that. I had to
You're fine.
put my kid down for a little bit. The question is about why did I? Oh, yeah, I was talking about a specific comment that he made about, and I may be recalling this wrong, but I believe he made a comment about if he's dating a woman and she has a home, that he would, disqualify her from his dating pool because of that. And I thought that was, not attacking him personally, but that type of rhetoric is dangerous. And I call out dangerous rhetoric no matter who it comes from. And so it's dangerous because, why is that a disqualifying thing for you? I mean, it's already hard enough to get to obtain property in our community and just period. So that should be seen as an asset and not a deterrent to dating someone. And it seems overly masculine, like toxically masculine, to have that point of view. And so that's my viewpoint on it.
He also said men don't care about women's education or their income.
Right. I think that's also problematic. I absolutely care about my wife's income, but I would like to hear. I mean, I'm open to hearing if he has anything to say. If I'm misunderstanding it, I don't really think there's a way to
the income and education bit, not because we just did a whole thing on the housing and no one understands it, so we'll just go to the income and education.
Got you.
Yeah, I don't know about that whole this last part that Themes was saying about. I said I don't care about a woman's education. But in regards to the do we say we're going to talk about the income or the education?
Wait, so you're saying you never said women's income and education doesn't matter?
Not.
Let me
I don't think I
quote you
said those words.
verbatim. A
Okay.
man does not care about a woman's education or income.
What was the? Wait a minute. I said a man doesn't care about a woman. I said that when.
So wait. So just to be clear, Orange Pill, like when you, so the degree that your woman has, and her level of education, her level of what she's gonna be contributing to the household in terms of income, that does or does not matter to you?
It doesn't matter to me initially. Just looking if I'm going to date somebody, what your education is not what I'm looking at you visually foremost.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at the mindset of you, like as a wife, or just your demeanor and nature. When it comes to it, whether how educated she is or if she's educated, that's not as high of a qualifier for me. Like
I
it's
have a
not going to be
question.
something.
What does being a wife? What does a wife mentality means?
A wife mentality is somebody who first puts the family first, before everything else. As far as the children, keeping the family safe, stuff like that. As far as optimism, encouraging, supportive, whether it's supporting of me, supporting a woman who is driven. Also appearance, and this doesn't mean like IG stuff, 120 pounds, anything like that. Just how attractive she is to me. How like does she like me for me? She's not trying to necessarily change me. She loves me for me. And we don't even get into education and how much money she makes yet.
All right, that's fine. Patty, go ahead.
Hey there. How's everybody doing?
What's up, bro?
Good.
You can refer to me as Petty or So You. Both are fine. Or Mr. Dwindabenden. Both are cool.
Yeah, I'm not
I
doing
would,
this tonight.
to follow up from Orange Pill, and I do apologize. I have an affliction with my speech.
Dolores, thank you for the $10 donation. Go ahead. All right. I apologize for your speech. We're not going to do anything about it. You can go ahead. Thank you, the Bratz doll.
I don't necessarily disagree with Orange Pill because I'm not sure if anyone else has kind of touched on this. I'm coming in a little late, but have we discussed to kind of follow up on Orange Pill, the Western women seem very focused on education or finances when dating, whereas if you go overseas, places maybe like Thailand, Dominican Republic, Brazil, you will find women who are more family oriented and who care less about kind of gold digging on you or your money and want you for you.
May I respond to what you just said?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. The reason I chose to respond to what you just said is because I am not in the United States. I am actually here in Japan. And I have been to each and every one of those countries, except for Brazil, that you have just mentioned. And I will tell you, yes, I understand. You're curious. They seem to be more feminine. But if you think for 1 second that they're not gold digging or trying to find someone for the bag, you are you got it all wrong, and don't listen to any of that stuff on the internet. All those women are looking for stability in life, all right? And they'll take it at any level they can get it. Okay, I'm over here. That's why I'm responding to you. They're all the same. They're all the same wherever you go. They have a different complexion. They eat a different menu. They have a different diet. They have a different daily routine. But life is life. And you got it wrong right there. Okay? That's all I'll say.
But that means, oh, I'm sorry. Did anyone else? I didn't know if anyone else wanted to before I respond.
Nah, go ahead, bro.
That would mean you're not necessarily disagree with me and Orange Pill as far as going to other countries where the women are more feminine, fit, friendly, but you just have a disagreement that they're doing it for resources, which I don't disagree with, but that's just the exchange from men to women.
Okay, I understand. But what you just did right now was you made an assumption as to why I moved out of the United States. I moved out of the United States for work, for security. I did not come 3,000 kilometers across the Pacific Ocean to chase tail. That's not why I came over here, okay? I'm not in the penitentiary. I'm not getting caught up in the games. I'm looking for peace of mind in life, not peace of woman, okay? Peace of mind. That's different. Again, please, my advice to you respectfully, don't watch those Passport Bros videos. Don't watch and Agent Orange Pill. Don't watch that Fresh and Fit, because you sound a little bit like that Fresh and Fit stuff that I see online as well. I mean, there's a totally different reality when you're down there in another country. And you see those YouTubers that got caught up over here in Japan. All right, they're in jail right now, okay? Because you don't understand the reality of the situation. That's all I want to say to you, respectfully, okay? But please, I came over here for peace of mind, not peace of tail, okay?
I think you're missing me, and I could be missing you.
Ain't nobody missing you. We're done. We're done with your foolishness. I'm not playing with you. I am done. I think that the women have some questions, and I don't want to not give them an opportunity to come on. So, with that being said, I do think that we're going to have to remove the men. And if you guys have anything else, just say it quickly. But like, we've been on for way too long at this point. And if you want to leave, any Kyle, Chris, please know, and you can just cut out whenever you feel like. But I'm going to stand here for a minute because the women have been patient in the chat, and I want to hear what they have to say. Please, again, be respectful. So, is there any of the men who came up who is not a part of the panel who have anything else to say before we go?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for allowing us up here today. I really appreciate the time and discussion, and everyone have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday Season. I'll stay in the chat, but thank you very much.
I appreciate that, by the way, and I apologize for petty trolling you.
It's all right. It's all right. Thank you very much.
All right, bye. Obi, you had something?
I just wanted to say I don't know why men are concerned or not caring about a woman's education and their finances. Statistically, most Black women don't get married, will not be married by the men. Even when they're married, most men don't make enough money to take care of a family.
Oh, the myth, go ahead.
Honestly, I was just waiting for something interesting to come up so I can like respond to it. But I originally came up because I wanted to like put in my 2 cents on whether men should be the leaders or not.
You can quickly do that.
Yeah, men should be the leaders.
Why?
Now, it doesn't mean that we're not. It doesn't mean we're necessarily competent enough to do it. But as a rule
why
of
should
thumb,
men be the leader?
As a rule of thumb, society
Why should men be the leader?
because it's easier to put accountability on us, and it's easier to give us consequence for not taking on those accountabilities.
Wait, what? So it's not, you can't give women consequences for not taking on accountability?
You can, but from my experience, that rarely happens.
Why should men be the leaders?
I just told you it's easier to assign accountability.
It's easy to assign accountability to anyone who does anything wrong. It is easy to assign accountability if you have power to do so to anyone who does anything wrong. Why should men be the leaders?
Okay, what I'm saying is typically we're the ones who are held responsible. Like, society usually looks
How are
at the
you held
men.
responsible when there's a single mother taking care of a child?
I'm glad you brought that up because I was actually reading the I haven't finished the book yet. The for marriage to is marriage for white people, but I remember being on your stream and us having this very argument as to who's responsible for the single mother problem, the men or the women. Y'all insisted that it was the men, even though in the book the man went out of his way to say that what typically happens is that the woman isolates the man from the child, and then that's how
That's not what
the
the book
absentee.
says. So if you didn't read it, go read it again. My question is, how
I
do
can show you the page.
the responsibility of taking care of the child falls on the person taking care of the child?
Okay,
Why?
Simmons. What do you think is the quality that you need to assign to a leader? Like, what do you think is the most important thing for a leader to have?
Foresight.
Foresight? Is that like a form of competence?
Yep, you being able to predict based on patterns what is likely to happen and act in accordance to that.
I disagree. I think it's skin in the game.
Okay, then don't ask me what my opinion is if you're just gonna say you disagree. Why should men be the leaders?
I mean, it's okay to disagree, right? It's a discussion.
That's fine. Then why did you ask me? I'm asking you a question that you are failing to respond to. Why should men be the leaders? You have not given me an answer.
I've given you an answer. I said it's easier to put accountability on the men, and society typically puts the responsibility of the men, even in cases where it's not the man's fault.
And I'm saying this is not true because when a woman has to raise a child by herself, that is accountability on the woman.
Accountability on the woman?
She's raising the child by herself.
But who's criticized for it, the man or the woman?
I don't care if you're criticized for it if you're not doing the work. What do you mean? How is that accountability?
I just told you.
How the person
you know what? I'm gonna email you the page.
I don't. It doesn't matter.
You read the thing. You read it.
Martin Luther King could have said it himself. I am saying the person who is taking accountability for the child is the one raising the child. What about that? Do you not understand?
Hey, Miss, if I could just jump in real quick.
Go ahead. Sure.
Myth, I have a question for you. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I don't think it logically makes sense. And I think that this may help you understand Themis's point. You're saying that men should, you're kind of putting the cart before the horse, right? And you're saying, like, you're putting the conclusion before the premise. And you're saying that the reason why men should be leaders is because at the end of the day, a man is going to be held accountable. And Themis gave an example of women who are single raising their daughters, raising their kids. And you're saying in that situation, 9 times out of 10, the man is going to be blamed.
Right.
And so therefore he should be the leader. Well, what happens in a situation where there's a man raising kids by himself?
What happened?
And the woman is not there.
Repeat that last part again. I'm sorry.
What about the situation where there's a single dad and the mom is not there? Does the dad still get the blame, or does the mother get the blame?
I mean, I rarely see people rail on moms for like abandoning their child. In fact, it's much easier to get out of motherhood as a mom, as a woman, than it is to get out of fatherhood, or at least the responsibility of fatherhood as a dad.
Okay, so then you have.
I can't sign off on child support. A woman can give up a kid for adoption.
Wait. Let's pause. Let's pause. You said it's easier for a woman to get out of motherhood than a father to get out of fatherhood.
So I was just testing.
Wait, no. I want to hear this. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No,
is that what you just said?
Yeah, I could be wrong.
And your reasoning for that is that men can't get out of child support.
Yeah.
Is child support fatherhood?
Is child support fatherhood? No, not necessarily.
Okay, so why you bring it up? No. I'm sorry. Wait, I need to get this. Because it feels like you're saying me paying child support for my child is me being a father, and because I can't get out of it, women's responsibility, they can abort, they can give up for adoption. What are you doing?
What happened?
Why are you pouring something in the microphone?
Oh, sorry about that. I'm not pouring anything in the microphone. I was just washing the dishes real quick. Let me mute my mic.
I feel like you're being unserious, and I feel like you're just trolling at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was getting
I'm
at.
not.
I mean, that's why I asked him that question, because it seems to me either he's trolling or either he just has a very, very male, like 100% only male-centered perspective. If he believes that men should always just be the leader because of virtue of being a man, you should lead and women shouldn't lead. And I don't know if we can engage in that right now, or really ever. And this is actually an example. This is actually an example of like, sometimes people are going to have their view on things, and I'm not one to like exhaust too much energy on trying to change that. So there's no reason why men should always be the leaders, period. Men do not have any type of...
So you're saying I shouldn't talk to men like this?
No, I'm saying that this particular...
No, I'm asking you because if you say so, I'll remove him. This is y'all's panel too. I'll remove him now.
I mean, unless there's some other thing that you need to ask him about, but on this particular issue, it doesn't seem like.
Wait, sorry. How many? I'm muting him. What you said you're gonna mute yourself, and you unmute yourself and start packing dishes, doing dishes. Like, what are you doing? No, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna remove him. This is not cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No. So the women. Hey, wait. I was gonna call you Wake Up Makeup Slay. Hey, Level Up Single Mother. Rochelle, Nakaris, Crispy and Wet, and Infinity. All right. Let's start with Rochelle. Was it?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. This panel has been a mess. at least for the past few hours or so. But I just wanted to comment on the last caller who was being obnoxious and doing his dishes. I think just the mere fact that he believes that just because a man has a peewee between his legs, he automatically has the authority to be a leader is very concerning. And that whatever is between your legs does not make you a leader automatically. And it's a very sexist belief, in my opinion, which hopefully he's just trolling, but who knows. And I'd have to say, in regards to the whole like debate of who's really responsible for single motherhood, or whether it's the blame should be on the father or the mother, I definitely think it should be on the father, most likely because he stepped out. And mothers, it's not as easy to get out of motherhood as he was claiming. I believe that's just a lie he probably made up in the past 2 seconds, because I've never heard of a mother just dropping their kid off and being like, okay, here, take it, and just leave.
I think, but I don't see it happening a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it's like I don't think it's a regular occurrence as much as the statistics on fathers kind of leaving the home are. So that's another lie he probably just made up. And I honestly think he was just trolling and not being serious, because how can you just have a whole conversation and then just walk out and start doing dishes? That to me was rather disrespectful, and I think the main problem I'd have to say is just the like hyper individualistic like nature of the opinions earlier by some of the men who were like, okay, as long as I take care of my family, as long as I take care of myself, then I'm good. And like whatever happens outside my home, people have to figure that out. And I'm like, I mean, to some extent, yes, but how do you expect a society to run if people don't look out for each other?
Yeah.
And I think that hyper individualistic like idea is rather dangerous, and I think that's why maybe the community is in such disarray, because everyone's like, I need to just get in for my own and make sure everyone, me and mine, are taken care of. But it's like, when does the community factor in? When do people who aren't related to you factor in? I think that's a very toxic mindset. There should be balance.
This is so interesting because what I'm going to need the women to do is have some incoherent babble also. What I'm not going to do is like, because I'm
I
going to be like,
refuse.
yes. Like I'm literally gonna be like, yes, thank you so much, then remove you. There's literally no back and forth.
Oh,
I
okay.
can do it. I can do it.
No, I'm joking. But like, I feel like there's gonna be a very striking difference in the women who come up versus the men who came on, and this is gonna annoy me a little bit. But that's fine. Thank you, Rochelle. I said that
Thank you.
because
Oh,
I'm literally saying thank you, and I'm
can
gonna remove
I
you.
ask
Go ahead.
Rochelle a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Since you were here for the previous conversation about the community, do you personally have any suggestions as to how we can do better, how we can improve at least some small aspect of the community, more than
Well,
what some of us are already doing?
wow. That's a very good question. I would definitely say the very first step is to get out of the hyper me and mine's mindset. If I can just do well for myself, then everything will be all right. I think that mindset has to be thrown out immediately, and kind of like a what is that phrase called? Like see, is it like see one teach one kind of thing, where it's
Preach
like,
one, teach one.
yes, that mindset. I think we need
Each
to start
one, reach one, teach one.
Yes, that one. Yes, I think we need to start implementing that in whatever way we have, because I think we all individually all have skills and we all bring something to the table. And like, not all of us are meant to be activists on the street, or meant to be, protesters, or can even get into like the medical field or anything like that. So I think we should all try and work on developing our skills and like getting it out to the community the best way we can. Like, let's say you're good at public speaking. I would say start an organization in some way or form, or like some after school program where you teach other people something like public speaking or finances, or anything that you're particularly good at, or anything that like a skill that you're learning. I'd say just teach it on to the next person, and have little enclaves, I'd say, of other people of um, like-mindedness, are also people who just have different skill sets that can each kind of piggyback off another. And I'd say the best thing in terms of, I'd say the ultimate thing is just to kind of get out of the whole men against women politics as well, because I think that's doing a lot more damage. And having men just from the very beginning just to see women as people first and foremost, and not objects, and not just wait to treat women better when you have daughters. I definitely say to just treat everyone equally, fairly, but especially women, since we are in some ways vulnerable. So that would be my my advice. But it's getting so late, so I probably sound delirious.
All right. Thank you, Wanda. Have a
Go
good night.
ahead. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Getty says to influence another grown man, simply lead by example. For the youth, be available to teach them, to teach and correct without fear. Thank you. Go ahead, Nakaris. Now, Orange Pill, be honest. Let's not clean it up now. We have you on record. That's not what you said or meant. Thank you. Go ahead.
So we've been here for about 6 hours now, and most of the Black men up here have yet to give a communal solution outside of what they do for their or inside their own personal lives, which I find very odd for a group that wants to be looked at as a leadership for our community. Yet when discussing Black women's issues or what Black women should be responsible for, it's always a generalized assumption about the collective. All shade, all tea. If this is the good we have to look forward to as Black women, we're in for a long ride.
You don't think there were good Black men up here?
Basic human decency is not what I deem as good. They're meeting the baseline bar of being a decent, functioning adult in the society today.
Level Up Single Mom, you snapped. Why?
I snapped because she snapped.
What say you?
So I think this is indicative of what the problems are in the community, namely the issue of the expectation to center men in everything when we're talking about the community, and especially the good men, because whenever the good men speak, it's a thing of, oh, well, you're giving this to other people, you're not giving this to me. So my understanding is that this was requested, and for the first, 3-4 hours, I listened. Then to have, them accuse you of not having any solutions or not wanting any solutions. How are we supposed to have solutions if y'all not even going to agree to the problems? Like, we're here talking about the problems, and all I'm hearing is people centering themselves and saying, well, because it's not my experience, because I don't believe it, then I want to dismiss over 20,000 people in here, lived experience and resonating with what's going on top of the statistics. And I'm going to get upset when you bring up the statistics that back up the lived experience of at least over 20,000 people here in, following this channel. That's what, like, we're not going to get anywhere. Then icing on the cake is I just want to, I can just do what I can do for my family, which me personally, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I love that for all of you, that you have families and you're there for your families and everything. Like, I love to see families bonding. I love to see fathers fathering and husbands husbanding and, all of that. But this idea that, but I don't want to hear what's going on with the other people that don't have this experience. You don't have to be here. When we're talking about that stuff, you don't have to be a part of those conversations. But to come into a space and say, oh, well, you don't need to talk about that, and you shouldn't be saying that, and oh, you're just talking all the, go live your happy life. And I mean that with all sincerity. Go be happy.
Someone please tag me in.
Is that because some, like, go be happy, but some of us aren't? Some of us are have experienced a ton of trauma. Not even some of us, a lot of us, and most women know another woman or themselves have been abused. And
Yeah.
so it's
If
hard
you
to
can't resonate, that's cool. But how dare you come and try to act like nobody should be talking about it because it's bumming you out?
because
And
it's I'm being used as a white supremacist talking point, apparently, or used by women. I don't know. So that
well,
and
then they are too. Because if you're not doing anything about it, then you're part of the problem.
And this is like the prime example that I saw even recently when Kenny was up here, where he was pushing back on, like, oh, we're not trying to change his mind, we're trying to be cordial. It's like, okay, you're all doing that, but it's at the expense of Black women all the time. It's like it's giving grace to men, prioritizing men's comfort at the expense of Black women all the time. And that is just due to empathy. And to answer Chris's question earlier, like, what is the solution that we Black women can see? For myself personally, the baseline is to start with empathy, which I believe most Black men lack. If you cannot start a solution, you cannot out guerrilla warfare on the streets talking to every young Black man if you're not even addressing the empathy to begin with. What are we fixing if we're not fixing the baseline solution? It's like saying, oh, we have to do DEI, but we're not going to address the racism. We're going to have to fix policing, but we're not going to address the racism. You can't like what are we doing? Like, seriously, as a community, what are we doing and what is it costing us? Because right now, every 5 hours a Black woman is dying. That is a lot of cost to give grace.
And can we also just thread the needle from empathy to dismissiveness? There was a lot of dismissive behavior, rhetoric, verbiage, etc., that was utilized in this conversation tonight by many of our brothers and the gentlemen that have been on this panel. And that is another part of the problem. That lack of empathy leads to dismissal, which then leads to disrespect, which then leads to disregard and a lack of understanding. And right back to that conversation about lack of empathy, it's perfectly fine when we talk about the greater conversation about the Black community and what happens when we have to go out and fight white supremacy and all these other things, and how Black women are oftentimes asked and quite frankly voluntold to stand at the front lines of many of the different issues that we face in this community, economically, socially, academically, medically, etc. But when we are consistently coming to the table saying these are the experiences that we are having, and this is where we need support, and this is where we desire some level of engagement and understanding and empathy, we are met with constant pushback. Let me run through some really quick notes that I made beyond the dismissive behavior. Earlier in the conversation, when Themis was asking for certain traits to seek as we are dealing with courtship and dating and building relationships, platonic or romantic, with other Black men, many of the men were not able to identify those things. What is very concerning to me in that inability to identify traits is that if you all identify as quote unquote good men, but you could not identify traits, behaviors, values, and ideals, that means that you weren't really reflecting on yourselves, and then maybe you're not as good as you say that you are. Because if someone asks me, tell me what are the things that you, the day-to-day lived experiences and ideals and values and characteristics that you consider to be good in a Black woman, I'm going to tell you about how I show up emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, physically, financially, socially, etc., and what characteristics and ideals that motivate me, and what my belief systems are, and how that impacts my behavior. The other thing that I noticed was that y'all let at least 3 Black men come up here and make a fool of all of you by bringing forth internet banter and BS and antiquated talking points around manhood and leadership. And instead of checking them, you try to over empathize. And that's one of the things we think about with rearing children. Sometimes when we over empathize with plights and ideas and rhetoric, we end up codifying folks and then edifying them and then amplifying them in some type of way. And that's, you know, again, too much of anything is a bad thing. So sometimes when we're over empathizing with somebody's perspective and not checking them and creating a space of learning and possibly disciplining them and showing social consequences for bad behavior, we then further validate the foolishness. And then the last thing I was going to say is that, you know, to level up single mom's point, and I think a point that Kyle made earlier that she was trying to connect about, you know, what we can and can't do or what we desire to do. Be honest about where you are and what your actual desires are. I grew up in a Black elitist family. I know how we behave and how we operate around quote unquote other parts of the spectrum of Blackness. And there are some realities that I think a lot of times we all don't want to be honest about, is that there's certain Black folks that don't want to deal with their cousins. We don't want to talk about what is going on in Bowen homes. I'm from Atlanta, or certain other project areas, or certain medical issues that we deal with, or like Chris was talking about earlier, having to go pick up these bodies of these young Black boys. We don't want to have these conversations about, I don't want to deal with that. I've made my money. I got my McMansion out in the suburbs. I've got my kids in Jack and Jill. I've joined my Greek letter organization. I've gotten my college education. I've paid off of my student loan debt. I'm pushing my BMW, and I don't feel like dealing with the poverty and the pain and the strife and the trauma of my community anymore. And nobody is saying that you are wrong for that, but all of us have got to start being honest about that conversation. A lot of the reasons why we can't solve these problems is that we don't want to engage with the pain. And if we can be honest with ourselves about that and say, look, I got to take my hands off of this, because it took me 30 years to get out of the circumstance that I was in, and I don't have the bandwidth and the range or the desire to engage with this right now. Are there other ways in which I can assist? I will use myself as an example. You're not going to find me at the front lines of no protest, because I'm not putting my life on the line for 40 million people that I don't know. But what I will do is make sure that I teach my nieces and my nephews and other children in my community how to be good financial stewards, how to navigate the academic systems in this country, how to make a decision on whether you want to stay in this country at all, give our babies options. So I'm going to close with this. Just be authentic about the level of engagement you want to have, not only with yourselves as Black men, with other Black men, and with the Black community at large, and go from there. And most of all, stop playing on Black women's intelligence and playing in our faces when you get in these spaces, and think that you are not going to get G-checked about it. And then try to push back with information that is just internet fodder. These are real lives and real situations we're talking about. And the last thing that I'll say for real, my ex-husband fits the mold of what a resume of a real Black man is supposed to be. And he still was out here tap dancing on my head. So there's not just a poverty line. There is a pathology and a behavioral situation that is going on that needs to be addressed. And it is multi-generational, multifaceted, and intersectional in nature. And I rest.
Thank you. I am thankful that I waited long enough. So sorry, something is in my eye. So the women could come on, because I had completely forgotten about this. I was told that I just had a bunch of idiotic women who don't know anything following me. And one of the things that I am proud of, actually, is the fact that the audience is a group of really highly educated people who care about the stats and who engage in like these kind of discourse with like thoughtfulness. And it's not just I promise I'm not crying, it's just like something is in my eye. Who engage with research and are thoughtful and are not just like, oh, I am emotional because I went through this. No, they're looking at the collective and they're doing the research. One of the things that I want to ask, though, Kyle specifically, is there is a feeling like I can connect with the language that these women are speaking, but you don't seem to. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to wipe my eyes. I promise I'm not crying, but I have to like fix this. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's accurate, that I cannot listen with an active ear with what people are saying, and that I have not been in spaces that capture a lot of what is being said here. So I want to start by saying that. I want to start by thanking the last two ladies that you had on, and I listened to what they had to say. I think that it's not for me. It's not a. It is not a matter of not being able to hear and to listen and to understand. I think for me, the question still remains of like, what can I do? And maybe that is coming off as not caring or not being empathetic, but it is an actual real question. And a lot of the things that have been talked about, you know, pulling aside young men, working with them in the
No,
community.
wait. Instead
Yeah.
of like the specific things about like these are itemized things you can do. I
Right.
think before we
Right.
even get there, I feel like the empathy, listening, and connecting bit is needed because as soon as I say something in the beginning of the show, I felt attacked. People left. People were mad, and I'm like, we can't even hold the space to have the conversation about the bad things because to do that seems to be again I have an agenda and blah 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 and people went off and it's odd to me that like the quote unquote good men that came on were unable to hold space to connect with the realities of what is happening to black women.
Oh.
We were supposed to kind of skip that and then go to the like happy stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not crying. People keep saying I'm crying in the chat. I promise. If you look at this eye, it's completely clear. It's like something is went in this eye.
well, Themis, I think
It's
a part
okay
of
to cry first. So
yes, it is okay to cry.
Oh no, I'm not crying. I promise I'm not. If I'm crying, I will let you know. But I'm not crying.
Themis, can you share? Because I mean, I think a part of this is, and I'm not saying that you're not being transparent with your audience.
No, wait.
Can you,
Do
can you,
not put any of my business out there. No,
I'm,
do not share anything about me privately.
bro, I'm
Do
not,
not do that.
bro, that's not what I'm doing. Calm down.
All right. All
I
right,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
say, can you share with them what I texted you before the show? Because I myself said, hey, I think if you're okay with this, I would like to have some of the ladies come on and engage with us. Can you confirm that I mentioned that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, and so I think what a part of the problem is you have a panel, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying to answer your question, there's a panel with all guys, and we're talking about statistics, and we're talking about like just general things, and we're not actually engaging with the women with the specific things that they are discussing. And when you're doing that, then of course there are going to be gaps. And so it's not that there's no way to engage, is that opportunity had not presented itself. And I did bring that up because I figured that would be one of the things.
Demas, may I interject?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's my understanding that, Kyle, this was your idea in the first place. And then the moment that it got very much uncomfortable, you jumped straight to the elitism and classism and pretty much implied that we were all bitter women in the chat who have daddy issues. And that could be very much far from the truth. And that while there may be some women who have had that experience, please do not try to denigrate us and just sort of minimize us to this gloom and doom outlook when many of us, rather, all of this chat is very much accomplished women, very much educated. So we try to, for lack of a better term, play in our face. Yes, we do get upset. Yes, it feels very much inflammatory, very much dismissive. And then on the latter end now, it, you have this, this speech of I believe the women are the future. Like it's so disingenuous and it feels very much intellectually dishonest. And I had implied, well, I asked straight up to be honest, were you drinking earlier? Because your disposition now is very different than what it was earlier. And I'm very much befuddled as to how we get these two extremes of you.
Yeah,
When this was your idea, you wanted to prop up your friends, and no disrespect to you, Chris, you've been very much balanced this entire stream, but your whole premise was to show that you have in your bubble, you have these men who are doing well, who are married, and you don't understand what's wrong with us and why we can't get these men.
That was not my premise. first of all, my premise was to have people on to engage and have a conversation about what creates healthy relationships. That was my basic premise. Now, how that unfolded, that's not in my control. And in the beginning of the conversation, the only thing that I got up in arms about was the video that Thema started off with. So outside of that, what have I said that you feel is inflammatory against women, or how you just mentioned that?
Before you go, there are men who are on the run for paying child support. Statistics show it's about 90% between ages of 18 to 65. Only 1% of black men on child support are current on their payment per the CDC. Oh yeah, this is a separate topic, but I said I wouldn't bash people over their head with stats. Toast of this. Thank you so much. Let me do two more. Lead with empathy. Thank you, Dr. Katrina. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Didn't know you were still here, but I appreciate that. And then April, broke dudes make you pick, rich dudes get you both. Wait, I don't know that. Oh, big lotta girl. I can't. Thank you. April. Maya, the last one. You came in here thinking you was cooking by serving some hamburger helper, and my good sis Crispy came up and roast you like Gordon Ramsay beef will.
All right, y'all don't. I'm not trying to roast Kyle, not by any stretch of the imagination. I merely was explaining some observations, and Kyle, I think maybe to was that Infinite's that was just speaking? No, that was two L's that was just speaking.
Yeah.
I think kind of what she was referring to was there was a point in the conversation when you referred to the chat as an echo chamber and his audience as an echo chamber, and in uncertain and not in these specific words, in certain ways implied a victimhood or a victim mentality to many of the women that are in the audience. So I think that's what she was probably alluding to. I don't think anybody was saying that that was necessarily your premise, but as certain aspects of the conversation kind of devolved into these other different tangential conversations, there were certain things that you implied through your language that did not sit well with the audience. And I think everyone here, especially those of us women that have volunteered to come up here to speak with you, are willing to engage genuinely. But I think what a lot of us have experienced is something that we oftentimes do experience in these spaces, a certain level of gaslighting, a lack of empathy, and a lot of, as you know, some content creators would call it backpedaling and pee-popping about what you actually said and what was experienced by the audience. And even if that was not your intent, we all know, and especially if you have children, your intentions when you're speaking to somebody is one thing. How they receive it and how they're impacted by it is another. So I just wanted to make some clarifications there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, extra crispy. And I appreciate kind of your recitation of stuff earlier too. So listen, the comment I had earlier about the echo chamber is one in which is an opinion of mine. And when I say echo chamber, I don't mean to be denigrating to anyone. What I mean by that is it seems to me that there are certain angles and certain specific things. Like I gave it the example of the father who was just terrible and had the interview with his daughter. And so we play this clip, we talk about it. Everyone is all in agreement that this is terrible. And the guy is trash. And so so then where do we go, right? Like, where do we go from there? And how is that moving the goalpost forward? And that's just one example. What I would like to see is something a little different than that. So that's all that I am saying is it's okay to show that stuff or talk about how T.I.'s son, is a mess and how he is trash. And I don't know anything about T.I. and how he raised, I think he has two other sons who, from my understanding, are doing well. But can we move past just focusing on that and then also figure out how do we be constructive? That's what I meant by echo chamber, and that's my opinion about how sometimes the channel is run. It's not to denigrate, and I'm open to hearing pushback from anyone in a respectful way.
Can I push back on that?
Go ahead.
So, Kyle, the reason we push back on that is because like I wish like you could play back in your head as if you're discussing race, because I believe that's when Black men get it, when it's their life on the other side. Because right now what you're asking Black women to do is ignore the problem that is costing them their life for your comfort as the good Black man. So for you, it's a privilege to be able to be like, we can ignore it, just showcase the pretty, just showcase the good, while Black women are over here trying to save their sisters from more trauma. We cannot afford to look at just the pretty if the problem is not being addressed in that moment. Same way where white people come to Black men and talk about, oh, there's good cops, let's focus on the good, while not addressing the problem that is killing Black men.
Right.
It is a privilege to be able to say, let's ignore it at the expense of Black women again. And that's why I say you lack empathy for Black women, because you as a Black man who does not relate to the Pookies and Ray Rays somehow can get into a Pookie and Ray Ray mind to be able to regurgitate their talking points, explain where they're coming from, even though you don't have a relation to them, but you can't put yourself in the shoes of Black women to have empathy to approach it from where Black women are coming from. You're asking us to ignore a problem that is costing us our lives for your comfort.
Okay, is it Naharis?
Nakaris.
Naharis. All right. First of all, thank you for that. And I mean thank you from a genuine place for sharing that. I do not remember saying ignore the horrible things that are happening and only focus on the good. So I want to just start with that. What I'm saying.
Can we start, when you start with that, can I intervene to say, but isn't that what you mean when you say stop talking about it and talk about something else?
He said doom and gloom.
Yeah, so that if I say to you, Themis, you know, if I come to you as a friend, and every time I call you, I'm like, man, my job is terrible. I hate this about my job. This is bothering me. Like every time I call you, I don't have anything uplifting to say. I don't have anything that I'm looking forward to. At some point, that's going to I would hope as a friend you'd be like, well, you know, well, what are you doing to kind of, you know, like what are you doing to get out of the situation, or what are you doing to work on whatever you have that's going on? Like what are the solutions that we can try to do here to so that so that you're not continuing to feel this.
If I didn't have something I was doing and you were upset, I would be in agreement. But if I had solutions, or women were, in this case, women were talking about solutions or trying to come up with solutions, then you wouldn't. You dismiss Finn's solutions, and women are saying other women should have standards, boundaries, and expectation. Another thing Finn said, Finn came up with a bunch of solutions, and women are having conversations about it. As a man, I don't think it's my right to tell women how they should come up with solution, because from their perspective, we're the ones causing harm. So if I'm saying, oh yeah, but don't talk about this. Oh yeah, but don't do this. Oh yeah, but don't do that. Do the solution this way, but we are the ones from their perspective that is causing harm. We don't get to tell them that. But my question specifically here was, when you say don't talk about it, imagine, and this is Nakaris' point, imagine white people coming to Black people and saying, hey, y'all, stop talking about racism. Y'all been talking about it so much. Y'all should just talk about something else. Go figure out a solution. We would be annoyed.
But first of all, racism between police officers and
I'm not just talking about police officers, so I'm talking about white people telling Black people to shut up about slavery, shut up about racism, shut up about.
All right, even those examples though are very different, because we're talking about people's individual lives and individual relationships. So I'll give you an example. I have a few friends who have come to me about relationships and relationship advice. And what I give them different types of advice, but we're not just talking about all of, oh, like this person cheated on me or this person did this to me. It's like, We talk about those things. I listen about those things, and then I'm be like, look, let's go get, whatever. Let's go get some drinks, and let's figure out like how we're gonna make sure that you're with someone who actually values you as a person. Like I'm gonna be focused on. Yes, we're gonna talk about the Ray that she dated. But then my wife and I are going to get together with this person, and we're going to figure out, okay, listen.
But we can't do that for every single person. There is an epidemic that we need to address, and focusing on just individual solutions is good. But we're having a large, no, that's fine. I'm not saying what you're doing is bad. I'm saying we're having a larger conversation, and it feels like you want to narrow the larger conversation on to the kind of individual parts. I can't do that.
But Themis, even we just talked about teach one, reach one. Like this is, yes, a large issue, but the solution is very much individualized.
I know you can have systematic solutions to this. Sorry, wait, Chris you can jump in, Chris.
I just want to say thank you all for having me. Sorry if I wasn't able to give you exactly what you were looking for, but it was very informative on my end. I think I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for having me on, sir. Ladies, wish you all the best. Yeah, y'all have a happy holidays and happy New Year.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Bye.
And
sorry, go ahead now, Kyle.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second because my daughter's crying.
Oh, I heard.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I'll be right back.
And to that point, I think something that, even though it does bother me in certain instances when we have to bring up what about your sister, your mother, your daughter, your cousin, your mom, whatever. But I think at some point or another, as we continue to have this greater conversation, Black men are going to have to ask themselves, what kind of environment do you want your daughters to be able to live in? Because your daughter's being isolated to whatever your suburban or Black elitist or whatever sector of the world ends once she leaves your home. I went to a predominantly white university in South Georgia. Me being from an elite Black family in Atlanta did not change the fact that there was a possibility that I may get assaulted on campus in the middle of the night, and that the emergency buttons that are out there don't work, and that no one's going to come save me. I had to have a similar conversation with one of my ex-husband's homeboys, because he kept on saying, well, my daughter not no hoe, and she's not going to do this and the third. She's going to the University of Kentucky. It's a very large school, and you don't know what can happen to her between switching classes and at night when she's walking back to her dorm. There are so many different things that can be impacting on us that have nothing to do with our socioeconomic status and where we came from, but merely being in certain places at certain times where the environment is not conducive to our safety. And so I think that also needs to be thought about and considered in these conversations. It's not just some boogeyman. Life is crazy out here, and in particular for Black women. And I think what many of us are just asking for is understanding and empathy, and to stop deflecting and centering your lived experience in a collective and individual experience. Because we're talking about both in this conversation. We're talking about the individual abuses that many of us on this panel and the women in this audience have experienced, and the collective experience of the greater Black woman collective in the first place. Yeah. And the fact that many of us do not tell on our uncles, our cousins, our homeboys, our classmates. And so there's so much stuff that we have not heard. And those of us that have gotten to a place where we have worked on our trauma and can actually speak about it without being pulled back into it is just, that's a revolutionary act in itself. And it is just very respectfully, it's irritating as fuck when you get into a space and someone is being reductive about the collective and the individual experience and trying to move the conversation in a different direction instead of sitting in the uncomfort and the discomfort of what is actually happening.
We thank Kyle is an apologist for the abuse of Black women.
Can I please jump in here really quick? I love what she was just saying.
Go ahead.
I love what she just said about the men talking about their daughters. And I've heard this on a lot of other platforms where people are talking about, well, what about when it happens to their daughters and their sisters and their mothers and their girlfriends and their wives? This has been happening to their sisters, their mothers, their cousins and things for generations, stepdaughters and everybody. And these men have not come up with solutions even for those women. So that should just tell you right there that there is no concern for the Black women, even their own daughters. And coming from my own perspective, my own fathers, my own stepfather, brothers and cousins, and I don't look at this as an individual problem, just me and my own problem. I'm looking at this from a filter of all the women that I come in contact with. Like you said, Themis, this is a collective issue of women. This is not just a random thing that is happening to women, that we are being assaulted, abused, harassed, and denigrated by men, even to the point where we're being blamed as young women for being the problem in the community. That fast girl at 12 and 13, because you've got 20 something year old or 30 something year old men ogling at your body as you're developing and not really knowing what is happening with your own body, let alone why this man is ogling at you sexually. And you're having to walk through this world while the brothers and the cousins and the dads and the uncles are doing the same to other people's daughters.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. Thank you. Not you, but Ashley. In the chat.
Famous, I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, but Nicaris, I actually really appreciated your point. Just like I appreciate everything everyone has been saying, but on the notion of like, why are you focused on this, is not something that we would say about any other kind of abuse and harm being done. So it seems a bit odd to say, I'm tired of hearing about this, or I don't want you to talk about this, you should talk about something else.
Can I just interject for a second about this? Because, all right, so I feel like sometimes things devolve into other larger issues, right? So like my understanding was we were talking about just a basic like relationships, like like people being together, dating, going through that process, getting married. While I do understand that domestic violence and abuse it obviously overlaps with this topic, obviously that is a collective issue that needs to be addressed collectively. But what I was focused on was the relationship manner.
I wasn't complete in my thought, actually.
Okay.
So that those issues of young ladies being sexually abused at early ages, that does and not having the covering and the protection of the brothers
Right.
and the cousins and the fathers, that makes a world of a difference in her choice of men.
Absolutely.
So it makes every reason why her ability to choose or to vet is impeded upon, because look at the men around her. She is having to pick from the men around her in the community that she is in, and being told, similar to what you guys were doing on this panel tonight, by not setting a standard for those particular brothers that have been in prison, making those exceptions for them, giving them agency to deserve a woman in their life just because they are males.
Wait, no.
I'm not saying that you specifically. I'm just saying giving all these exceptions and not putting a standard of saying these are the men that you should choose from, and then these men, they don't deserve to have a woman. You guys never could come to a consensus. None of you never came to a consensus as to no, but then I can't remember who it was that said no. If it were my daughter, I would tell her no. But everybody else, it was like, well, yeah, I can't say that brother doesn't deserve love.
Well, Jay said absolutely no. He had 3 daughters. I also said no. We can play it back.
You said for your own daughters. You didn't say for the collective. You could not make a consensus, and Themis kept trying to get you Themis kept trying to get you guys to say, how can these women vet better when you guys are not even able to give us a standard of your own. You guys could not give us a standard of what men, any some talking points like integrity, emotional intelligence. You guys weren't even able to point those particular things out for us so that we could know what you guys as good men would characterize as what are the good men that we should be looking out for.
Can I
And
just
that's in addition to calling themselves the standard as well, because when they
Exactly.
were
That's what I'm
asked
saying.
if they were the standard, they said yes. And then when Themis asked for specifics, how can women vet? What should they be looking for? Kyle danced around it. Everyone danced around it, with the exception of Chris, who attempted to try to give something.
You couldn't even describe or articulate your own identity as characteristics other than you just being a man that is a good man. That is the only thing that was being said.
All right, all right, so I want to respond to these, and Themis, cut me off if you need to. I don't want to. But I just want to just say a few things. One, I'm here, right? Like, I don't know. Obviously, that's not gonna carry the way to the finish line. But I feel like first of all, us being here, me being here, and just being able to engage. I wish the other guys had stayed on, or we had done this a little earlier, because this is actually the type of conversation I wanted to have. It's hard to have a conversation with like stats. But the other piece to it is, and I'll be honest, I've had situations where I've talked to some of my friends who are women, and they'll tell me like, well, do you think I don't know that? Like, you think I don't know that I want this type of person or that type of person? And so I'm always a little skeptical of telling women what they need to do. That's not how I run my marriage or my relationship. And so what I can tell you, like, the things that I think that make me, and again, I'm not a label person. I really hate the word good man, because I think it's a straw argument. Is easy to kind of blow that down, because all you have to do is say, you think you're a good man. Have you ever made a mistake? Oh, you made a mistake. And so you're no longer good, right? So like, labels aside, what do I think? Maybe if I frame it this way, like, what do I think that what do I know actually that my wife values about me, and why have we been able to be together for 12? I'm sorry.
Is that part of the Pookie and Ray Ray lifestyle?
Is it? No,
Sorry.
absolutely not. No, she wouldn't be with me.
No. That was a video randomly playing in the back. My bad.
Oh, okay. So having responsibility, right? Like, being able to like take ownership for something. I think a man needs to be able to do that. So what am I talking about? I mean, and I have to be careful, because, you know, as soon as you start talking about, oh, these are my successes, then it's like, whoa, you're just touting, you're bragging. Like, that's not my point. Like, that's not my purpose at all. But you build on yourself. You say, hey, the guy who earlier talking about the future, you have to have a future. You have to think ahead. That is a trait of someone who is probably worth talking to, at least on a serious note. So have a plan for your life. Have a plan for yourself. If I don't have a plan for myself, if I didn't know 10 years ago, hey, I wanted to be an attorney, or I wanted to have a house, or then I don't know where I would be. So that's number one. And how do you vet that? I really don't know the answer to that, y'all, other than, yes, people do lie, and they can say all these beautiful, great things, but that is literally a risk that you are taking when you engage in the dating scene. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not trying to undermine it or any of that. But that is one way to vet, is talk to people and discuss, hey, what are your plans for the future? If you talk to a guy and they don't have plans, they can't articulate something that makes sense, even if you don't agree with it, that's probably a sign that you probably don't need to go on a second date with this person. All right, future looking, responsibility. You can pick up on responsibility in so many different ways. Does this person have a pet? Do they take care of their pet? That's a small thing. But if I can't take care of my dog or my cat, how am I going to take care of a kid? Not going to happen. Do you have any type of sense of loyalty?
But you then agree then women should have like standards, boundaries, and expectations.
Absolutely.
Yes. The problem is in creating a standard, we keep making all kinds of exception, which human, right? But then we blame them for not being able to vet when even in our own articulation, we're telling them, yes, you should go date a felon.
Wait, Themis, I just want to point out that you're like, I know you said don't look at the chat. I'm going to stop looking at the chat. But like, someone just said, is this a Google article? Like, I'm literally doing what is asked of me, and I'm still being criticized for like giving my opinion, right? About like what I think for me has been solid and why I think my wife sees value in me. Someone else, another woman may not care if a guy, has a pet and is showing responsibility. I can only talk about my experience. And so even when I do this is why I was hesitant earlier. I'm still going to get dragged no matter what I say.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Kyle, do you understand why you're getting pushback?
In regards to what I just talked about?
Everything.
I understand why I got pushback in regards to the lack of empathy and the echo chamber comment. Yes, I do. I don't understand why I'm getting pushback about certain traits that I'm trying to explain that I think are important as you're vetting.
Question for you.
Yeah.
So put yourself in a situation where everything we talked about is applied to you, and there's a 50-50 chance with all the stats that we know with relationships with Black women and how they function regardless of who they're with. And the highest risk that they have is death. Why would we then would you give anyone who was saying what you're saying now, knowing the risk of your life, any grace?
Wait, can you repeat the last part?
So put yourself, like, outside of you being you, put yourself in the shoes of a Black woman. And recall whatever you just said to us for the last 7 hours now, basically. And knowing the stats on what your future might be if you take a risk and give leeway in, like, okay, if he's a criminal, what did he do? Let me still give him a chance. Would you still receive yourself the way you expect us to receive you right now?
I feel like my point is theme is maybe I'm just like, maybe I need to just leave soon, but because I feel like I'm saying things and people are ignoring what I'm saying. To answer your question,
Knack.
Thank you, Knack. To answer your question, Knack, like I never said that you should take it that women should take a chance on dating criminals. I actually said, sure, to someone else's point. I'm sorry, I don't remember his names, but yes, I talked about my daughter and how I think that my daughter shouldn't date criminals. Then logically, if I don't think that it's wise for my daughter to date criminals, then I don't think it's logical for any woman to date a criminal. And so I'm not going to say to women, take a chance and date a criminal. That is not what I am saying. When I talk about being vulnerable and taking a risk, I'm talking about like maybe the guy that you date is not going to work out for you for whatever reason. That is a risk. It's a risk that you may get hurt, like your heart may get hurt. You may, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that. I think that if someone is a criminal or they've had, that's a big no-no for me.
So you believe Black women should raise their standards higher than they are now, right?
See, I don't know how to answer the question because what do you mean? Like, so, okay, are the standards such that Black women as a collective are okay with dating guys who are criminals? Is that what you're saying?
No, aside from, like, we can take out the criminal aspect of it. I'm asking in general, should Black women as a community, as it is right now, have their standards higher than they are right now.
What are the standards?
Based off of what you see in the community. How about that? Let's start there.
Yeah. Like what you view, like what you've explained who these men are, how you perceive what the relationships between Black women and Black women are. Do you believe, as we are now as a community relationship wise, Black women should raise their standards above what they are right now?
If Black women are collectively dating guys who are doing all these things that we've been talking about, like abusing them, then
no, like not even that. Just take out abuse, just take out everything.
Okay.
I'm asking for what your perspective is on the Black community. Like you have one, right?
Yes, but it's been
you don't have to share it.
It's been about 13 years since I've been in the dating scene.
That's
yeah,
okay.
but you
from
said
what you're observing, from what you are observing from the outside of the dating scene, you don't have to tell us your opinion on it. From what you're observing of the dating scene that it is right now, do you believe Black women should raise their standards?
I'm gonna say no, because I think that a lot of the Black women that I know who are in the dating scene are not settling. Like
outside of your bubble, because most Black women, you do not know most Black women, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess no one knows most Black
So
women.
majority of the Black women outside of your circle, do you believe they should raise their standards outside of the circle that you know?
Probably, yes.
Okay. If they do that, do you believe most Black men right now as they are would meet those standards?
Probably not. And I'm not one to say you need to date Black people. Like if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work.
Valid.
Yeah.
So then what solution would you suggest to Black men to do in order to be equally yoked with Black women with whatever standards they set? Like what solutions, without mentioning Black women, what solutions do you have directly for the men?
Get in touch with yourself. Find out who you are. I go to therapy a lot, on a regular basis. So I think that like when you go to therapy and you talk to a professional about stuff, a lot of stuff comes up. Childhood trauma, by the way, I am not immune from childhood trauma, right? Like, but I had to deal with my trauma through therapy, and like that takes time. So that's one thing. I think it really revolves around self. Like you cannot be equally yoked and like ready to have a mature and a healthy relationship as a man, right? Because I'm not bringing women into this. As a man, if you are not mature, if you right, like if you can't have a conversation with someone else, if you don't know yourself. And I think that's a lot of the issue, really, now that we're like kind of having the conversation that I think is needed to be had, is a lot of us Black men don't really know ourselves. Like we're not really in tune with ourselves. Oh, that's weak. Oh, that's soft. I'm not getting a therapist. That's for crazy people. Like that is what we're combating here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe that is really the first step, is like mental health. But again, to someone's point earlier, that takes access, that takes money. Like that's not just free. And so that there are barriers to that. And I'm not giving it an excuse. I'm just saying, because, and so, yeah.
So follow up with that. Do you
before you follow up, Nakaris, I realize Grims is not gonna just jump in, so I wanna let her jump in.
Sure, I'll mute.
Hey everybody.
Hey.
I've been watching for a while, even on the channel. And this seems to be like the barrier in all conversations on this channel. It's like as soon as we start talking about progressing men, it's like we hit a brick wall. And sometimes I'm like on like Sinji's side where I'm like, maybe we should stop giving birth to male babies. But then there's the empathetic side of me that goes, well, you know, due to self-hate with the hereditary post-traumatic slave syndrome that we all inherit, that is why there is such a huge disconnect in the Black community. And it's like every time women, especially like Black women, say, listen, we need this and we need that, we're then flipped with, then no, the conversation is then flipped to, well, you ain't all that yourself, for lack of better words. And one thing I can say about Black women is that we have a social history of trying to modify our behaviors in order to be better for the next generation. And we also have a track record of, despite the odds, despite how many kids, despite all the transgressions, we'll grit down, swallow it, and still push through. I remember I was watching this episode of Judge Mathis where this young lady had brought her brother to court, and Judge Mathis got so mad with her brother because he was the older brother. He had no kids and he refused to go back to school. He refused to get a job. He crashed his sister's car, and that was her only car to get to work. The girl was working 2 jobs, going to college, and had a kid. And she was supporting her brother. And even then in court, she was still showing him grace by saying, look, Judge Mathis, I didn't come here to beat my brother down. I'm hoping that you could talk to him and possibly push him because he has potential. So it's like, it's a little bit heartbreaking when we get on these social platforms and they tear down the image of the Black woman when all we've been doing is showing grace. Every time a Black man falls, there's a Black woman there with a cape. Even with Megan Good right now, we are giving her backlash with it, but it is a direct result that regardless of how you guys think we feel about y'all, the behavior, the proof is in the pudding. We have never left your side. Regardless of how many times we get kicked down or put out or pushed to the side, we still right there like, all right, come on, we could do better. We could do better. And it's like, I don't know why for Black women it's we and for Black men it's me. And that's where the huge disconnect is. Even when it goes to like relationships, Black men are like, oh, it's the man's job to protect and provide. And then when you ask him what protection looks like, he describes it like he's Batman in an alley. And it's like, that's your idea of protecting? And then when you ask him, what's your idea of providing? Oh, putting bacon on the table. And then you go, well, sweetheart, you don't really got the bank account for that. So what are you really providing? Now it's, oh, you see, a Black man can't win. But when we tell you the provision that we need is emotional, spiritual, and mentally, that's too much. You run. And when we tell you that the protection we need is to protect our heart, protect our children's heart, and protect the heart of your family, it's like, oh, that's too much. You asking for too much. I can't do all of that. What you're gonna get is what I'm gonna get you. Like I'm doing the best that I can, but what I won't do is care. And it's like, as soon as you ask a man to care, that is when he like flees. And I don't really understand it. And I'm struggling with it because I'm gonna be very transparent with you guys. I am a mother of 3 boys. And as consumed as I am with Black love, you know what I'm saying? Like, my generation is the only generation that's born in America. My family on both sides is from Jamaica, the country and the city. So it's like I grew up in a culture where all you got to do is have a Jamaican flag and you on a track team, and we holding a whole family gathering, rooting for that one Jamaican running across the track field. Right now, my grandmother doesn't even know who the baby is really, but just because she found out he's Jamaican, she's a supporter. You know, like, so it's like I grew up in a culture where we support, and now I have my boys, and we're having these conversations because they're teenagers now. And my oldest son, he's a little bit more chocolate than me. And he came to me a few weeks ago, and it broke my heart because he told me that he didn't want to date inside his race because he didn't want children of his skin color. And it's like, so on one hand, I'm like, I understand where he's coming from, because in his eyes, he's thinking that because when they see me, this is what they see. Why would I want to bring another generation of kids into this world to be seen like this? But I take it as, yo, this is my skin and I stand on it, and all the blood that was shed under this color, I'm running with that. Like I'm like I look at it as a powerful sentiment. But I could understand that other people look at it as, listen, I don't want to struggle. If I could have the choice, I would change my skin color. So I don't know if it's Black men thinking that, or not even thinking, maybe they don't even think it. Maybe the feeling of defeat is so deep down that they don't even realize that they're working in defeat. Or they don't even realize that they're moving in self-hatred. Because once I realized, after I read that book with the young lady that wrote Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, may she rest in peace. Once I realized how many symptoms I was manifesting in my life revolving around self-hatred, it made me find a different love for myself and a different love for my people. And I think sometimes other people internalize it as, we ain't never going to be nothing, so why am I going to try? And I think that's the same disconnect in the relationships too. Like, oh, there's no guarantee that this is going to be forever, so I'm going to give you the bare minimum. Or I'm going to give you get what you get, and you take it, and it's that. And I don't even know. I don't know. And it's like, I just don't understand why Black women.
Do you have like a sort of general question to me or Kyle or any of the other ladies on the panel? Or I think Prince Betty is still here. Yeah, Prince Betty.
Well, pertaining to my sons, the question would be, what is it that develops in men that makes them, before they even get a wife, think that they don't even want to date inside their race? They don't even want to deal with a Black woman.
I'm trying to figure out how to answer that because there's a lot of presuppositions. I think a lot of people view proximity to whiteness as an elevation, and whiteness as soft and dainty, which is not necessarily true, but it's what we've been taught, and it's what a lot of people believe. And then self-hatred. So self-hatred would be the obvious answer. But I think I want to apologize first to Nakaris because I think you were asking Kyle a very specific question and I should not have cut in the way that I did. So I'll let you do it.
It's okay. I was just going to ask, I forgot it, to be honest. I've been up here for a while.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, we've been on for 7 hours now, so I feel like it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah.
So for the people who didn't go, Giggles, you can go. I don't look Infinite Love, Latoya. I think you went, but I'm not sure. But so Giggles, Mita, and then Infinite Love.
Hi, Famous. Hi, chat. Okay, so I wanted to answer the initial question about what we can do to start repairing the Black community. And I think that the first place that it starts is with we need to stop having children that we don't have the financial means to support because we already have enough poverty in the community. Secondly, we need to stop having children that we don't have the time or the wherewithal to teach them the importance of being a productive and law-abiding member of society. I wrote notes for myself because I get nervous when I answer questions like this. If we don't do that, then these children will grow up to be adults who are dysfunctional and degenerate, who will only contribute to the existing issues that we already have in our community. And as a result, we'll just keep continuing the cycle that's been going for decades and decades, like people just being irresponsible with having children. For example, T.I. and Tiny, it's like they have the financial means to take care of children, but they don't have the emotional or mental wherewithal to raise a productive member of society. King is a good example of that. So, yeah. So, I mean, we just got to stop the cycle. And it all starts with the children, because, like Whitney said, the children are our future. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. Is it Mita or Meta?
Mita.
Oh, go ahead, Mita.
Hi, Themis. Hi, chat. This is my first time on the stream, but I'm always listening to y'all.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to cover a few things. I've been in and out on the stream because I've been coming from work and running errands. But I want to give a shout out for Themis for staying on pack with that whole house situation with Orange Pill, Kenny, and then of course I think it was Obi who was talking about the work that he does with young boys and his organization, which I think is amazing. One of the things I wanted to touch on that Kyle last mentioned, he finally said that based on his own inner circle and friendships with women, he doesn't think the standard needs to be raised for Black women, which is a little bit surprising because if there was a standard for dating, we wouldn't even be asking the questions about dating felons. Like that's a bare minimum, basic, general thing for if you have children or if you don't have children. I wouldn't encourage my friends. I wouldn't encourage my family members. I wouldn't encourage the coworkers that I talk to. And so that was a bit surprising, but not really surprising for him saying no. The other thing I kind of wanted to talk on was, although I am not a male, I do have a lot of male cousins and I do have a lot of guy friends who talk to me about their childhood. What I think in terms of Black boys not wanting to date Black women, especially if they're darker skinned, a lot of it comes down to Black male culture. It's in the music, it's in the movies, the colorism, the self-hatred. And it also comes with when boys grow up, they learn from other boys around them. I think there was like a article or some kind of paper that said at a certain age, children no longer take the wisdom and the heating from their parents. They take it from their actual peer groups. So
Yeah.
at that age, they're absorbing what their friends are saying. At that age, you're absorbing all that internet talk, all that colorism, all the self-hatred comments. And while the parents may have given them a good grounding, it can only go so far. If your immediate circle is disrespectful to Black women, especially darker skinned women.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really big issue that I feel like in general, adult Black men don't address. The
Yeah, I
mothers.
mean, there are people who don't actually believe that colorism is a problem in dating for Black women.
That's crazy. That is something that is very much a problem. Like, it is so blatant. Like, I've been on the internet since like middle school in several different forums with other communities, and they even noticed the colorism issue in the Black community. So for people to say they don't think it's an issue with dating, that's crazy. When I was on online dating, I could see comments if I looked at like profiles where it says they'll date everyone but Black women, or they'll date specific type of groups, or they'll say I only date snow bunnies. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
And the last thing I wanted to point on, I had brought up a comment about leadership, and I wanted to basically say leadership is not given to any gender. You're not born being a leader. True leadership is when you step up to the plate. No one should have to ask you. You just know what to do. And a lot of that comes from experience. A lot of that comes from watching other people. If you had like a mentor, or you watch by someone else's example, or you just get in the ring because you feel that is your calling and the right thing to do. The first thing I always think about when men are saying, oh, women won't let me lead at home, women won't let me be a leader. Do you ask your boss, hey, can I lead? Like, if your manager is not present or your superior is not present, do you step up to the plate and do you know what to do from there? There's been plenty of time my operation manager, when the office is not there, I have to take those calls. I can't say, oh, well, I've never learned this, or I don't know what to do. I've absorbed what I know from seeing them, all the guidelines I've read, and I just step up to the plate and do it. I don't say, well, it's not my job. A true leader knows when to step up. They also know when to fall back and ask for help. And I feel like when men, but especially Black men, say, no one lets me, I have yet to see any person I would look up to in terms of my family, friends, and at works with true leadership hallmarks say, well, no one ever let me. You just do.
Yeah, not only, I mean, I think that's important, but like, and not dismissing it in any meaningful way, but it's like the idea feels like very specifically biblical and religiously led. And I think for the Black community specifically, where men are supposed to lead, it's like, no.
Oh,
But
yes, I see what you're saying. I do feel like the Black community does have a very religious, I mean, it's a part of our history.
Yeah, they're not that religious, because when it comes to provide, everyone is like, yeah, no, not everything but that. But
And
yeah,
sex
no.
out of marriage.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of other things. Yeah. And the pastor sleeping with men, but that's neither here nor there, allegedly. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I did want to say one more thing. I just wanted to say it again. I already said it earlier, but I just wanted to shout out you, Themis and Kenny, for getting on about that house thing. To me, that was a small, minor example, but it said a lot that a lot of the men were coddling him. Like, saying that Orange Pill saying he wouldn't want a woman with a house, when that's the bare minimum. Like, the rent prices out here are insane. I moved from the East Coast to the West Coast, and everyone from California is moving to all the other neighboring states, causing the rent to go up. Guess what all my coworkers are doing right now? While they're starting families, they either have a house, got a house from family, or are buying a house, whether single or married. So that was a true example of coddling and not taking ownership and calling Orange Pill out.
Yeah. Thank you. To be fair, Kyle did, but yeah.
Themis, can I just say one last thing and then I'm hopping down for the night?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, come 2024, drop them kids off and take the child support, because apparently the parent that's left is a better parent according to society and the Schmens. And with that, I bid you a good morning, good night, good day, Merry
Oh,
Christmas,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Happy New Year's. Bye.
Bye. See you later. Wonderful life team. Has had to go take care of my family. The Thoth are proud to have you as our man.
Themis,
Thank you. Go
can I
ahead.
say one thing before I drop down?
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies on the panel. You all are amazing. Themis, you're always amazing.
Oh.
Kyle, I don't give advice, but I would encourage you to step outside of your bubble, perhaps engage other women outside of your immediate friends, and understand that while your marriage and your life may be great, there are actually people who are not having the same life experiences, and it's okay to at least reach out and try to help the best way that you can. It's not okay to just say, well, I'm good, we all good, and good luck to everybody else.
Thank you. I appreciate that too, Els. I'm gonna see if I can do a Discord chat like real quickly. So let me hurry up and get through this. Agreed. Our ancestors didn't ask the slave owners for permission to be free. I don't know why the men keep asking black women for permission to lead. Lead their own lives first. That's what I say, Mayor. Thank you. All right. Amara, how are you? I've missed you. I've missed speaking with you. You're muted if you're speaking.
Oh my goodness. Hi.
Hey.
I'm just so happy I can catch a live. I went through one of the craziest moves of my life. So yeah,
Aw,
that's what happened.
welcome back.
Thank you. Should I say something now or you have a question?
Huh?
I said, should I say what I have to say? Real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. So I pretty much just wanted to say that I've noticed with men, whenever men are having discussions, whenever there's a man who's actually trying to hold another man accountable, all the rest of the men get uncomfortable. There was a guy, I mean, I didn't watch the segment with the women yet because I'm still a little bit further back. I'm watching like where the men were. But there was a segment where a guy came up and was like, how come you guys didn't, what did he say? He was like, why didn't you guys tell him that was stupid? And everybody was like, and then Themis was like, I said it. But everybody else was like, well, that's his point. That's what and I felt like it was making them uncomfortable that there was a man that was holding them accountable directly. And I noticed that. And I'm just like, I always see that. And I feel like seeing it in this video right now proves what the problem is that a lot of men are afraid to shun other men for some reason. Now, if we could figure out what that is, maybe we could have a solution there. We could figure out what that fear is to hold another man accountable in front of other men. Maybe we could fix it. Anyways, that's just me having hope.
No, thank you. I actually appreciate it, and I do agree. Latoya, go ahead.
So I will say this: as women start to decenter men, as they should, the more they start decentering men and start loving themselves, women are going to have to start creating communities of protecting ourselves, because these men are not going to protect us. And I have actually heard on other panels and over other platforms where men are telling women that if we don't give of our bodies to them, that they are going to start raping us and harming us even more. So we need to be prepared to protect ourselves. So women need to protect other women from the abuse, because apparently these men are not going to protect us. There's not enough good men to protect us women, who are going to need to decenter the men and take care of ourselves because of what's already happening in the communities. So women, just, you've heard what men are saying, move accordingly.
Yeah, and the protection is Finn is saying they would only be protecting them from you from the other men. So thank you, Latoya. Crispy, and then we can go into the after show where the people who are on the panel can wrap up.
Boy, I don't know what kind of benediction I can give. I'll just say this. first of all, thank you, Themis, for always creating a platform for us to have conversations that are as progressive as we can possibly progress them. And of course, all the other panelists that came up and the gentleman that came, Kyle, I want to thank you specifically. You kind of, to a degree, have taken a little bit of a beating tonight, but I also hope that it's an opportunity for you to wrap your head around some different concepts as it relates to our community and different experiences, and that you can take that with you and use it as a means to bake some different kind of cakes intellectually, if you will. The last thing that I'll say is, ladies, we are our biggest and greatest warriors and agents for change. That has always been the case, and it more than likely always will be the case. And so as we continue to participate in these panels and continue to spread our messages and continue to share our stories, our pain and our joy, etc., remember that regardless of what's going on outside of us, there's always hope on the horizon if we can at least maintain a locked arm formation with one another. We will not fail, we will not fall, we will not disappear, and we will not continue to take any levels of violence, whether it be emotional, spiritual, financial, physical, etc., etc., etc. For those that got the gumption, get strapped, and for those that don't, get prepared to get strapped. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. And in the after show, we're going to wrap up. I want to actually hear what Petty really thinks if he's not asleep, but I feel like he fell asleep up here, so we'll see. All right, we made it to the end. 7 hours and almost 30 minutes. 7 hours, 21 minutes. Petty, what say you?
I, for one, am well, good evening.
Good morning.
Morning. Oops. I, for one, am just glad to. I think we should see good black men more, and more examples of good black men. I think is always good. Because there's a lot of talk about the kind of gender war, and I felt themes of that today. And that's something we can all relate to. We can all relate to dating. I've dated, right? I've seeked partnership before. We all seek partnership, and I have too. Ideally with someone single, but it wouldn't be, the first time I've broken up a marriage. Shout out to mom and dad. And so, my bad. I think I'm having some type of something's playing on my phone. I don't know where it's coming from. I can't turn it off. But yeah, no, I just think it's good to see good representations of black men. So
You saw good representation tonight?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, period. Thank you. Sayu. Go ahead. Kyle, you get the final word. Wait, before you get the final words, thank you all for being here. I truly appreciate you. Theme, a serious question. How did you all meet? Kyle and I, we met in uni. We were both working in the same building as resident assistants. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah. I'll be brief. I don't really have much to say other than thank you for allowing me on your platform.
Do you really want to say thank you, or did you want to say something else?
No, I'm serious. I really appreciate you having me on and having the guys on and having the discussion. I mean,
are your friends gonna be mad at you? Because one of you, I feel like they're gonna be mad at you. I tried to be like super respectful and kind, and I don't know if that was received well by your friends.
No, I think it was. I mean, I think that it was overall. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, people are gonna believe what they want to believe, and I will say two of the people who came on at the end gave some solutions, like not having as many children and like black male culture and kind of changing and shifting the black male culture. And I don't necessarily disagree with those, but I would like to point out that those are very individual things, right? Like, what can I do to like help reduce black children? Not go out and have many black children myself, right? I mean, do you disagree with that?
Nope. I hope you don't step out of your marriage to have more children.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not talking about stepping on my marriage. I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, like, assuming I wasn't married, Kyle, as an individual, to help reduce more black children being created without the proper, stuff in line that the young lady was talking about. Like, can I make you not go have children?
Yeah. By making it like making sure that I understand that we also have standards in our friendship. That I'm not about to be friends with you if you're out here running amok.
Absolutely, absolutely. But what happens when you say "F you," Kyle? I hear what you're saying, and I said, and my penis is more important than our friendship, right? Like, I'm going to go do what I want to do. Can I control you?
No, you can't control another person, but we can incentivize actions that we would like to see. And so, like, obviously, we're not going to capture everyone, but we do know peer pressure, community pressure,
right?
Culture impacts behavior.
Right. And so outside of your circle, how can you impact other men's decision to have children just willy-nilly? Like, you
By
can't.
resetting, I think we can attempt to
Mhm.
reset the culture and call out bad behavior. Because hip hop is promoting one thing. I don't want to call all of hip hop, but we know what part of hip hop I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's promoting one thing, and there's not like, I think we just like see bad people doing bad things and saying bad things, and then whenever there is a pushback, we say, but it's white supremacy and it's propaganda. But we never see the people who say it's white supremacy and propaganda also calling out the behavior and advocating for different kinds of behavior. It's almost like we're just saying, waiting to use the excuse of white supremacy and propaganda as opposed to like calling it out, being active. Like the fact that people are trying to protect Jonathan Major is wild. The fact that the community tries to protect R. Kelly is wild. The fact that the community tries to protect PDD is wild. Like, and I can keep going down, not the celebrity indicative of the bad culture, but the
Right.
fact that the culture is attempting to protect the celebrity.
But the people who are speaking out against that, though, Themis, their voices are being drowned. Because
I'm speaking out about it, and mine is. I mean, mine is being drowned, but people are also listening. Usually, the people who
for sure, but it doesn't change their behavior, though. Jonathan Majors is going to be Jonathan Majors, whether you talk
No,
out
that's
against him.
not true. Like, he's gonna be who he is because the culture allows him to be who he is. Like, there is a guard of protection around Black men in particular in the Black community, where women, for example, who have been abused will be afraid to report it, not just because of fear of bodily harm that will come to them, but fear that they're taking a good Black man down.
I don't disagree with you about the abuse. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about men deciding to go out and be willy-nilly and have kids, which is a solution that one of your people who came on said is to the growing issue in the community. And so it's fine. I know everyone's ready to go, and
no, it's not, what we can. If people are ready to go, they can go.
Yeah, no, I know. My point being that I don't know why there's so much pushback on certain solutions to this issue. Comes down to what can we do individually and what can we do in our community, right? Like, and then it grows out from there. And some of these solutions and some of these things, like individual people cannot control. And one of them is men going out and sleeping with however many women, having all these children. Like,
no, we can shame these men and create a culture that
oh,
says this
absolutely,
is
and
not
I
okay.
shame, absolutely, and I shame men who the very few men who I know who are like that have been shamed, and guess what? I've lost friendships over my stance on that type of behavior, and
Okay,
I
so we
and
know, so
and
we
I
know then that it's happening, and so more of us need to do that, and we need to be more loud about
no,
that.
I agree, but let me tell you what happens. You got the guy to say you got the guys who say, "Oh, Kyle, I have so much respect for you, man. How are you able to, you know, quote unquote, be tied down to one woman, handle your business with this, handle your business with your kid? Like, I have respect for you. I couldn't do it, but I have respect for you." Okay, well, I appreciate your respect, but I'm not condoning the way that you are behaving. It is shameful, and unless there are some real serious changes, then I don't think we're going to be able to continue to be boys. I mean,
Yeah,
that
I
is
mean, you can. Yeah, but you can. I mean, to be fair, when he said you can't do it, I can't do it. You can say you can. You just don't want to. There's a difference. Now,
oh, of
goodbye.
course, oh, of course, oh, of course, and those conversations have been had. But again, and, you know, I'm not going to say this person's name, but you know
Yeah, I know who you're
who is a
talking about
mutual
immediately.
person.
We're
Yeah,
not
I have,
mutual friends. I told him we're not friends.
yeah,
Point blank, we don't talk.
and so have I. And guess how many years it's been since I talked to that person? Years, because of this type of things that, and guess how many women I have personally protected from him, who have said to me, "Oh, what about da 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 da?" Or I hear about certain situations, and I go to these women, and I say, "Hey, yeah, I, I, this, that, nope, you don't want it. That's not good. That's not good business." So anyway, I can see from your face you don't really care.
Oh no, what my face?
Yeah. So
No. Oh my God, no. It's not that I don't care. It's this person lied to me a lot about what he's done. And then when I found out, I confronted him. He lied, and I told him never to speak to me again.
right, right. No, I hear you. Um, my point being that as much as we want this person to be better, as much as we want this person to like pull himself up from his bootstraps, to stop I will say abusing women, because to me it is a form of abuse, emotional abuse, to sleep around with several women and kind of treat them badly, even if you don't use your fists or whatever. Um, like that, I feel like I have a duty and a responsibility to not associate with those type of people, and to let them know where I stand on certain things, and to call them out for it. And so when I have, again, women friends who have wanted to engage with this particular person, what am I doing? How am I not protecting these women by not by but when I speak up and I tell them this is not a good person, this is what I know about this person, you don't want to deal with this person. How is that not protection?
No one said it wasn't protection.
Right. But it's not going to stop him from going out and doing what he's going to do with other women that I don't
Yeah,
know.
but you're focusing in on these specific people, which
Right.
is fine. I think we should do that, and we
But
should
if you
try
take
to make it better.
that position and you multiply it though, Themis, is my thing, right? Like multiply that position by 1,000, 10,000 people. Then that comes into play with what you're talking about, which is shaming these people and not allowing it to be a part of the culture. But how do I?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. But I agree with that. The problem is when we try to have the conversation publicly, everyone is like, I don't believe men are doing this. I don't know anyone who is doing this. And then at the end, we're like, oh yeah, we know one person who is doing that. I wasn't gonna say that in the beginning, but like it feels like from my perspective, when we are talking, and I'm being very honest,
Yeah.
it feels like you can own some of this and be like, let's make sure our friend group
Mhm.
are good men who do this, but then let's not publicly shame anyone, or let's not talk about the bad stuff publicly. And it's like, why wouldn't we? Like, we should, because like our little thing that we do, or what we adhere to, are the standards we require for people, whether it's academic, whether it's financial, whether it's social, no cheating, whatever it is. Whatever we have does not influence other people. So when we have the opportunity to speak publicly without talking down to people, I think it is important that we hold people accountable. We own what we actually believe about the community, and we endeavor to have honest conversation about what is happening and what we think should change. And it feels like people are unwilling to be like, yeah, a lot of these men are toxic. A lot of these men have adhered to a culture that says women are beneath them, women are supposed to be conquered, women are supposed to be used, and women are supposed to be discarded. And if we can't even start there to talk about a general culture that influenced men, I'm not about to say some. I'm not qualifying my language like that, because I don't do it for racism. I don't do it for sexism. I don't do it for xenophobia. I don't do it for homophobia. When I say the Black community is homophobic, I am not qualifying that.
Even though there are many, including myself, in the Black community who are allies.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm still going to say the Black community is homophobic.
Okay,
It's
so
the predominant theme in the Black community.
that's fine. That's fine. That's
When
fine.
I'm still going to say police, the police system need reform, and police are brutalizing Black people. It's a minority of police, if you really want to take it there, but I'm not about to change my language.
Mm-hmm. Right. And that's your prerogative, man. That's your prerogative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, good luck with the show. You're like I told you before, you are influencing and affecting a lot of people. I'm proud of you and what you're doing on the show. I think that a lot of people look up to you, and a lot of people are listening to what you have to say. And so, thank you again, man, for having me on. Didn't mean to offend your audience at all. I just want there to be, I don't know what I want there to be, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's very layered.
No, that's fine. And I appreciate you for coming, and I appreciate you for bringing your friends. And to the extent that I disrespected anyone, it was not my intention. But I am also not going to sit and just pretend like I agree when I don't. So, however it comes out, it comes out. Not apologizing necessarily for that, but I did try my best to be respectful. So, I hope that at least came across. So, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Have a good night. Start a podcast and influence this generation on the next Against Ratchet and Manosphere podcast. Also, true leadership is influential to others. I actually agree with this. I think more good men should start podcasts or talk and not just let the bad people do it. Unfortunately, the good men are probably busy taking care of their families. So, and working. They don't have time to actually start podcasts and do 7-hour shifts after spending 15 hours working. Anyway, good night, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. I'm going to jump in the Discord for a minute as I do my face routine for the night, and we can talk. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye. What were you saying, Petty?
No, yeah. Simone Biles' husband. I don't know, something.
Oh, girl, I was gonna drag him, but I'm gonna leave that for a moment. For everyone who is reading the book, tomorrow is the final book review. In the book club for those behind the scenes. Please read it. Petty, please read some. Stay to wake up tomorrow and read it. And then come. All right. Bye.